End of our 2-week Czech adventure, and what an ECS, 12 days of fast-paced action. PCC end up winning it undefeated. They had a couple of scares on finals day. The Greeks and the Cypriots, they're in town now to take on the Czech national team in 9 matches of 10 over internationals. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket International Czechia, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Been super excited about this for a while. Time for the ECIs to begin. We do have the Greek team here. We have the Cypriot team here as well. The Czech national team, well, they've had a big pool of players to choose from after the 2-week ECS that we just had, and now we're going to get into it. So can't wait. 5 matches today here in Prague. They're all 10 over internationals. Then later in the day, we have 3 matches from Portugal. So it's going to be a huge day of European cricket, 8 matches across 2 venues. So let's get ready for the first match. It will be Czechia, who are taking on Cyprus in match 1. The 2 captains with the sheriff, Charles Croucher, holding the coin right now. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Czechia to toss.
Tail.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
You got a bat.
So it is Rajvinder Brar who is the Cyprus captain. He's won the toss and he's elected to bat. So a good confident move from him. I do think it's good batting conditions. Not a lot of moisture around at the moment. So I think the outfield will be pretty quick. Now Cyprus, they've never actually played a 10 over international, although they have played a fair bit of T20 international cricket over the last couple of years. I know we'll get to see a fair few plays we've seen when we were in Cyprus for some domestic 10 over cricket, and they seem to really like it. The conditions here are kind of similar but kind of different to the ground at Ipsonis in Cyprus, where we were a little bit earlier in the year for an ECS. Really fast outfield, but the pitch is slightly slower. I think it might take them a little bit of time to adjust. Now, as far as the pitch, a little bit unusual. We actually had a frog on the field. I don't know if you get that, Kirils. So this little guy, I don't know if that's good luck or bad luck when there's a frog on the field. But anyway, let's talk about the weather conditions. And it's not too damp, little buddy, so I don't know if you'll enjoy it too much, but we're expecting a maximum temperature of 22, currently about 16, plenty of sunshine. Some thought of a thunderstorm later on. You'd probably like that, but I don't see it myself. It's going to be a big day as well. Czech Cricket Bonanza happening. We're expecting a lot of people in. The mayor's coming, so can't wait for things to get started. Well, I'm going to try and find a more safe place for my little friend Hoppy here, but now we're going to go over to Danny Hudacek in the commentary box with the news from the toss in match 1 that Cyprus, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first. Danny, it's over to you.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome everyone to this European Cricket International between Cyprus and Czechia. Should be a really good game first up. The Czechs have got a ridiculously strong batting lineup, but a couple of good all-rounders in there. Cyprus, that's the first time we've seen them really in these T10 internationals. So we'll learn a bit about them in the first game. Interesting toss to win for Cyprus. Not sure if it's necessarily the best decision to bat because of the pitch. It's a little bit difficult quite often when international teams come here and play on this pitch for the first time. It is a little bit different to other pitches around Europe. Sometimes keeps it a little bit low, holds up a little bit as well. So we'll see how they bat, but I'm sure they'll be very competitive. And as I said, the Czechs have got a very strong batting lineup. Bowling is, well, Samira Madaranga is due to his good form for PCC, has been given the new ball, which is, I think, a really good thing. Picking form players. To see Cricket Czechia on the back of the shirts. I like these shirts from Czechia. The deeper blue colour with the red trim. And also congratulations to Devendra Singh, who's behind the stumps. He's had an outstanding tournament, both with the gloves and with the bat. He scored a couple of 90s. As you see at the first ball. So when I look at it, and pretty good start. Nicely pitched up inside that wide line. He will get natural swing out. Will Samira with this new ball? It should swing a bit for him. Hello to everyone in the chat, by the way. Rob Thompson is there. Liam Day. Good to see you. Hope you enjoy this this game. It's a first international game here for Cyprus. Is hit firmly into the covers and well fielded there by Ashokan, the captain. He's an ever present in that covers area. He's a big presence there as well. It's difficult to get past him. He's a good fielder, and he can see the actually get Madaranga to come in first. Oh, it's a good ball. He has a good side of the ground there. He can chat to his players. Covers is I think a really good area for a captain to be, and it's, as I said, to chat to his bowler if he needs to. Ivan B is in the chat. Hi, Ivan. And it's a good start here for Madaranga. Still no runs on the board. Bit short, lifted over the top, and that'll be a boundary. Nice shot there. It's Roman Mazumda, the batsman, moved across, gave himself some room. Nice shot. In fact, it's 4 runs. Looked like it might have gone all the way, but really nice shot there. So the Czechs, it's good to see the international debut of Rituraj Magare, who's been fantastic this tournament. Won the player of the tournament with the recent ECS here. But the headache for the Czechs is who's going to bat where. We've got Jagan Everson listed at number 10. As Madaranga comes in again. Big swing and a miss, called a wide. Jagan Everson's listed 10. He hit 114 in one of the games here, the first and only century in a T10 game in Prague. So it's a difficult one for the Czechs to solve that little puzzle. We'll see what they do in the second innings of this game. At the moment, it's a pretty good start from Madaranga. Comes in, bowls again. And this is in the air. Could be out. Just over the fielder. Looks like it's Jagan Everson there at point. Just over him. The sun is in that direction as well, so he might have lost sight of it for a fraction. Just a single. And that'll bring Lovepreet Singh to face his first delivery. And good one there from Madaranga. And it was a very good over to start with. 6 from it. That one came in a bit on him. Just missed that off stump as well. So I'd like to welcome Vinny Sandu into the Marshmallow. Vinny.
Yeah, good morning, Danny, and good morning to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. Time for the ECIs to begin. It's great moment when it does get to this point, towards the end of our 2-week adventures. 58 matches. It was 58 days, I should say, until the ECC. And all 3 of these teams you see this weekend will be playing in that ECC. And plenty more than 58 matches. There's actually 109 matches in that tournament. Having a look at this ground, if you've just joined us maybe for the first time, it's at a place called Vinoš. It's about 12 kilometres or something just north of the city centre here in Prague. Beautiful area. I think there's so much nice countryside. This is kind of on the outskirts of town. And this cricket field is pretty special as well. Anyway, it's the Beast who's bowling over number 2, and he gets some of his own medicine. Mazumba takes him over mid-wicket. Maximal, the first one of this ECI. And this guy, Roman Mazumda, I know that Cyprus haven't played any 10 over internationals before. But here's a guy, he's played 71 matches domestically of T10 cricket. So, I mean, he knows his way around. Typically, you'll see him playing there for Nicosia Tigers. Also, we've seen him in the ECL before. But yeah, it was a bit of a warm-up ball from Beastie, who now gets hit through the leg side again, this time off the front foot. 4 more. And obviously Sudeshi was part of the winning PCC team last night. Maybe the celebrations went on a little bit late into the evening because he's getting an absolute pasting first 2 balls.
He is. He was so good in that final as well. And I'm sure that's why Aaron has chosen him to bowl the second over. Surprised he hasn't gone to a Freedy, but he can hold him back a bit.
Yeah, I thought maybe they would have gone for Riaz Afridi. There's Joe Foster signalling a wide there, correctly so. Load all the officials as well. Yeah, but if you are tuning in for the first time, or even if you're not, why don't you send us a message in the live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Raza thinks that he was confident, or maybe overconfident, for Cyprus to bat first. I suppose he's got to bat sometime. I kind of agree with you in one thing, but this one should be out. And Ashokan takes it. That cover is right off the end of the bat. So the Beast gets hit, but the Beast hits back, as this was a ball that had Mazumdar reaching. Simplest of catches for the Czech skipper there in the circle. And that is the first wicket to fall. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, he hits back, doesn't he, Sudesh? I mean, he's such an experienced cricketer. We saw it yesterday with the final where Burno were up for a big score, and he really brought it back with 2 tight overs. And I mean, Aaron and Sudesh go back a long time, both in the national team and for PCC. And he has a lot of confidence in Sudesh's bowling, as he should. But it's a talented lineup, this Czech side, and
it's always a bit of an advantage, I think, if you've just played the series. Although the only negative is sometimes a bit of fatigue creeping in. You've got some of these guys that might have played 16 matches in the last 2 weeks.
Just warming up.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. They're normally spaced out a bit. I think it's a bit tough. And what I was going to say is kind of echoing what you said, because this pitch is a little bit different. Cyprus batting first. I haven't really had a look at it, but I suppose, does it really help when you're fielding to see what it's doing? Maybe a little bit. As Chilufas comes in at number 3, and he's a guy ordinarily he plays his club cricket in Middlesex in the UK. So comes into the lineup here, the key position number 3. I don't know how much 10 over cricket he's played, but he's one of the few players actually in this series that we haven't seen before in ECN. Should be good to get a look at him. He plays and misses again. And this has been much better last couple of balls. Just a little bit of the away movement there. And this pitch, it is a clay base. So it's sometimes a little bit up and down. I'd say it's a little bit slower than the pitch in Cyprus, just a little bit. Having said that, that one carried through nicely to the keeper, Devendra Singh.
Yeah, talk about the clay base in a minute. He reaches for that and dropped.
Wow, and this is a guy doesn't drop too many catches. Jagan Everson already put one down earlier. That was a tough one over his shoulder, but he did pretty well to get a hand to it, but that was a regulation chance. So Chilufas survives by the skin of his teeth, but what an over in the end. Goes 6 and 4 to start, but ends up going 1 for 11, 17 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, it's got his revenge, didn't he, Sudesh? And it's a good contest at the moment. And Cyprus are, well, losing that early wicket. The run rate is not great, but it is their first game. And I think they'll, well, it was a long way to go in this innings.
Look who it is. It's Riaz Afridi who is going to bowl over number 3. And I think pound for pound, he's probably the fastest bowler in the country at the moment here in Czechia. Let's see what he's delivering this morning. This one's a bit of a warm-up ball. Floats wide of the wide line. So an average score during the ECS, it was around about the 115 to 120 mark. And in the internationals, often it can be a little bit higher. We actually saw in the ECIs 2 weeks ago just some ridiculous scoring in Hungary. We had a day, I think the average score was something like 170, which is just crazy. Oh, Riaz knocks him over. And unfortunately, Lovedeep wasn't able to do too much about that one, trying to get on with it. This one destroys the stumps. And that's the second wicket down. It's 18 for 2.
But at the moment, it just looks like he's trying to bowl control. Angled it in, and Lovedeep tried to swing that over the top, and that was not the greatest shot. But we've seen Riaz bowl a lot faster than this. He's kind of just rolling his arm over at the moment. Got that one accurate.
He was too short, really, for the most part in that ECS, and I think that's the length that's going to be effective for him, especially early on. So, he doesn't necessarily have to go Yorker. Often he kind of overcooks his Yorker, it turns into a full toss. But it's a length that generally will draw the batter forward, and he's not should be drawing the batter forward, but he's not easy to get forward to because of his pace. So I think that ball, if you could bottle it, I think that's pretty much his stop ball if he's bowling in the first half of the innings. New batter comes out there, Shoaib Ahmed for Cyprus. We're finding it tough going early.
Yeah, Chaloufis also had a chance in the previous over, or gave a chance, I should say. Here comes Afridi again.
Just down the leg side, but only just. It's a long way across here. This is probably sneaking down. And I mean sneaking, because actually, look how far across he gets.
He's coming from pretty wide of the crease, and I think it's a good decision there from the umpire.
Probably missing by a stump. And so, Riaz, certainly a fun character to watch out there. Former male model, amongst other things.
Whoa, that was a bit quicker.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's not afraid to go upstairs, as Chaloufis finds out. And here's the thing as well, Mazumdar, he scored 15 runs. That's every single run off the bat. I've seen 3 other batters, but they haven't been able to score yet.
Well, Chaloufis just practiced a shot, guiding it down to third man, and there is a third man just for that shot. There's also a deepish gully and a slip. Oh, it's gone. By another wicket, mistimed that, and Chaloufis gets a derrick.
Yeah, check it out here in the replay. It's hard to get forward to. It's no half volley, so trying to drive on the up. I had the right idea there. If it gets in the middle, it flies over the offside infield and probably flies away for 4 or 6, but instead it wasn't timed. And Derek makes his first appearance for the weekend. Cyprus in some early wicket trouble now. It's 19 for 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's their first time here. It's a tricky pitch, as I said. Probably the decision to bat, even though Mazumdar didn't really mind the first couple of balls of the beast. He went early, and I think they're going to struggle a little bit from here, Cyprus. Just again, getting used to the conditions, getting used to this pitch. It's their first game. It's a Saturday morning.
Yeah,
But,
it's not an easy character to get hold of.
No.
At all. Riaz Afridi. You mentioned the third man in place, but often on the edges, he's picking them out of the bush on this ground.
Whoa.
That one's quick. Yes, Lovedeep Sandhu, who's in now. So there are 2 Lovedeeps in the side. There's Lovedeep Singh, who was opening the batting.
Vinny, he's not wearing a helmet either.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they saw any of the coverage from the ECS, but
Well, if he did, he would have seen that Riaz put an opening batter in a neck brace in that series. So that was just kind of on him before he knew too much about it.
I'm not sure what Sub is saying to him.
I'm saying, watch your head. Anyway, last ball of the power play. Pitches up. That's a good ball. Lovedeep does get some bat on it. End of the third. And Cyprus finding it tough going into power play. 19 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, it's a good start, and exactly what the Czechs would have wanted with this power play. 3 wickets as well, but just reducing the Cypriots to 19, and 11 came from 1 over.
Yeah, that's right. There's the 6 and the 4 in there. And Liam actually has a good point. Liam's watching from New Zealand, saying Cyprus missing a few of their key players, which is costing them. Well, the Czechs are in red-hot form. Yeah, it's always a little bit of an issue just logistically with Cyprus being out of the Schengen zone. Which is kind of creates some issues, paperwork issues sometimes, which can affect availability. But I mean, the Cyprus guys, most of them in the side at least, they have played a fair bit of 10-over cricket back in Cyprus, and we're looking forward to perhaps being in Cyprus again before the end of the year, potentially. Always great when we get down there. We've got a very interesting little cricket ground at Epsonis. Very short boundary straight, just because of the shape of the ground. Anyway, it's going to be the tank, Riddick Tomar, to bowl over number 4. The first ball's hit to cover, they don't get a run. Yeah, that cricket ground, just because of the dimensions of it. Number 1, it's pretty funny that half has grass and half doesn't. Almost like a line down the middle. It's just...
Why is that?
I can't tell you. Just whether it was planted there or... And when I say grass, it's not exactly lush. Okay, normally when we're there, because it's pretty dry most of the time, Cyprus. It's a nice shot, but it's going to find the fielder, and Aaron Ashokan takes the catch. It's another duck for Cyprus. Disastrous start to their series. And the tack breaks through now. It's the skipper once again, although he does juggle it. He juggles it upwards, and he's able to track it. Catches it easily on the second attempt. And Cyprus now, they've lost 4. It's 19 for 4.
Yeah, it's tough going for Cyprus at the moment. They're finding fielders instead of gaps, and not getting that many runs either. Yeah, I think there's a comment in the chat that Cyprus will need to settle, and well, not settling here as Derek is there accompanying the batsman.
We had a frog on the field this morning. You might have saw that. And we've got a couple of ducks on the field as well now. In fact, that is the 3rd duck that we've seen, and still nobody except Mazumba has a run off the bat, and we're into the 4th over. So that's concerning to say the least.
Riddick Toma has a really good tournament with the ball. So he's a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, for sure.
Again, especially on this pitch, because I think he's got used to the conditions. The experience he's had playing in this setup as well. He's only come in, I think, last year to the international setup for the Czechs.
Yeah, certainly.
He's just learning a lot.
It's been a good addition. Yeah, you're right. He's a very skillful cricketer. Pritash Diol, who's the keeper for Cyprus, he's coming in at number 6. We'll see if he can get a run. Hard to come by at the moment. Floating slip in place. Won't get one here as Toma does his own fielding. Yeah, so that ground in Cyprus, just because of the dimensions of it, the short boundary, it's something like 40 metres straight. And then there's all olive trees behind. So, and there's a fence, and a lot of balls just fly straight out of the ground. So a lot of these guys are decent straight hitters, because that's where the value is there. This is going to be a run off the bat, finally. And Pritash is the man that does it. Out to Jagan Everson, who does the fielding, just the single. Yeah, so there's basically ball retrievers. The Yellow Jackets there. Somebody will go across about once an hour with a basket and then come back, and it'll be filled. It's like a harvest. It'll come back with about 20 to 30 cricket balls that have disappeared in the previous innings. It's quite funny. Anyway, Lovedeep misses out on this one. Called a wide though.
Ooh, Riddick doesn't like it.
Yeah, well, I'm no body language expert, but I can tell you that Riddick doesn't agree with the call. Joe Foster. For me, I think it wasn't quite touching the line, but almost. And to be honest, Cyprus can use the help at the moment. Well,
yeah, the Golden Boy's been pretty good with his umpiring.
Yeah, Joe, all week. The Golden Boy. Well, showing he's not favouring his own team. That's for sure. This one's an easy call for a wide, though.
Took off a bit, though.
That one is a wide. Rittik's hoping for a square up, saying, "Hey, I think you called the one we didn't think was a wide. Can you let me have this one?" But you see his plan there, just keeping it away from the batter. Got the field set pretty well for it.
I mean, they're taking wickets if they're bowling sort of towards a batter, rather than away from them.
Can't go wrong at the moment, really.
Big in-swinger here. Well, just in front of Aaron Ashokan.
Not able to get a run either. So, yeah, like I said, the only disadvantage of having the home series is if fatigue's creeping in. But I just think with these players, they're raring to go. They've been gearing up for it. They've factored it in. Portugal's a good example. They were battered and they were bruised, I think, by the time they played their first day in ECI cricket earlier in the year. They had 4 games on the first day, which the home team does, and they struggled. This is in the air, and it's going to fall safely. So Lovedeep Sandhu gets off the mark. End of the over. Attack 1 for 4. Very good over from him. It's 23 for 4 after 4. So yeah, but you can see that you can expect Cyprus to start slowly, and I just not picking up a lot of fatigue in this Czechia lineup. I think they're all bursting out of their skin to get there. You won't see players that are a bit banged up. Like I don't think we'll see Sahil Grover, who was in the original squad. Also,
Promo Bagoli was in this initial
Promo
lineup.
Bagoli, guys like that. So the guys there, they're fit, they're ready to go. And to be honest, one thing that sometimes has been a problem for Czechia is maybe a slight lack of internal competition because of, I suppose, the national squad being fairly settled. But right now, I mean, there was a 21-man squad for this. So I think the guys know how important it is that they take their opportunities and they wear the shirt well. Anyway, time for a new over. Sazi Puyan He's a guy who did seem a little bit banged up, but seemed to get fitter as he played through it with Bohemians during the tournament.
He had a leg injury, which meant that basically he was just standing and hitting, and whenever he had to come for a single, he just hobbled. Not that he normally almost hobbles, does Sazib. He's not the most energetic in the field, but he's a very good bowler and also a top batsman. Oh, good ball there.
Yeah, this one came in, and they're not able to catch up with it.
He's surprisingly quick, actually, Sazib, for just a short run.
Look in the background, the sand shoveler's back. I just noticed him. He's the hardest working guy. He actually has dug all of those hills out. Oh, comes in. He go down the leg side. If you see, tries to flick it back, but misses. I think he was in anyway.
The Greeks are here.
Yeah, the Greeks are here. It's good. I hope they brought some food with them, because when we had the ECS in Greece, a couple of years ago it was fantastic. €2 heroes.
Oh.
It was almost like you're playing blackjack. There was a little window, and I just kept saying, hit me, hit me. Corey was there. He's been on a diet ever since. Yeah. Another one. This time it's Bhuyan who breaks through as Lovedeep tries to get him over the leg side. And Cyprus just not really in the conversation this morning. 5 down in the first half. It's 25 for 5.
Yeah, not going to plan for Cyprus. And again, these Czech players, they know this pitch, they know the conditions. They've been playing at intense cricket for the last 2 weeks, and they're a very talented squad. So it's a difficult first up game for Cyprus. 25 for 5.
To use a boxing analogy, it's kind of like rocking up in the gym and like having the best of intentions, but then being drawn against a guy who's been punching the bag for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of what I'm feeling at the moment. But Cyprus, let's not forget, they'll get 6 games in this series. It won't be easy, obviously, but I think we'll see them certainly improving.
Well, they can still get to a decent total. They just have to apply themselves to the batting a bit. But it's been pretty tight from the Czech bowlers.
Vimal Kanduri, the new batter, keeps the first one out. And that's the thing, they're so concerned with not losing wickets because of the wicket column that obviously there's not a lot happening on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's really difficult, isn't it?
His last ball, the over. A nice looking cut. Aggressive shot from Kanduri. I don't think he'll get more than one. And that will take us to the end of the 5 over mark. And it's 26 for 5. I want to say a big good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. We say Kalimera as well. And welcome to the Vinosh Cricket Ground here in Czechia. It's been the scene of the ECS over the last 12 days, but now it's time for the internationals. I know that this is something we've been looking forward to for a long time, and it's been a tough one, particularly being here in Czechia, seeing all the players. It's been a pretty tough team to crack this year, hasn't it?
It has been. Look, there are so many good players here, and we've seen them. I mean, guys like Devendra Singh hit 290s.
Yeah.
Jagan Everson's listed at 10, and he hit 100.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's going to be interesting to see where they bat all these players. They've got, I mean, Sudesh has got nothing to prove. Aaron's got nothing to prove. A lot of these players who are entrenched in this side can make way a little bit to some of the other the players coming through.
Yeah, and I think, look, 6 games, they kind of mix and match a little bit. You want to try and get as many players as possible, I think, with the ECC. Not too far away. In fact, I think it's about 9 weeks away, maybe 8 weeks away. 58 days, so yeah, probably 8 weeks away.
Just a quick one. The Greeks have just arrived.
Yeah.
And they're going to get their first look at Riaz Afridi live.
Yeah, well, this is going to be good. He's coming back in over number 6, so Czechia going for the kill.
Oh, hello.
Oh, pretty close.
If that's hitting the stumps, it's out.
Yeah, true. Probably just going down.
I think so.
And it's given a leg bite, so what he's saying is he's trying to get out the way of this. Is he?
Yeah, it's...
Probably. Didn't have really time to do anything. That ball was on him before he knew too much about it. Yeah, so if you're not playing a shot, to get a leg bye, you need to be actively trying to avoid the ball. I would say that his brain at least had sent the signal to his leg to get out the way. It just hadn't arrived yet.
It did save a wide, though, for the Czechs. Just a leg bye.
That's true. He all faces the music. And he says, all right, I'll have a look at the pace of this one. So Cyprus, what's their best case scenario here? That's the scary thing. Maybe scraping to 60 or 70. Like I said, it's the first step of a longer journey, this match, but The Czechs have come out firing, and Friedy, probably no faster bowler in the country, and a lot of people telling me he's probably right up in the top handful in the whole of Europe when he really cranks it up.
Whoa! I think he's got the batsman, and the Greeks are looking with intent.
Wow. Well, that
And
was off the
concern.
glove apparently, and it was heading with the head. And Riaz, like I said, he did hit a batter earlier in the week. Yeah, it doesn't hit him in the helmet. I think it would have hit him in the helmet if it hadn't have got the glove on the way through, or the top of the blade. That was sharp.
Tell you what, though, that was
Message sent.
that was message sent.
And now
another message sent.
classic bouncer Yorker, even though it was a different batter.
Yeah.
But Riaz makes an absolute mess of the stumps. And look at that, Aaron Ashok and Riaz Afridi. They were rivals yesterday in the final. That was a pretty spicy game, but now they're the best of friends. Those stumps need to be checked after that because they were hurt. It's 28 for 6.
I think that they've obviously spoken to Riaz because he started off and he was just bowling within himself. But that was a fantastic bouncer. And then you're right. Was it the 2-card trick? Is that what it's?
Yeah,
it's called?
3-card trick, 3-card trick, whatever you like. But upstairs, downstairs. And I just think Riaz, maybe he's not trying to bowl as quick. Still pretty quick. But yeah, he's found his control first, and now he's ramping up the speed a little bit.
What I like about it is he's bowling at the stumps. I mean, I could probably count on one hand the number of times he bowled at the stumps in the last few games, actually throughout the ECS. And here he's got 2 of his wickets bowled. And
brings in so many more modes of dismissal. Bowled, LBW, and you can still get nicks behind and things like that. Yeah, he's been on this morning. He's got 3 for 2. He's got 2 balls remaining.
You can tell
Cyril Wardana's the new batter.
You can tell when he bowls fast when he comes in like this. Well, it's full toss, and that's 4 runs. Just overcooked that one.
Yeah, that's the attempted Yorker. I feel like this could be a no ball, because it's definitely not coming down very quick. We'll see it on the replay. And Cyril Wardana does get a badly needed boundary for Cyprus.
He lost his run a bit. That will be a no ball.
That's going to be a no ball. I'll tell you that right now, and it has been called. Check it out here in the replay. Waist high or above, and that is clearly waist high. So it's slightly wrong, and so free hit. But the thing with Cyril Wardana, I suppose it shouldn't be above his shoulders. Shouldn't be, because he's already bowling in the over. But let's see what happens on the free hit. Oh, slower ball, called a wide. Probably was. Went just over the line, so the free hit will remain in play.
Get another batsman without a helmet. And,
yeah, I don't know about that. Well, we didn't see too much of it in the domestic series here. Cyril Wardana is a player we've seen playing a fair bit for the Mouflons in Cyprus. Yes, a lot of teams there in Cyprus, a lot of cricket.
That's quick.
Yeah, there's the free hit, but he's not able to get that on ball.
So I think they must have had a chat before the game, and also Arun is very level-headed, and I think he's chatted to him and said, look, this is probably what you need to do, rather than Afridi actually deciding not to bowl at a batsman's head.
Yeah, it should be a surprise tactic.
Yeah.
I think sometimes towards the end of the series, batters were expecting it.
Whoa.
See, Deandra Singh can't handle it. He's a long way back. Almost out of the circle, actually, as we get to the end of 6 overs. Afridi puts on a bit of a show, and he'll finish with figures of 3 for 8. 6 overs down. Cyprus, 34 for 6.
Yeah, good bowling from Afridi, and a couple wide, but apart from that, right on song. So look at this batting card. Not great for Cyprus. Mazumdar looked pretty good, though, when he started hitting Sudesh for a big 6 and then a boundary, but it's been tough going, I think, for the Cypriot batters.
Rajvi Debra, he's a decent enough player still to come in. He's leading the side here. But right now, looks like they're going to go back to Buyan, who took 1 for 3 off his first over.
Yeah, good move. They've still got an over left of Madaranga, I think.
This is cut away, and it will be 4. Nice shot by DL. He just uses the pace. We know that this field is lightning fast. We have had a little bit of rain this week, but leading up to that, it's been bone dry, I think, and I've never seen the field faster than it was in week 1. Slowed down a little bit, but still value for your shots along the ground.
Well, that's when I think the batsmen in this tournament who've got runs are the technical batsmen. So and that was a really nice shot there from Diol. Just waited on it.
Got to say, with the game situation, okay, you're bowling Bouillon out here. I'd be tempted to, bowl Sid Gowden over. Make sure you're throwing the ball around to guys, just getting them an over under their belt in the series.
He's a very good containment bowler, is Sid Gowd. He gets wickets as well, but he's hard to get away. Normally comes around the wicket, so that would be a good move.
He's a guy playing only his second match in a Czech shirt after he played one in 2019. And there's another wicket. Right now, there might not be the 10 overs the way things are going. Surya Wardana plays all around this one. Sazib, kind of imitating this shot. It looked a bit like a Sazib Bouillon shot, to be honest, but you can see it just doesn't bounce as much as the batter thinks. And so Roshan is going to have to go for 4, and that's the 7th wicket down. Once again, the stumps are disturbed. He hits 39 for 7.
Yeah, that's I think part of a learning curve here for Cyprus is getting used to this pitch. It's different to what it is in Cyprus. Is it a concrete base in?
Yeah, in Cyprus it's just a lot faster, a lot harder. And this one, there's still some good pace, some good carry, but it takes a little bit more cut. The slower balls, I think, dig into the pitch a little bit more here. And so it's a subtle difference, but an important difference.
It is a clay base, as you mentioned, and it changes depending on the conditions. We heard a bit of rain. There's been a little bit of moisture on that's seeped into the surface, and when it gets too dry, it'll crack, and that's when you get uneven bounce. But I think it's played really well over the last couple of weeks. There is one weird bounce near the crease that just
it's like where bowlers would bowl from at the other end. That's my theory with it. I think it's where bowlers would normally, their feet would land. So not kind of footmarks in the genuine sense, but we have seen a couple do some crazy things out there. Anyway, it's the number 9 coming out now. It's Hardeep Singh. And again, Cyprus, they're very experienced, I suppose. Not as experienced internationally. And obviously it's their first time ever playing here in this country. And one of the great things about the ECI is it allows players to play in places and conditions that maybe they wouldn't otherwise.
Sure. Oh, it's great touring. Come back to that in a moment.
Hardeep was a star for the Napa Royal Kings when we were in Cyprus back in, I think it was April. And so he's a very talented player. Watch out for him with the ball as well. Took 20 wickets earlier in the year. We also saw him in the ECL. So he's a guy we can watch out for with the ball. Deal on 8. Gets pushed back and pushes away for 1. Look for 2, but it's not quite there. I think fielding's going to be super important as well. I mean, the Greek team, they won the ECI in Bulgaria. And that was back at the start of June as we get to the end of the 7th over, 41 for 7. Here with a 5-1 record, just dropping their last game, which was kind of a dead rubber. So, I mean, the Greeks, they're here, they're ready to play. And they're going to be exciting to watch as well. This is what we've got coming up. We've updated the upcoming events, and it includes the ECS and ECI, which starts on Monday in Switzerland. First time we've been there for 3 years. You can also see that there's a fair bit of T20 international cricket, both women's and men's. We've got the Continental Cup, which is only, it's next weekend. So it's coming up really quick. Also, we'll be back to the Netherlands to see some more women's cricket there, both in the T20 and T10 format, before we head to Dresden for another ECS and ECI combo. So it's a really cool addition this year. The fact that we don't just play domestic cricket when we go around Europe. We're also incorporating 2 days of internationals. It just gives players more of a chance to play at that high level.
Oh, absolutely. Look, in touring as well, it bonds a side. The results are, well, it's important to win, but at the same time, it's important to really create a good culture within the side, and touring helps to do that.
Takes it on down the ground, almost finds the fielder. Sutherland Davitsi, who actually we haven't seen bowling too much, if not at all, actually, while he's been here, playing in a PCC side that had a few different options. Do you think we'll see Saber with the ball in the series?
Maybe, but because I think they will give a bit of a rotation with the bowling.
I just think he's very good at the death. You know, we've seen that in the ECC, in the Euros of cricket, playing for Czechia. This is up, it's in the air. It's going to test the third man field. He's not going to get there. And that's Madaranga down there. He kind of lunged, but he wasn't able to get there. Once again, this field so quick. Another 4 in that third man region.
Yeah, really quick, and just a little bit wide there from Riddick. You know, he wants to get that tram line. Obviously, that's a plan here for the Czechs. But to be honest, I would be aiming at the stumps against when the team is 7 down. They don't really need to be conserving too many runs at the moment. I think they need to wrap up these 3 wickets.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be for Cyprus, but also for Czechia. I mean, they're not really under pressure either, given the game situation. This is a slower Yorker from Tomar. And so at least putting some runs on the board here. Up in the 60s pace now. But Czechia, I'll be curious to see their order. I mean, we had Magare listed to the open with Devendra Singh. And if they do open, I like that they're trying to give guys opportunities that might be coming into the side, either after an absence or maybe for the first time. Because I think that's the real value here. You're seeing how guys perform at the next level up.
Well, you've seen what Divisi can do. You've seen what Sudesh and Riddick. I would give these guys Sid Gowd, Jagan Everson, a good run up the top. Martin Verndl when he comes in as well.
You have to have that unselfish mindset if it benefits the team as a whole, and that's what you're trying to do. Yes, you're trying to win, but also you're trying to make your squad stronger. So I think that's the key, with an eye to what's still to come, not just this season, but future seasons as well.
Yeah.
For Czechia in international cricket.
Look, I mean, there's massive respect for all the players from internally. This is hit over the top. Player coming around, can't get it, 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot. And like I said, Hardeep is batting very low. I mean, Cyprus, they've probably got the same issues Czechia have, just obviously we haven't seen them for a bit longer because we haven't been in Cyprus for 2 or 3 months. But, you know, they've got guys, all these guys for their clubs, you know, they'll bat. They'll be batting probably higher than they're batting here. As you see, that's Dale and Hardeep Singh putting together a little bit of a partnership right now. It's the end of 8 overs, and Cyprus, they brought up the 50 with that stroke as well. It's 52 for 7.
Looks like he's going to turn back to Sudesh. So, and we'll end with Madaranga. So he's sticking to the plan. Is Arun, but there is other bowling as well. I mean, I think even though he got hit for 28 in the final, Arun Ashokan's a good option with the ball, if just to take the pace off a bit.
It's one player we won't see is Dylan Stain. Took him apart in that first over the final last night. He's unavailable.
Wasn't that a great innings?
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if I told you this at the time, but maybe you spoke to Dylan, but Dylan said, I don't remember anything in the first 4 overs. He was just dialed in.
Yeah.
He just was in the zone.
He looked up and he saw the score was 80 and he wondered how they got there. It's incredible.
Yeah. It's so cool, actually. But, yeah, the man that they call the beast here in the 9th. Cyprus trying to put something together. And this one pretty much straight up in the air, but it will get over the infield in the end. It'll run away for 4. So luck's the fortune for Hardeep. He gets another 4 runs for Cyprus.
They're getting a bit of getting a few runs here, which is good for them. They'll have something to bowl to at least. It's whether it's going to be enough, I mean, don't know, especially with this batting lineup for the Czechs. But 57-7. When they were 25 for 5, you're wondering how soon this team will be bowled out. But it's a good little partnership here between Diol and also Hardeep.
I'd be going straight at the stumps here, full and straight. Don't give him anything to work with.
He does.
Yeah, gives a bit of length, and this one is going, and gone. Maximo! Good shot by Hardeep Singh. Like I said, you know, he's one guy, he's much better than your average number 9, tell you that much. And he's a guy, to be honest, he's making a good case to bat a lot higher with some good hitting. Not easy to take the beast for 6.
No. And also being a left-hander as well, it does play with the bowler's lines. I think we'll see him batting higher up the order for Cyprus.
Yeah, he gets some bat on it, but he won't get a run. He's sent back by his partner. Ashokan does the fielding.
Yeah, look, I think Ashokan will be happy with this. Maybe would like to have wrapped up these wickets, but it's been a good fight back from Cyprus. 63 for 7 now. 1 over after this. And, well, no more overs for Hardeep Singh. Gives himself a bit of room, and the beast is right at the stumps.
Yeah, it's just probably not the percentages here for Hardeep to give you stumps up. I think you've already taken him over mid-wicket. Stick with what's working, even if you get across. I mean, with the angle that he's coming over the wicket, it won't be that easy in LBW. A lot of balls pitch outside leg stump. I just think it's a difficult shot to take on. I did like the fact he was attacking, but maybe that was just a poor choice. But Hardeep shows a bit with the bat. He hits 2 4s in his 10, but he is the 8th wicket to fall. It's 57 for 8.
Yeah, pretty good.
63 for 8.
Pretty good did Hardeep there. As we said before, I think we'll see him higher up the order. New batsman comes in. It is Waqar Ali.
Yeah, 2 4s and a 6 in his 16 off 9 in the end. Yeah, Waqar comes in, and that means the captain's batting himself 11. Rajvinder Brar surprises me slightly.
Well, again, it shows good leadership and good good trust in his players. There's a couple of things that the captains can do. One is to lead by example and go out and hit good runs. As the beast comes in again, that's a quick single and shy at the stumps. Oh, they'll get an,
Oh, no.
Riaz Afridi.
Well, there's a bit of luck for you. They're going to get a 5.
It was fielded there by Verndl, but he's 12th man.
Yeah, well, Verndl gets his first taste of fielding in a Czech shirt, and it's not one that the Czech team won't be too happy about. Yeah, just needed to block it. You see, throw comes in. I think it would have been out if he hit, to be honest. But yeah, it'll be 5. Get the runs across for it at the moment of the throw, and even if they have gotten 2 before it hits the rope, you don't get 6. You get 5 for that.
He's a good, reliable fielder, though. Normally is Afridi.
So that'll be the end of the over, and the score will be 68 for 8. I don't know what they're discussing here, because it's a clear 5. So, yeah, I think it'll be 68 for 8 after 9.
So it'll be Sumira Madaranga to take the final over. And, well, Cyprus have got at least a total to bowl to, and that'll give them some heart. We'll see how the batting lineup for the Czechs will eventuate. But, as I said, Madaranga taking the last over. So explain why it's a 5, not a 6. Vin.
So how overthrows work, you get credit for the runs that you'd crossed for at the moment the ball's thrown.
Yep.
Plus 4.
Yep.
Okay, so I want you to think of it this way, right?
It's got through him.
That's going to be 4 byes. So Madaranga comes back for the 10th. This is just an awkward second hop for Devendra Singh. It's maybe a little bit too far back, retrospectively, as Cyprus move up into the 70s. Yeah, so think about when you hit a shot, right? You might run and run for one before the ball crosses the boundary, but you don't get that run, do you? You get 4.
No. Right.
No, you get 4. So kind of like throwing the ball on that results in overthrows is a bit like a hit, if you think of it that way.
Yep.
Maybe I didn't explain that very well. So you when the ball's thrown, you kind of get runs you've crossed for plus 4.
Yeah.
So kind of runs that you run after the throw as the ball's on the way to the boundary, just like runs that you run if you hit the ball to the boundary and you run when it's on the way to the boundary, they don't count.
So if they'd run one and then they were on their way back and the batsman had crossed and then the throw went to the boundary, it would be 6.
Then it would be a 6.
Like it would have been 7 the other day.
Yeah, with the 7 byes, it went a bit viral. So, typically, and the reason overthrows work a bit differently, well, number one, it's a different rule. This is a nice-looking pull shot. I'm just going to find the fielder. The main reason is things like, your run actually created the 4 overthrows, so you get credit for that run. It's part of the play. It's just a different rule. So, for example, Waqar Ali runs a single, so he retains the strike, but then he also gets the benefit of the boundary. So it's to do with that. Of course, very famous example of overthrows was back in the 2019 World Cup. That's a nice-looking shot. A little bit too straight from Madaranga, and Diol has really stood up under pressure for Cyprus. I mean, it's not the worst score now, 77 in the last over of this innings.
It's got a little bit sloppy, I think, from the Czechs, and the bowling. Well, they could have been a bit more variation. They've really stuck to a plan, and it was working for a while, but I think it's been a bit sloppy when the field, the misfield there from Riaz, and just a bit of loose bowling from Mataranga.
Not a bad shot. Might as well go at this stage. We're not going to get bowled out here. Doesn't look like it, at least. And Cyprus move up to 78. I had a question in the chat about which teams will be playing in the Continental Cup. And yeah, so we found out that Romania, they're hosting the Continental Cup. We're talking about the men's. We know the women's. It's Isle of Man, Greece, Malta, and Romania. In the men's, it's Romania, Hungary, and Malta. Anyway, up and not quite over. Davisi, who takes the catch. Wakarali, I'm sure we'll see with the ball. He's a guy with 55 wickets on ECN for the Mouflons. And he just tries to take on the mid-off and loses. Pretty good field position, I think, to keep it up at that stage. And it's still a catching position. So Cyprus, they do rebound. They do bat out the 10 overs. But they're only able to manage 78 for 9. I think that Czechia, they'll be very happy where they're at. The big question is, who will we see with the bat for Czechia after the break? Cyprus fighting it tough, but also fighting back to a respectable score of 78 for 9 in the 10.
Yeah, considering where they were after 5 overs, you can see a nice shot there for 6 off Sudesh. It was a couple of 4s, but as well, but easy catch there taken by the skipper. Then Reza Fridi came on and bowled really well. Bowled pretty quick in parts, bowled a lot of control, and got 3 wickets. We'll see again. This one's their second catch. They nicely taken out there at that point area and juggled by the skipper. And they were in all sorts of trouble at this stage. Were Cyprus? Yeah, wickets kept on going down. It's one there for Riddick Tomar. But at 5 for 25, they started to come back a little bit, and it was a really good partnership. So we saw this one, bit of a strange one, tried to get out of the way, and Riaz just, as you can see there, it's just a bit too quick for him. Tried to move out of the way, couldn't get his feet away, just leg byes. But then Riaz, who bowled very well today with 3 wickets for 8 runs. This one was a bit loose though, and hit to the boundary. And it was also a no ball. And again, Cyprus, I think they're going to get used to these conditions. And I think hitting across the line like that, we saw it quite a lot, is not the way to go. That's definitely the way to go. Is guiding it, using the conditions, and getting boundaries. And they'll improve with their batting, will Cyprus, during the tournament. This game's not over yet. The Czechs still have to get a tricky little total. They've got a very long batting lineup, but we get to see Cyprus with the ball and what they have to offer. Nice little flick shot down there towards the boundary. And Dio, I think, was definitely the pick of the batsman. We see the last wicket on the last ball there. Sabundavisi takes the catch. So the Czechs will be pretty happy with his performance. Didn't quite wrap it up like they should have. Didn't really show that killer instinct. But at the same time, I think Cyprus fought back well. You can see Mazumdar at the top 15. Batted pretty well. Short innings though. But the wicketkeeper, Pritosh Diol, with 21 or 15. He held that innings together a little bit. And the top order failed. And Hardeep Singh towards the end with some timely runs. See the economy rates. Kamasekara took 2 wickets for 10.5 and over. The rest very, very tidy, all taking wickets. And the pick of the bowlers probably Riaz Afridi there with the 3 wickets for 8 from his 2 overs. 6 wides, 13 extras altogether, a bit loose from the Czechs, and they'll have to tighten that up. So in match 1 here from the European Cricket International match between Cyprus and Czechia. Czechia needs 79 runs to beat Cyprus in this first game. It's not a total that's been defended or close to defended during the ECSs. So the Czechs will look at getting this total as quickly as possible. But Cyprus, I think we'll see what they have with the ball coming up very shortly in match 1 here from Czechia. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket International match between Czechia and Cyprus. It's the first game in the series. Cyprus, they won the toss and they elected to bat. And ended up with a decent total after a disastrous start. They were 5 for 25 at one stage. There are 3 of their top order getting ducks. But we'll see what they have with the ball. It's going to be, looks like it's Devendra Singh and Sabuwan Divisi opening. Surprised that Magare hasn't opened. I think it's a pretty good move with Sabuwan up top. He's a regular opener. And Devendra Singh, he's hit 2 90s in this in the ECS. I saw, and he was excellent with the bat. Was Devendra Singh. Very long batting lineup for the Czechs. But Cyprus will want to prove what they have with the ball. And it will be Shoaib Ahmad who will open the bowling. Right on target first up. Good start. Just kept out by Divisi. He'll want a bit of a look. Of course, playing in the local series, you know what to expect from the bowlers because you play against them week in, week out. There's a new set of bowlers. They've never played each other in any form of cricket of Cyprus and Czechia. Coming again. The bowler, a bit short, put away, 4 runs. It's gone down to the fine leg area, just tucked around the corner, didn't try to overhit it. It's a nice shot, not much timing, but enough on it with this ground to go down to the boundary, and the Czechs are off the mark. You won't want to get too short to Sabuwan Divisi. They have no one back on the offside. In fact, well, I've got a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. In fact, it's like a cow corner-ish. And a third man as well comes in again. A nice shot. Called through by Divi Singh. And faced his first ball. I said he's been really good form, Devendra Singh. And he'll want to continue that in the international series. Such competition for the batting. They've picked basically a team of batsmen. Again, interesting to see who come in next. Sid Gowd didn't get a bowl. So, and Jagan Everson as well, Ruturaj. Some of the new members. They might have a floating order. They have an experienced international come in if one gets out, and then when one of the new boys comes in, if one of the less experienced players internationally come in, let's call it wide, they'll take another one. But then again, they may not lose many wickets at all, the Czechs. As I said, they've been in good form, and Devendra Singh has hit 2 90s in the tournament, which just saw here in Prague. So it's been a pretty good over. A couple of wides though. Just one bad ball, I think, apart from that. Coming again. Going to the left-handed Divisi. And again called a wide. He's playing with his length a bit. Looks a good bowler though, Ahmad. As I said, those of you who have seen the Cyprus series, you know what to expect from most of these players. Vinny, who's out of the marshmallow at the moment, who's I think chatting to the local mayor of Prague. We'll see a little bit later on in the coin toss. Mikhail Prokop just had a chat to him as well. His English is better than my Czech. So I explained to him a few rules of cricket, just the basic ones, just to give him an idea of what's going on. So Ahmad comes in again. Still a couple of balls left in this over. And that's whipped away on the leg side by Devisi, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot. Again, didn't try to overhit it. Just got a bit leg side and full. The bowler. That's a nice shot there by Devisi. Very safe as well. So pitching outside leg, no chance of an LBW. So Devisi moves on to 9. Devinder Singh hasn't troubled the score as yet. He's only faced 1. That was a wide. They took an extra one on. It's 12 off the over so far. Target is 79. It's a total to bowl to. It's not a big total on this ground by any means. But at least they have something to defend. The bowler comes in again, and it's down leg side again. Another wide. Good carry though. Good lift. Let's have another look at this. And just a little bit short. If it had been closer to Devisi, I think he would have had a go at it. There's no protection down on that boundary. Again, there's a third man in. Devisi likes to play shots down there. Yeah, he just dabs the ball occasionally. Sometimes that gets him into trouble though. So Ahmed comes in again, coming around the wicket now. Short and put away. Well, that's going to be 6. You can't afford to bowl short to Sabo and Devisi. Oh, look at this. Just short, wide, and just cracked it over the top. And that's 6 runs. Bread and butter for Devisi. And that was an expensive over there from Ahmad in the end after a good start. It's 19 for no loss after 1. Well, it'll bring Devinder Singh back on strike. 47 matches already since the last golden ball, and that was just a week ago. Shows you how many games are played here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, there are games going in Portugal at the same time. Corey Rutgers will bring you that action tonight. And we'll see a new bowler, of course. But 79 is not a huge target on this ground. In past years, you'd say that it'd be possible to defend it. There's Waqar Ali, who is the new bowler. Bowling to Devinder Singh. And again with these new batsmen like Ruturaj and Devendra. Also Jagan Evison coming back into the side. Sid Gowd. I just want them to bat like they did in the in previous series, or in the series that just happened. Good fielding there from James Chialufis. See, couldn't put away the loose ball. Not the best ball to start with from Waqar Ali. Should have been a boundary. Just picked out a fielder, and good hands shown there by Chialufis. Waqar Ali coming again. Walks in for the first few strides of his run up. This one's down leg side. I'll take another one. We'll bring Devisi back on strike. So I don't think the Cypriots like the bowling of Riaz Afridi in the first innings. He bowled an absolute beast of a bouncer that set up the wicket the next ball with a nice pitched up delivery. Yeah, batsman was lucky to get gloves on it, because otherwise it would have crashed into his helmet. It was perfectly directed bouncer and quick. And he picked up 3 wickets and did big fast bowler for Czechia. As Waqar Ali comes around the wicket to Devisi, who hits it firmly through the gap. 4 runs, lovely shot. He hit that just wide of the mid off. It's in the air. He doesn't mind hitting the air, does Devisi. Let's have a look at this. But just opens up his stance. Hit firmly, and I think it was past him before he dived the fielder. He moves on. 19 at the moment off 7. It's Devisi. And I think he can feel the competition for his place in the team as well. He's very talented. This is got through the gap. Should be cut off by the third man. Just be a single. Good pick up and throw there from the fielder. Bring Devinder Singh back on strike. Just basically there was no bat movement. He just left the bat open and came off the face. Nice shot. Again, very safe. Devendra still not off the mark. We're only in the second over. 26 on the board. As Waka Ali comes in again. Bowling to the right-hander. And this is hit straight down the ground. Lovely shot from Devendra Singh. Just off with the full pace and 4 runs. Well, that's the kind of form he's been in, Devendra. Just a beautiful shot straight down the ground. 4 runs, easy as that. What's changed this year for Devendra, because he's not been a big run scorer in these T10 games over the different tournaments. He's been a really good, stable influence for Barbarians, but finally his technique's coming out to the fore. He's a very technical batsman, is Devendra. It's just been pushed and nice single taken there. So he's very technical, but this ground now is so fast compared to previous years, where you really had to hit the ball hard to get it somewhere near the boundary. And it's a bit disheartening for technical batsmen who don't really hit over the top, or just prod around or look for boundaries. But you see Devendra Singh, also Vaishak Jagannathan with a beautiful 100. Sid Gowd as well. Just been pushed back to the bowler. 31 for no loss at the end of the second. Good finish by Waka Ali, who goes for 12. So they're at a runner ball pace now, the Czechs. It's been a good start here from these two. Again, I think the Czechs will mix their batting order up a little bit. Definitely batsmen like Jagannathan and Ruturaj Magari, Sid Gowd. I want to see what form they're in. They've been spectacular form during the ECS, as I mentioned. We'll want to see if they can continue that. So the new bowler is Rajendra Brar, the captain for Cyprus. You want to lead by example. Bowling to right-handed Devendra Singh. And it's down leg side, called a wide. There's been a few too many of those, I think. Too many wides here from Cyprus. The ball did swing in there a bit. There's no real breeze at the moment. It's, just in the background, you see the Greeks going through some fielding drills. We'll see them coming up in the next match. Yeah, this one's just poked down to the point region by Devendra. Gives Davisi back the strike. It's a good anchor roll here by Devendra. Davisi, if there's any width, any space at all to hit the ball, he'll have a go at it. He's an aggressive batsman. Batting a little bit within himself at the moment is Sabawan. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when the Czechs bat first and what total they can muster. This is a really good ball, and it beats Davisi. So Brar is bowling around the wicket, came in a little bit, and just a bit of a nothing shot there from the batsman. Been a really good over so far from Brar. And just prodded down, comfortable single, soft hands. And it'll give Devendra Singh the strike again. He's 6 from 4. Lovely shot down the ground in the previous over. Again, no urgency. They need to run a ball there at the Czechs. So Vinny's back in the marshmallow.
I'm back. Had a bit of a chat to some of the Greek players. Yeah, super excited to get going as well. It's a good ball. Rajendra, he's a guy who's leading the side. He is a leader. Obviously, it's been a bit of a rough morning for him so far. But I've seen him playing a lot for the Black Caps there. Cool name, by the way, the Black Caps. Over there in Cyprus. And you can see, he's pretty accurate, does a little bit with the ball, hits the seam pretty often. Shot of the day so far was Devendra Singh's straight drive, though. That was pure.
Well, it's been a really good over here so far. The ball before that beat Devendra was an absolute beauty, and this one's...
where he bowled that from, he actually was pretty much front foot in line with the stumps. So I don't know if that was deliberate or not. slightly in front of the stumps, but only slightly. Had probably about a metre to work with there, Bra. Check this one. About the same. And this is going to be a French cut, and it's going to run away fairly quickly. That's the vortex behind the wicket here. And that is a 4 to finish the power play. Czechia, they're 38 without loss after 3.
Yeah, lucky not to lose his wicket there, Devendra Singh, and a bit of a loose shot. Again, trying to hit it too hard. Doesn't need to do that. So, yeah, good start here from the Czechs. And 38, no loss. You take that, especially when you've got a small target of 79. And, well, as I said, the Czechs got a very strong batting lineup. We saw Aaron Ashokan yesterday in the final just come in and blast the Burno bowling. And you know, I think he's a bit of a reserve batsman here in a way for the Czechs. If needed, he'll come in, and he's got such a good temperament and ability as well. His technique's fantastic as Arun's. But somehow in this tournament, I don't know. We haven't seen the Greeks yet. I'm sure they'll shuffle the order somewhat. Not sure who's listed to come in next. Probably Ruturaj. So it'll be Lovedeep Sandhu to bowl here for Cyprus. And they're shuffling their pack a bit, giving different bowlers a chance. This is a bit hit towards the boundary, and the fielder's coming around with the fancy foot fielding. They'll come back for 2.
Lufus gets out the hoof, keeps it in the field of play. Yeah, an easy 2 for Divisi. So some early toss news. Czechia have won the toss, selected to bat.
No surprise if they win the toss. If they, I think that's a really good move. They're chasing here, but again, to get their teeth into the tournament, I think it's a really good toss to win.
Yeah, I think so. Divisi 23 and counting. This is in the air, and it should be caught. It is caught. So Cyprus, they have something to celebrate finally, and it is Lovedeep Sandhu that gets a foul shot out of Divisi. Simple catch popped up into the circle. The opening partnership is broken. It's 40 for 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty loose shot there from Divisi, and just played it with a really open face to the bat. And he's disappointed, but I'm sure he'll look back at it and just think it's the wrong shot.
Yeah, I think so. It's one of those ones I think premeditates. Goes deep in his crease without really seeing where the ball is. You know, it's a habit he's got, and it works sometimes. But it's a pre-movement, and it can just throw off your timing sometimes. But here's Ruturaj Magare on debut for Czechia, and I suppose it's a silver lining to the cloud of the wicket of Divisi. That means that Ruturaj will get a bat here in match 1.
Again, he's been so good in this ECS. He got the player of the tournament. And he can have it's a bit of a free rein here for him. Same as Devendra Singh. I mean, Devendra's come back into this side. He's been there or thereabouts, but his glove work's been the main reason why he's got into the team in the first place. But his batting's a bonus. Whereas Ruturaj, it's opening the batting for United has been fantastic in this tournament. So hopefully he'll get going. Hopefully he'll just have a feel for it. There's not much difference in this game to what he's been playing in the last couple of weeks. And I think he's just got to tell himself that.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is a great situation for him to come in as well. I mean, there's not a lot of pressure out there, given the size of the target. And right now, Lovedeep, we've got the first wicket of the series for Cyprus coming in. And it's a false shot, and it might actually go all the way. It does. Maximo for Magare on international debut. He hits his first ball for a backwards Maximo, a Baximo to get him going.
That's not the prettiest shot, but in the scorebook and in the records, that'll go as a 6th first ball on debut for Magare. I don't think he'll mind too much. So wasn't a bad ball there from Sandhu. Here comes he again, very tall. There's Lovedeep Sandhu. And this is going over the top. He's given, well.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I think it hits him in line. I don't think there's an issue with it missing the 3 stumps on line. But yeah, the issue might be the height. Check it out here. Yeah, kind of half a step forward, only half. To be honest, my instinct was out.
Yeah, I don't think it's a terrible decision. And the golden boy puts his finger up, but I thought it was high.
Yeah.
He's a big, as I said, he's a very tall man. So
yeah, this is the angle that gives the best idea of the height. Yeah, for me, watching that, it's touch and go on the height. So, I mean, you look front on, it looks pretty good. Side on, maybe file it under Q for questionable, but I think it's an umpire's call, really. Wasn't the best shot from Magari, you have to be fair.
No,
cross-batting a ball that's on the stumps. So, he plays the perfect T10 innings, 6 and out.
6 and out.
46 for 2, up to 3.4. Let's hope he gets another opportunity soon, though.
Comes the bowler again. He's been a good over.
Sid Gown gets about at 4. He's another player that we're seeing in the national setup for the first time in a while. I believe this is his first time he's actually batting for Czechia, because I don't think he batted in the one T20 international he played back in 2019.
He's done a couple of tours. He was supposed to go to the Netherlands with the national team, and then there were problems with eligibility because he spent a bit of time for work out of the country. So comes in again and just prodded down, no run, just very watchful. Really good over there from Lovedeep Sandhu. 2 for 8. The Czechs after 4 are 46 for 2.
Yeah, 46 for 2 after 4. So I've got down below a run of ball. And credit to Cyprus. I mean, it's a tough start they had in the first half of their innings, just losing a bunch of wickets. And you see it there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all those overs, bringing wickets. And then losing a couple more at the end. But, yeah, Czechia, yeah, off to a good start, but it's only a start. They want to finish it off, and I'm sure the guys individually, they're obviously really proud to represent the country, but they want to make sure that they put their name forward so that they're picked for future games, not only this tournament, but future tournaments to come.
I mean, this is the first time they've seen these bowlers as well, so they're feeling them out a little bit. And it's a really good over there from Lovedeep Sandhu. The new bowler comes in and this is hit straight down the ground. It's the 5th over now, so we're well out of the power play.
Yeah, Rajvinder comes back for a second over. Bowled a pretty good one in the first. And yeah, it'll be interesting. Nice to see him up the top of the order. Got plenty of options though, as you mentioned, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's good to see these guys who are so good in the ECS getting a go. Sid Goud, class batsman. This one's dug out, through the covers, just a single, get him off the mark.
Gets him going.
So it's a little bit cagey at the moment from the Czechs. Sometimes when you're facing a low total, you're not as aggressive as what you can be. I think we'll in the next match we'll see a different way of batting by the Czechs. I think they'll launch a bit of an attack pretty early, and this is hit nicely, and 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. It's just a fraction short, wasn't it? And yeah, Divi Singh, he's very confident. He's one guy that seems to have the pace of this pitch down. Hit a couple of 90s. Oh, hello, Danny.
Oh,
hello.
Bry
What's going
Lappa.
on over there? Bry Lappa.
They do have, looks like they've got South African wines as well as
Namibian beer, apparently, as well.
I hope they have a few at the end of the day.
Well, the next time we see that, Mr. Maximo will be there. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and he's misjudged it completely. Oh, and that's Mazumda out there. He ran in, he's got his head in his hands right now. Well, yeah, maybe we should focus on the barbecue, because Cyprus fans, they won't want to focus on this. Just thinks it's a mishit, but it was hit better than he thought. Finds himself in no man's land, and the result's 4 runs.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the fielder. Just misjudged it. A bit lucky there for Devendra. Who, I don't know if you call it a life, but because the fielder didn't get really a hand on it. But it's a really good ball there from Brar.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Brar. He's got a wicketless here, but he's been pretty good and should have had a wicket. He's very close to getting a little nick on this for a caught behind.
Yeah, it's I like what I've seen from a couple of these bowlers from Cyprus. Brar's been really good. Lovedeep Sandhu, we're assuming we'll get the next over. Took 2 in that one. And again, nothing shot there from Devendra. They look a bit tentative, these batsmen at the moment. They just need to bat like they did in the series we've just seen, and they'll be fine. So Gowd will face up against Lovedeep Sandhu, as we see here tonight. 3 matches tonight, starting pretty early at 2:30 GMT. Marlow Gamblers first up, then the Wanderers, Porto Wanderers against the Gamblers, and then Marlow against the Porto Wanderers. So it'll be Corey Rutgers bringing all the action there from Portugal. It'll overlap quite a bit with this this series here. So if you've got it up on 2 screens, you can watch both games. So Lovedeep Sandhu will continue. 2 for 8 in his last over. It was a good one. On to Sid Gowd. So it's he's a tall man. Is Lovepreet comes in. Sid Gowd been a bit tentative already. Just watched the ball onto the bat, and again just turned out around the corner, giving Devendra Singh, who's the set batsman, the strike. Good batting by Gowd. 22 runs in 29 needed for the Czechs.
Yeah, just cruising. And got to hand it to Cyprus. They've kind of kept Czechs under wraps for the most part. A little bit to work with there. I think the bowlers as well have been reasonably accurate. But yeah, Czechia, maybe not as explosive, not as all guns blazing as I thought they might have been in this chase.
I think there'll be all guns blazing in the next game against Greece, though.
That's going to be an absolute banger of a game. And that means we'll get to see the Greeks fielding first. You can already see them over there. They're warming up there, bringing a lot of energy. This is driven nicely. It gets over cover, and Gowd gets his first boundary in a Czech shirt. It's a good-looking shot as well, 4 runs.
Really good-looking shot, just over the cover fieldsman. But it's a bit of a half volley there, and not too far away.
Cracking shot, good contact.
Dan Siller's walking past us now. If he would have been fielding in the covers, he would have taken that chest height.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. 203 centimetres of him, Dan Casey. Yes, Sid plays the cricket for Vitarati here in the local competition. Club that you have a lot to do with as well, Danny.
I do. So ball comes in again.
Oh, slightly mistimed this time. On the bounce to Akar Ali.
Yeah, Sid's a quality performer. Didn't see too much of him in the series. He got run out twice without scoring. One was a diamond duck, but hit a sparkling 80-odd in one of the first games they played, Vitarati. And this is just tucked around the corner. Too easy. It was short and down leg side. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Let's have another look. Got a bit of an under edge on it.
Yeah, he did. It's just a bad ball, really. We said they hadn't bowled too many of them. We know that behind the wicket in particular, it runs away so fast. It's kind of slightly downhill, isn't it, as well, to that end behind the wickets.
I think the Cypriots only just came in yesterday, I think. So it's they haven't seen this ground before. They might have seen a bit of the coverage of the ECS that went on for the last 2 weeks.
Rancho's a good umpire, but not so sure about his fielding here. The Golden Boy just didn't quite get down.
Another one that hit the shins.
Yeah. Bring out the magic spray. Last ball to 6 here. Goes straight down the ground. Doesn't really time it. And the skipper, Rajvinder Brar, will do the fielding. That's the end of 6 overs. Czechia just need a dozen to win from here. It's 67 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, it's been pretty comfortable. I think the Cypriots have stopped bowling these wides, which was a bit of a plague in the early overs. And been a couple of good overs from Brar and also from Lovedeep Sandhu. See here, Divisi with 23. Devendra, it's 20 off 13.
Yeah, and Lovedeep Sandhu with a couple of wickets there. And there's a few questions in the chat wondering, is he from Cyprus? Well, good news is he is. But yeah, Lovedeep is one of the few players we actually haven't seen on ECN before. Haven't seen him playing in ECS cricket or night cricket in Cyprus. So yeah, nice to see him get a bit of success in his first match on the network.
I was impressed with the bowling. He used his height well, and those 2 wickets in his first over. I think we'll see a lot more from Lovedeep Sandhu.
Makarali is a guy we've seen a fair bit of on ECN. Here he is bowling his second over. First one is pitched up, whipped away nicely, just a single though. as Czechia close in on this target.
Yeah, they don't need to do anything too rash to these batsmen. They're both, as mentioned before, both very technical batsmen. They can just hit singles from here. There'll be the odd boundary, just a loose ball, and it can be put away, but doesn't have to be any risks taken. So the bowler comes in again.
Pretty well located again. It's one down the ground. It's a nice little settler. I suppose they'll have the benefit to bat the whole 10 overs coming up against Greece, batting first. So let's see if they stick with this order, whether they'll make some changes. If they make some changes for the side, I think we'll get to see the teams in a minute. Right now, Wakarali trying to prolong things. That's a slower ball, and it is picked and it's smashed out of here. And I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo, 6 runs. Again, it's good variation, but you can see players on this pitch, they know kind of what it's going to do. It hits with the movement. That's a nice shot by Sid Gowd.
Yeah, really nice shot. It was right onto that early. He got into, he prepared for it, saw the short ball, and well, it's a big 6 there for Sid Gowd. Carly comes in, bowling again.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the end of the game, I think. And it's a ball that hits that area. It's going to be 4 byes. Yeah, around the crease, there's some pretty unpredictable bounces. And this one almost knocks the keeper's head off Pretaj. And that will be the end of the game. And they'll end up doing it with 20 balls to spare. Fairly comfortable victory, no doubt. Set up by a very good bowling performance, especially early in the first innings of the game, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it was through good bowling that the Czechs put the Cyprus batting under pressure. They did recover pretty well to get 78, 79 as a target on this ground is not very big. We haven't seen anything like that defended.
We haven't seen double digits defended so far. So this is what's coming up next. Let's have a look at the sides. Okay, so Satya Sengupta comes in for Czechia, and Martin Verndl comes in for his debut in a Czech shirt. That's going to be a great moment for him, no doubt. Greece, though, watch out for Sinan Khan at the top of the order. He's a very good player. Aslam Mohammed, the captain, he's so experienced, and he's still in his prime, even though he's over 50. Georgios Galanis, teenage leg spinner. Watch out for him. Don't forget Greece. They were 5-1 in the ECI. They won it in Bulgaria just last month. So that next game is coming up in about half an hour's time. And the news from the toss, Czechia winning the toss, and they'll be batting first. As we roll into the highlights, and in the end, just not enough runs on the board for Cyprus. You didn't really need to know too much about ECN cricket to know that 70s was going to be pretty hard to defend. Sabu and Davitsi and Devendra Singh set about chasing the target. Some nice attacking shots in there. Sabah getting a few away. Got to say, I really loved some of the drives down the ground. Like, I like to see when Sabah's hitting the ball in front of the wicket with power. This, for me, though, that was pretty. The on drive for 4. Probably the shot of the innings for me, Danny.
Yeah, me too. That's a lovely shot. Again, just no risk. Then you get the next one. It's a big inside edge. And this is where Sabah lost his wicket. Not happy about it. So a shot he didn't need to play. But it did bring out Ruturaj Magare, who was LBW after hitting a back Samoa, as Vinny mentioned before. And,
yeah, 6 and out, unfortunately, for Magare. But he'll feel better that he does get the 6. And I'm sure we'll see him with a few more opportunities in the series. But then this game was on borrowed time, despite the efforts of Lovedeep, who does get a couple of wickets. Lovedeep Sandhu. Also, I think that Rajvinder Brar bowled really well for Cyprus. So it's a beginning for them. They'll get 6 matches, and let's hope they can maybe put a few more on the board in the next appearance. They'll play Greece in match 3 now.
well, that's it. It's brand new conditions, and we'll see where these two teams stand. I mean, we're going to see Greece in the next game against the Czechs, but also it'll be interesting to see how the Greece and Cyprus game will be, to see just the levels of those two teams that have never played here before. So as we say, the Davisi top scoring 23, Devendra Singh 21 off 14, and Sid Gowd 18 off 11. A lot of extras as well. And such a
4 byes didn't help at the end. I think that surprised Pretaj, understandably so. But yeah, cruise control really for Czechia as they get there with 20 balls to spare. And with the bowlers, we mentioned a couple of good performers. I think in particular Rajvinder Brar was unlucky not to take a wicket to number 17 off his two. Lovedeep Sandhu, first chance to see him on ECM. I think he was able to get a couple of breakthroughs. 2 for 19. He got a skied catch and an LBW in fairly quick succession. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes and we'll head into the second game of the day. The Greeks have arrived. We'll take Kalimera to them. And it will be Czechia, Greece on the other side of this break. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, with Danny Hu to check more ECI action after this. You're watching the European Cricket Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Exciting times now in this ECI. It's already in full swing, but now we'll get to see the third team involved because Greece will have their first match in the series. So it will be Czechia, the hosts, against Greece here in match 2. And I am really proud to say that we have a special guest today. We have the mayor of Vinoj. Vinoj is the local area where these cricket grounds exist, and I've got to say it's one of the nicest cricket facilities that I've seen in Europe. And it's going to be Michal Biskup, the mayor, to toss the coin. He's with the two captains and the sheriff, Charles Croucher.
Michael, you'll toss the coin and Greece will call. Heads is the call. And it's a tail. We'll bat first.
Well, that was a great job by the mayor. He got the coin in the air and he has landed it the right way for Czech fans because Aaron Ashoka, the Czech captain, has won the toss and he's elected to bat. So we'll get to see them bat the distance this time. Let's see what their order looks like. I can't really pick it. They've got so many batters in there. They've got so many informed players as well. But I really hope that throughout this weekend they try and perhaps give some of the guys coming into the team a bit of an extended opportunity with the bat. Let's see if they sink or swim at this level. Now the Czech team were pretty explosive with the ball as well. Riaz Afridi seemed to be zoning in on the stumps and he was causing a few problems for the batters, so that will be pretty exciting, but we'll have to wait for the second half of this game to see him with the ball. For Greece though, I mean, they were outstanding. They do have ECI experience. They played and they won the Bulgarian series, and that was only last month at the start of June. They had a 5-1 record. The only game they lost in that series was actually a bit of a dead rubber against Turkey. So they beat Turkey and they beat Bulgaria in that series. And one thing I really liked about the Greek side is the focus on their fielding. I think they fielded really well. They got good energy. You'll see a fair few Greek sounding names in their team as well, which is always wonderful to see. And just watch out for their captain, Mohamed Aslam. He is a guy, you wouldn't believe he's above 50 because he still is in his prime, and I can't wait to see him get out there. But I think maybe we'll see Sinan Khan at the top of the order, and he is quite a destructive hitter. But first, it will be the Czechs batting after they win the toss. Once again, big thank you to the mayor, Michal Biskup, for tossing the coin. Let's get ready for the first ball. Danny Hudacek will take you there with the news from the toss. The Czechs, they are batting first.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series, well, Cricket International, I should say, in Czechia, with Czechia playing Greece. And it was a good toss to win, I think, for the Czechs. They'll be opening the, well, they'll be batting. The openers will be, looks like, Sabundivizi again. And interesting to see who they pick. It'll be Vaishak Jaganivasan who'll be opening with him. So Saba given the role again. Didn't look too convincing in the previous game. Given a bit of a different role here. It was only a meagre target set by Cyprus in that game. Greece will come to the party. She'll be very competitive. Young side, athletic. It'll be Alexis Souvlakis. Actually, it won't be. It will be Sinan Khan to open the bowling. Hard to see the black numbers on the blue shirts of the Greeks. Good-looking kit though. So got a couple of men back. One at third man. The other one at long on for Divisi. Plenty of gap over cover. He goes that way. There's no fine leg. He'll want to keep it away from Suba's leg stump. So let's see what the Greeks bring to the party. So the Cypriots earlier, a couple of good performances with bat and ball, but not the greatest team performance. But they'll improve with the tournament. As Sinan Khan comes in, bowls around the wicket, and a little bit of pace there from Sinan. Left alone by Davisi. He likes the ball coming on. This one pretty quick. So right on the mark, straight up, just short of length. Got up quite a bit towards the head height of Davisi. There's a man at third man who come into play if Davisi tries that cut shot. A late cut. Comes in again. And he's hit straight down the ground. Player coming around. Just be a single. And bring Jagan Everson on strike. So it's good to see Jagan Everson back in the team. It's been a little while for him. He was down in the ECC a couple of years ago with the Czech team. Had a pretty ordinary tournament, to be fair. But he's come back here and he's looked really good with the bat. But Sinan Khan's pretty quick. To see how he plays him. There's a third man, and also a long on for Jagan Everson. He faces the first ball from Sinan Khan. And lovely shot. Been well fielded there. Oh, it could be a run out. Saba just takes off on the shot. And it's not one of his strengths, as Saba Windavisi. It's a beautiful shot there, and well, it should have been a wicket. If you'd gone to the bowler straight away, it would have been, and not good running there from the Czech. Saba Windavisi just taking off on the shot, and I guess Jagan Everson gets off the mark. Sinan Khan comes in again, and this is hit firmly. Straight to the fielder again, a bit of a mix-up, and well, I don't know what Saba's complaining about. It went straight to the fielder hard. He's complaining to his batting partner. You just can't run on that. I mean, there's a chance of a run at either end. Saba. Well, it's all action when he's out there. So I think he just should stick to hitting boundaries, because these Greeks are well drilled. Some good fielding already. As Khan comes in again, coming around the wicket. And that's short and hammered for 6. Well, you can get away with it a little bit, bowling short Saba Windavisi, but not that time. It's a nice shot by Davisi. So pretty well controlled as well. And Sinan Khan, he's quick. Davisi doesn't mind the quick bowling. Come in again. It's been a pretty good over though. Just one ball left. So you hear some cheering on the Banks field. And that's, well, got through him. That's 4 runs. It's pretty quick. Bit of luck there maybe for Saba. Let's have a look at this. And yeah, got an inside edge. Luckily for Saba that it didn't go straight through him. And that's 4 runs. So good start for the Czechs. And it's a good bowler is Sinan Khan. Kept it really tight. Bowled with a lot of pace. And they know they're in a game here, the Czechs. But a pretty good start for them scoreboard-wise. 58 days to go to the Euros of cricket. And 31 countries there. It's a fantastic tournament. Vinny Sandhu has joined me.
A few people popping in now. And
some picnickers.
yeah, what a nice way to spend a Saturday. Sinan Khan, you already saw, he gets it through, and he can also bat. He's a guy, he did score a century in the ECI in Bulgaria earlier this year. His over goes for 12, a bit unlucky. But right now the running's a bit all over the place between these two. Another potential run-out opportunity. I think the Greeks will be a bit upset they don't capitalise on one of those opportunities because they are pretty well drilled in the field. As Spiridon Vasilakis is bowling the second over. Now, he's a guy we have seen playing in the ECL, and yeah, this guy plays very good level of football in Greece, actually. But as you can see, he's also a very talented cricketer. And as you can probably already tell from the Greek team sheet, there's a lot of Greek names in there, which shows you a lot of people have learnt their cricket in the country.
Tall left-hander bowler, and Jagan Everson goes over the top. Nice shot, very controlled. Yeah, the field is in because of the power play. Have a look at this. It's just a fraction short. Jagan Everson just gets it over the top. One bounce over the rope. Really nice shot there from Jagan Everson.
A really nice shot, wasn't it? And he's a guy, like you said, scored 100 in the ECS. But we saw him listed at 10 the first game, but I think that might just be he must have been told, look, okay, you won't be batting up the order in the first game, second game you're opening. So it's probably something like that.
Yeah, look at on my team sheet, it's got well, actually, it's changed a little bit.
Yeah.
But on the selection you have Aaron Ashokan batting at 11. Just don't think it's going to happen. Oh, excitement. Dan Zilla's
Aaron
bringing
11.
his coffee.
I've got him batting 7, but okay. Got to say thanks to Wayne. Wayne put a bit of money in the kitty, and I know I was meant to buy coffee with it. I ended up buying a big bag of biltong.
Okay. Biltong.
Yeah.
Oh, big swing and a miss there from Jagan Everson. Good bowling.
And I do have to say also, I think I went over budget because it was a big bag. He gave me $20 Australian. It probably cost approximately 35 Australian. I just realised, but that's okay, Wayne. I can tell you it was delicious. I had to have it taken off me.
You've eaten it already?
No, but I did just give it to someone
That
for
would be
safekeeping.
a lot of biltong to eat.
It was amazing. The guys from Bryluppe in providing some food today.
Oh, this could be out and gone. Well, Jagan Everson hit it straight to the fielder. Makes no mistake. And that's the first wicket down for the Czechs.
Yeah, and it was a hard ball to drive. It wasn't that full from Vasilakis. And you can see, didn't go over, didn't go under. And it's a pretty easy catch there for Christodoulos Bogdanos at mid-on. And Greece, they're up and away. And I think already you're seeing Czechia put to the test a little bit more than they were dealing with in the first game. As they lose their first wicket, Jagan Everson goes at 16 for 1.
Well, that's what a good fielding side does. You see it with France as well, where they're just really up for it. They're well drilled, and well, the Czechs will definitely learn a lesson from watching the Greeks in the field. There's not quite the same intensity, I think, with the Czech fielding as there is in with the Greeks. And
plenty of cricket going on, by the way, Danny. Also got the Czech women's national team playing today, and so they're playing the German competition. Do you know that? So that's a game going on Hugo Banks Field at the same time. So isn't that wonderful to have the men's and the women's teams playing at the same time in the same place?
absolutely.
You wouldn't see that very often, I don't think, anywhere.
Yeah, true. Good to see. So it's been a really good start here.
Like Vasilakis.
Yeah,
and
it's
he
good.
looks like the kind of guy that would be immortalised by a statue somewhere, doesn't he? He's well built, and he has 1 wicket to his name. And this is Rudraj Magare, who's coming out, holds on to his spot at number 3. He went 6 and out in the first game, so let's see what he can do. He was the player of the series in the ECS, just completed yesterday.
He was, and well, let's hope he can get going. It's a pretty streaky shot to get his first 6. And this is turned around the corner straight to a fielder.
Yeah, but you think you're already seeing at the national level, we'll come back to that in a second, they're looking for a run. In the end, they don't get one. It's the end of the second over, and the score is 16 for 1 after 2. United, for example, who Magari plays for, they're really good at running between the wickets, the top 4 guys. They're used to batting together. But when you go up a level and you go to international, you might not have batted with these guys too much. So you can already see just some miscommunications popping in.
To be fair, if there's miscommunication to happen between batsmen, it normally involves Sabu and Davisi. He's not the greatest.
That's true as well.
He ball watches. There's confusion. He'll take off like he did before, and it's you just got to work with him. I think he's an experienced cricketer. Is Davisi, but teaching him something might be a little bit tricky for the coaching of the national side.
I think there should be a new, like a level 6 coaching, just dealing with those kind of issues. Anyway, it's going to be Sinan Khan to bowl out here in the third.
That's a nice shot. Hit it hard through the sort of backward point area.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's not totally without risk. It's in the air, but it's hit hard. It's hit away from the fielder. And yeah, a few more spectators down there on the Scott Page bench as well, which is quite a special piece of furniture, isn't it? With,
Absolutely.
Some old cricket bats making up the seat of the bench. And that's a really, you see it in the background there,
I
actually.
think it might be Joe Foster's parents.
It could be, yeah, but that's in the memory of Scott Page that did a lot of Czech cricket, lost his life a bit of time ago now. Anyway, push and run.
That's better from these two.
Yeah. So both are capable of running well. I think, yeah, Davisi, sometimes we see him involved in some calamities. Yeah, there we go. And I think that is the Fosters that have turned up. So yeah, can't really tell
Cecile
from
and
there.
Colin, is it Cecile?
It is. Yeah. And we caught up with Joe last night. Joe doing a great job umpiring. But yeah, Cecilia and Colin are here. So welcome to the Fosters. Anyway, here's Sinan bringing a bit of heat. Man, I'm liking this. You see this Greek side, they're well built, they're athletic. They throw themselves around in the field. And this pitch is not the fastest pitch, but I think you've got a bit of pace. There's some good carry, you saw it there from Sinan.
Oh, I like what I've seen so far. And probably not the greatest shot there from Magare. There is a man down at the gully, I guess, on the rope.
Can I tell you something as well? That Bulgarian ECI. It's on the way up. So Sinan Khan, he was the leading 6 hitter in that competition. He hit 24 sixes. The next best was 9. Okay, so watch out from the second inning. I'm pretty sure we'll see him opening the batting.
He's a good young athletic bowler.
It's not bad, isn't it?
And
He hit 24 sixes.
looking forward to seeing what they have. They're definitely brought a different energy to than what Cyprus did earlier. And the Czechs know they're in a game. 21 at the moment. Loss of 1 wicket. Couple of balls left in the power play. It's been a pretty good one for Greece.
Yeah, it has. We knew they'd be bringing it, and they are so far. 2 to come for Sinan.
Oh, it's a loose shot again from Magare. He's just having a bit of a swing. And just should be playing good cricket shots rather than trying to find the ball.
He's been normally so good at kind of getting across to a ball like that and working it off his hip, but he doesn't really get across here. He kind of stands still. Ends up going straight over the stumps. So Sinan hasn't taken a wicket so far. He'll have one more opportunity.
He's had a bit of a chat to his batting partner. Sabah, I'm not quite sure what kind of advice he's given him, but Sabah's not the sensible type. But I'm sure just a calming word would be good.
Last ball to power play.
That's a nice shot. Just turned it around the corner. Bit of fancy footwork and 4 runs.
Yeah, another one past the yellow jacket. Do you think we should bring in a rule that you get an extra couple of runs if you also beat the yellow jacket? Because, well, we've seen some good yellow jacket fielding. We've seen some less than good yellow jacket fielding. Anyway, right now it's 25 for 1 after 3. I think they're pretty happy to take 21 off Sinan Khan. So it's not the worst power play. Obviously hasn't set the world on fire. Plenty of batting to come, plenty of wickets in hand. Yeah, but Sinan, again, he'll have to adjust to this pitch. This pitch is slightly different with the bat. The fact that the ball, maybe doesn't quite come on as much as some others. We did have an ECS in Corfu in October 2021. We had a great time there. We had some issues with the fact that the week before there was so much rain, and it's one field that doesn't really drain. It's right on the marina. The first and the last days were washed out, but in between we saw some really good cricket. And Sinan Khan, he was playing for Corfu during that tournament.
You mentioned you could have played like canoe cricket on the
last
field at one
day,
stage.
yes. The last day would have been canoe cricket because it really did rain the night before finals day. And yet they did win that series by default. They were the top-ranked side going to the finals, but unfortunately no play was possible on that last day.
Will be Vasilakis to continue.
So they're bowling out their openers, which it can be a bit of a risk, but I think they feel like that these two can get the job done, and they've got other bowlers to come,
That's
like
it.
Aslam, for example, the captain. He can bowl a mixture of medium pace or spin.
And Georgios Galanis, I think you mentioned before.
Yeah, Georgios Galanis, leg spinner, again, played all his cricket in Greece. And so, yeah, I think that we didn't see a lot of genuine leg spinners in the ECS, something we don't see a lot of for some reason here. But yeah, he's a very clever bowler, also pretty decent with the bat. I think he's listed at number 3. Other players to watch for Greece, you've got Shibir Aslan in there. He's a very, very good player. And right now, Vasilakis hasn't gone for too many.
It's called a wide. First wide we've seen from Greece. They've been very disciplined with the bowling and just pushed that out a little bit. Got a good movement out. Did the left armour, but just started it too wide.
Got a question from Jan Hoffman. Hello, Jan. Hopefully well.
There you go.
Why is there a South African flag next to the ground? He spotted it in the background. I can tell you why, Jan.
He's going to be up here in a couple of hours.
You should be here, Jan, because there's folks from Bry Lappa here. They actually have a shop in Prague, which I will definitely check out next time I'm here. Your spirit on.
Actually, Jan Hoffman makes a good Brovos.
So far, they're one big bag of biltong lighter after I spent Wayne's money on it and some of my money.
They've got lamb. They're going to have lamb on the spit.
Lamb on the spit.
Brovos, like hot dogs. Brovos are like a beef.
Yeah, Brovos
sausage.
is great.
Again, Jan Hoffman's Brovos is really good. Makes his own. And there's Namibian beer as well for later.
For later, much later. But that place is going to know me pretty well by the end of the day. Up in the air, and it's going to get over the infield, and that should run away for 4, and it does. So Magare hasn't exactly been convincing so far, but he is still there. Let's see if he can find his touch as we head into the middle overs.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a few nerves here from Magare as well. I mean, he's had a good series, but this is a different level, I think. And I think apart from PCC and Bono, we don't see consistency. We see in the sides. The fielding is definitely up a level from what we saw in the ECS here from the Greeks. So you know, he's in for a contest.
Yeah, I just think if he can survive while those nerves go away, you know, he's got away with a couple here. Even the first 6 he hit was a bit of a lucky one this morning when he top edged it for 6. But
he's in pretty good touch though.
Yeah, he really is. So it's a mental thing. He just has to put it out of his mind and play the same way. He has some natural advantages over the opposition here, having batted so much in the last couple of weeks on this pitch. Vasilakis with a comeback ball. Wide. Come on, one. But I think that this shot tells me Magare, you know, I think sometimes he's maybe premeditating a little bit. I mean, that's a shot that really needs to go through the offside. Vasilakis will have to bowl it again.
Yeah, I thought that was in. I mean, it was angled a little bit.
Might have got a little bit of the line, I think. Stefan Gooch, our very own, standing in this ECI.
Good to see Steph, the Swiss Army knife of the ECN crew.
He was winning it a couple of weeks ago. The blinders on the wide for sure this time. So Vasilakis is funny. He can swing the ball back sometimes, but a lot of them just kind of angle across. You see, this one goes a little bit off the deck as well. And yeah, I mean, it's not a bad spot to miss, to be honest. You know, someone like Magare, you certainly don't want to get in at the hip because he turns away a lot of balls to the leg side boundary. But Vasilakis just missing his spots a couple of times.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a looser over. And that'll be, I think the Czechs will enjoy just getting the bit of the...
That's pretty close.
I don't know, I think maybe. It was very full.
Because it's only if it pitches outside leg stump.
I think it might have. Let's have a look.
But look...
it's not bad. It's
pretty close. Maybe umpires call on where it bounces because you don't really see the leg stump there. Worth a very good shout. It was only a half shout.
Yeah, I think it was a very good ball and
yeah, I mean,
possibly unlucky, to be fair.
yeah, if he'd given that out, it'd be hard to argue against it. But I think that where it pitched was the element of doubt,
Yeah.
which resulted in the not out decision, which is
Yeah.
fair enough as well.
Yeah, agreed.
But it was full, as you said, just more likely to get an LBW. Left-handed, right-hander if it is full. This is full, and Davizzi chops it onto his own pad. And so, yeah, right now you'd have to say Greece with the upper hand in this game.
Yeah, I think so. They're not. There's no real fluidity to the innings here from the Czechs. I'm sure that'll happen eventually. I mean, Davizzi's 17 off 9 and 34 for 1. And we're in the fourth, but they'll need to pump that run rate up.
So sometimes I'll go by T20 international rankings as a guide, even though it is 10 over cricket. This is the last ball, the fourth.
It's a nice shot over the top. Pick the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, and that's going to end up on the other field. That looks like Shamal Joshi. That's rocked up over there. And Shamal, we've seen him do a bit of fielding on the field. And he doesn't quite cut that one off in time, but anyway, it's the end of the over, and a pretty good finish for Davizzi in the fourth. It's 38 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, so the little worm here doesn't really indicate that much, except that the second over was a pretty good one, and it was a wicket taken.
Early days at the moment. Yeah, but Greece, they're actually the lowest ranked country in the ICC system. So it's good that they're on there. Obviously, the more matches you play, you can kind of climb the ladder as far as that goes. But yeah, their ranking is 87.
Well, they're certainly better than that.
Yes.
I think.
You know, so I think that's more, that's why I said it's probably not that useful when we're looking at them right here, right now. Czechia are ranked in the 50s, 51 at the moment. And Cyprus, I think they're somewhere in the 60s, 68. This is a change of bowling. They're forced to change both bowlers. And Azra Ahmed is bowling over number 5.
And it's Sabo takes off again. That's what it is. And just hit the batsman. They started to take off, but no run. It's coming around the wicket.
Yeah.
So he's going to be bowling containment, pretty much. Well, this could be out, or it could be 6. Good effort there from the fielder.
Really good effort. Really good effort. That's Bogdanos, who also already took a catch. It was a pretty easy one. This was uneasy. Did everything he could, to be honest. He got back. He launched himself from inside the field of play. And you can see the other fielder was hoping that he might be able to tap it to him or maybe flick it to him while he was in the air. But the result is a Maximo. Maybe that'll settle Magare's nerves, although it was another close call for Udaraj.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, judged that 6 well.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, this is in the air. The bowler, it's going to be a tough one, but takes it comfortably in the end. Another wicket goes down. That's the end of Magare. And the Czechs lose their second wicket.
Yeah, probably got a little bit too leg side conscious. He's fighting the angle here. Didn't really go after it in a big way either. Was just trying to time it over the leg side. And we know he scored a lot of runs there. Yeah, but he's kind of done by the angle. Azra Ahmed with the breakthrough. And Czechia now, they're 44 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good performance so far. Good pressure from the Greeks, and but there's a very, very strong batting lineup here for the Czechs. They want to get a bit of a partnership up. It'll be interesting to see who comes in. Looks like the tank.
It is. Ritik Tomar coming in at number 4. Yes, so Rudraj will be disappointed. Again, not the worst contribution ever. Ends up with the end of his
15 off 10.
15 off 11 if you include the ball he gets out on, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tomar comes in and yeah, he's a guy he said is fairly recently into the national setup, but he's looked very at home.
He has. Look, he used to be a bit hit or miss. I think Riddick, especially with the ball, and he's improved his bowling a lot, and he's a very confident batsman as well, and he's with a very familiar batting partner of Sabo and Davizzi. So it's almost the opening partnership for PCC.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
I reckon he might have nicked that.
maybe.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough take for the keeper. It's on the full. Just going on the reaction here. Yeah, I think it did. And it actually went down a fair bit and hit the keeper, Christos Molinaris, in the leg. And there's an off chance it could have lodged in his pad because of the way his pad was. That would have been a bizarre dismissal.
It's missed again by the tank.
That's right. He's just bowling slow medium. Nothing's really, but he's accurate. And you can see the batter's forced to generate their own pace. Already was the undoing of Rudraj Magare. And he just ties the tank up a couple of times.
It's been good over. 6 from it and the wicket of Magare. 1 ball to come. And Tanky hits high and long and 6. Again, just over that boundary. And,
Bogdanos needs to bring the platform shoes, doesn't he? He's been so close a couple of times. And that one sails out of the ground. So good finish to that over for Czechia. And they're 50 for 2 after 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo here with Danny Hudacek. International action live from Czechia, Greece. They are the last team that we see in this tournament, but they do have ECI experience winning the tournament in Bulgaria with a 5-1 record. You can see that they look very confident and they've actually adapted the conditions pretty well so far.
Absolutely. They look a very, very well drilled side, and the bowling's been great. Sinan Khan up top, very quick bowler, and he's good with the bat.
Yeah, he hit 24 sixes in that ECI weekend in Bulgaria. The next best for any player was 9. So can't wait to see him in these conditions. Good to see it filling up a little bit as well. I've already been by the food tent. That won't be my last trip, like I said.
Quite a few Cyprus players over there.
If you're in the area,
the roast lamb.
If you're in the area today, come down to the Vinoj Cricket Ground. Look it up on your Google Maps and check it out. As we get back to the action, Aslam Mohammed comes in, the captain. And here's the first ball that he bowls. Aslam, he can bowl some medium pace, but lately we've seen him bowling a bit more off spin.
Oh, this is high and over the fielder again, who can't quite believe it. He's he just sees the ball sailing over his head.
Yeah.
This one's hit a bit better by Sabah.
Seen a couple of the foreign fielders so far kind of taking a step in on balls they think they might need to come into, but you're kind of always better here just kind of propping because it always carries further than you think. And I think with ECN fields being smaller, you're actually already a lot closer than you normally are in the boundary.
Sure.
So normally say a slight mishit, your instinct is to kind of rush in. So they always say, it's easy to go forward than go back. But I think here, it's really important that you kind of know exactly where the rope is.
Yeah.
And so by kind of staying put a little bit longer, you can just get your bearings a bit better. Anyway, Aslam Mohammed over the wicket now to the tank, Riddick Tomar.
He gets a full toss, and that is going to be 1 bounce and onto the to disturb the ladies' cricket.
Yeah, luckily it's the end of the over there, I think, because that ball literally makes it to the middle of Hugo Banks' field. And I just wonder how fast this field would have been if we hadn't had the rain during the week. I mean, it's still so fast. It's going to be entertaining for sure. There's a bit of a wide shot. You see the surrounds. And some beautiful buildings in the background as well. Vinosh.
It's called a wide.
Clever variation though from Aslam Mohammed. You can see how he's such a clever operator. This is quicker slides through. The bowler I'd compare him to from the ECS would actually be Naeem Lava from PCC.
It's his hit over the top and into the gap and 4 runs. Well, that's another boundary there, and the tank's starting to fire.
Yeah, just a challenge kind of ball. Drives on the up, finds the gap. That was all about the placement from Riddick. And so, Czechia getting moving through these middle overs, and with such a long batting lineup, you've got no excuses to be conservative. And I think you have to also bat unselfishly. Riddick getting some really nice cricket shots here. Last ball of the over.
And squeezes that one out, gets past point. Out to the the fielder on the boundary, and it'll be Tomar to retain the strike.
67 for 2 after 6. That was a bit of an expensive over for Aslam, who goes for 17. So, hello to Kroom, who's in the chat. Nice to see you, and everybody else saying, is it tropical Saturday because of these outfits? Yeah, a little bit tropical. I've gone colourful today. I thought it's a bit of a celebration today. I'm going to go colourful. I've got something quite bright on, which isn't unusual for me, but I thought, given that it's a bit of a celebration of Czech cricket and got a fair few spectators down already, Thought it just ties in with the theme nicely.
I think I've just gone a bit of the Jimmy Buffett's.
Oh, I like what you're wearing.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's made of plastic, so it's a bit steamy.
Is it?
Well, it's nylon, I think. Something like that. I don't know what it is.
That is wrapped up in plastic.
Certainly not very organic, even though it does look organic with the palm trees.
Yeah, I like it. It's very breezy. Anyway, let's get to over number 7, and this is going to be Shabir Arslan to bowl the 7th. So, yeah, still no Galanis with his leg spin. I thought he might be an interesting one to watch.
Well, I think with the left-hander there, it's could be a little dangerous. Because he'll be hitting with the spin.
So Shabir for the first time.
And tried to turn it around the corner. He's found the short, fine leg. It's pretty much on a 45, actually. He's cut off a couple there already. That's that fielder. And
yeah, just a bit of luck there, I think, for Greece that having to go straight to the fielder. Can't afford to get too straight on this pitch. We've seen that time and time again over the last couple of weeks.
He's hit straight, slightly mishit, should just be a single. It's good to see Martin Vernal getting his Czech debut as well.
Yeah, true. That's a big moment for Martin. He played his way into the side, didn't he? Had a bit of a rough start to the ECS, but he's a Czech-born guy. He's playing cricket in the UK, has been for the last 3 or 4 years or so. He's won for the first time on ECN, and he's played his way into the team. So yeah, I'd love to see him maybe next. I'd just love to see him get a go.
Me too. I'm sure we'll get a go over the weekend. There are 6 games for the Czechs, 4 after this, so I'm sure we'll get to see some Martin Vernal action a little bit later. Well, that's a bit short. That's put away by Davisi. That's a bit too easy from Aslan.
Gone miles. I mean, that has gone deep into the bushes, and that's new balls, please, because Davisi goes maximal, and Aslan just gets a bit close to Sabah and pays the ultimate price.
Yep. Just, well, it was good tight bowling early on. The skipper, though, went for 17 off his over, and Arslan has been okay until that ball.
He has to make the adjustment.
It's a better ball, just pushed into the cover area. Skipper picks it up, and it's just 1 run. Brings Tomar back on strike, who's 16 off 8. Davisi is 35 off 15, and the Czechs at the moment. A couple of balls left of the 7th, 75 for 2. So I want to increase that run rate as well. It's at 11 at the moment. Big swing and a miss there.
Yeah, it's kind of there for it, that kind of length. Maybe try to go a bit square for extra power, but this almost takes out the off stump. Can't get a lot closer than that.
Dot balls are handy for Greece, and it's their first appearance here in Prague in this tournament. Looked impressive so far.
Yeah, for sure. Last ball the over.
This is in the air. It's going back. There's a fielder coming round and takes it. Easy catch.
Yeah, that's Georgios Kalanis that takes the catch. And you know what I like about this? He just had a little peek behind him when the ball was on the way to see where he was. So he had time. He said, look, I'm going to have a little glance down. I come back. He tracks the ball again. And he knows he's got room to move. And so, yeah, just make sure that he stays inside the rope. But Georgios Kalanis, we mentioned him as a potential spin option. Seems to have grown a bit as well in the last couple of years, Georgios. Had some good catching from Greece in this innings. And that's 3 wickets down, 75 for 3 after 7. And look who's coming to the crease. It is Martin Vernal for his first ever bat in a Czech shirt.
Yeah, congratulations to Martin. And it's great to see. He was improving in the tournament in the ECS, as we see what's coming up very shortly in maybe 58 days' time, I think.
Yeah, 58 days. Maybe he can play his way into the Czech side for the ECC by some good performances here in this tournament. And what's interesting here in Group A, Czechia and Greece, they're drawn together. So they will play each other in Group A, which is September 25, 26 and 27. Of course, only the winner will go through. And speaking to Corey, that Spanish team, you know, they've still got some issues with player unavailabilities. There's some issues there with the Catalonia region and conflicting loyalties. So, yeah.
Still come out with a strong team, I think.
They'll have a strong team for sure, but there might be a few big names missing. I can't really tell you much more than that because I don't know more than that. But anyway, look, it will be Kalanis now who takes the catch. Now grabs the ball for over number 8 with his leg spin.
It's Called it wide first up.
Pretty tight. This one didn't really turn back. He missed out.
Subber's improved against spin, but when he gets a quality bowler, he can often get himself in a bit of a mess.
2 left-handers now, not just the one left-hander with Vernal at the other end.
It's nicely hitting the gap. There's a player back there. Just be a single. Bring Vernal on strike for the first time in Czech colours.
Yeah, so, and he's going to face a Greek-born and bred player in Galanis. So you got Georgios Galanis to Martin Vernal. 2 guys that were born in the country they're representing, that have learnt their cricket in the country they're representing. And like I say, I appreciate the efforts of all European cricketers, but it's always extra special when you see something like this.
It's hit straight, almost convincing of shots there.
Maybe not, but Aslam, the captain at cover, had come in a little bit, and it didn't go too far away from him, but he just watched it go by. He wasn't able to put a diver or anything like that.
Well, that could be stumped, I think.
Yeah, well, is he? Well, here's the thing. I think he doesn't hit the stumps with the hand that the ball's in. Right? Have a look at this.
Well,
ball's in his right hand.
Yeah,
so if he's not caught, then
it's not out.
If he's not caught, he's not out.
He missed the stumps with his. I don't know what Subber's doing. He's just watching, and well, now he's going back. And,
so I thought that the keeper's going. He was going up for a catch. He thought it's caught behind, but yeah, I don't pick up an edge, and then he might have missed him. Yeah, he actually
missed
him.
Yeah.
So then he just basically.
Well, that doesn't count.
As an emergency option, tries to hit the stumps anyway. So I thought he was appealing for a catch, but it wasn't that. He just missed the stumps. You know what? Every keeper's done that at some point.
Oh, yeah?
I once did it, and it's a bit annoying. You're trying to be neat, just take the bails. But he just misses them. So that has to go down as a missed stumping, and Davizzi survives. Galanis has been robbed of a wicket.
That's called a wide. Yeah, Davizzi, he didn't try to go back at all. He thought he was out.
Well, yeah, because the ball's already in the keeper's gloves by the time he even thinks about going back. More accurately, glove. Anyway, it's just down the ground, and Galanis still bowling at Davizzi. He really should be back in the pavilion, but instead, Samba moves to 40. And that long one just probably a little bit wide for me, I think.
That's what Galanis is saying to his skipper.
Yeah, I always think it's good if you can pinch the long on, long off. And you can see Shabir Aslan saying, yeah, but I thought you wanted me more this way.
Been a pretty good over, though.
Checks up to 83.
He's a bit unlucky, though, Galanis, to be fair.
Yeah, to say the least.
And can't get hold of that against Davizzi. Be Vernal to face the final ball of this over. It's a pretty good one from Galanis.
Yeah. Still can't get over that stumping. Short
and poked down. That man, well, there was one in that. If Davizzi had... Subber and Davizzi is so frustrating because there was definitely one there. He obviously wants to keep the strike.
And he gets it. It's 84 for 3 after 8.
Frustrating.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the stumping. Here's the funny thing about the stumping. Even when he missed it the first time, I know he'd taken the hand away. He probably still had time to get that hand back down onto the stump.
Sure.
Even though he'd have already raised it to shoulder high. But anyway, more Molinaris. He wasn't able to do it in the end. And now we'll get into the 9th over. So still 2 overs to go. Greece, for all of their missteps in the field, there's been a couple. They've also been pretty good. Watch the clock. That's one thing. They're going to have to bowl this over in about 3.5. They should do that. But they're cutting it pretty fine.
The Czechs need to get it going in this over. They need a big one just to pump that score up because there's just not enough runs at the moment. And Davizzi doesn't get hold of it because there's such a strong batting lineup. And Davizzi's 41 off 19. Vernal's 1 off 2. But I have to take some risks.
Probably should have been 2 off 2, to be fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, should be out. Bowling his second here in the 9th.
It's going to be gone. Well, Vernal, he knows. And he just missed a straight one. And that's the end of Martin Vernal on his debut.
Yeah, it just basically misses one. This is a straight one. Yeah, it's pretty adjacent. I think it hits him on the back pad. And I think the decision is correct. So, yeah, Martin, just a single on debut, trying to get on with it. You can't really blame him for that. He's played that shot well over the last couple of weeks, but yeah, it's Arslan that slips one past him. Arslan has 2 wickets for 9 now, and Czechia, they're 85 for 4.
Well, the beast comes on. See if he can score some quick runs. And well, still Aaron Ashokan to come. Devendra Singh we haven't seen yet.
Nice to see the robot in the chat. Hello, robot. And saying a big shout out to everyone watching from Corfu. Yeah, not just Corfu, but all of Greece. And obviously probably take a moment to say that our thoughts are with all those affected by the wildfires in that region at the moment. I know it's been very destructive and heartbreaking. So on behalf of ECN, thinking of all our friends in that area at this time. Right here, Greece flying the flag so far though. But the Beast, well, he's called the Beast for a reason. He's got 10 balls to play with here. Joins his PCC teammate, Davitsi, at the crease in the 9th.
That's a good ball to him first up. He squeezes it out just for a single. And bring Davitsi on strike. It's been a really good spell here from Arslan. Still got 3 balls left. It's 2 for 10 at the moment. And this Greek side, with the field and with their bowling, looking very, very good. We'll see what they have with their batting a little bit later. So Arslan comes in again, bowling around. Now we get to the left-hander Davitsi, who gets a top edge, should be out, and that's another one down.
Yeah, it was just a ball he tries to turn leg side, but turns the face too quickly, pops up the catch to point. And here's the funny thing about that. They won't get a minute credit for the wicket because it's only the 5th wicket. So it's funny that, in a way, might grab 5 runs for the Czech side as well. Keep an eye on the clock. But anyway, Davitsi has to go for 42. And Czechia now, they're 86 for 5.
Yeah, it looks like it's Divi Singh who's coming in. Surprised Ashokan's not coming in, to be fair. At this stage, I think he would be the perfect batsman to launch an attack against his bowling.
Yeah, I mean, they've got just so many options, don't they? I would have thought maybe they bat Ashokan only because Divi's already had a bat this morning. We haven't really mentioned Czechia did play in the ECIs in Austria earlier this year as well. They finished 3rd with a 2-4 record, but they did beat Hungary twice. And they got pretty close to Austria as well. They ended up winning that series. So these two teams playing in their 2nd ECI. It's, of course, the 10 over internationals at the end of European Cricket Series here on ECN. Anyway, Devendra, the clock's out. I think we might see 5 penalty runs then in a moment. That was pretty tight. And now you're thinking of an overthrow, but it's not there in the end. So that's one rule. I've got to say, I think we could probably make some tweaks with the clock rule for wickets that fall in the 7th or 8th over, or maybe 8th or 9th over, because I feel like it's the fielding team gets penalised for taking a wicket. You could argue that.
You know what, we've seen
gone quicker.
We've just gone through, was it about 60 games in this ECS?
Yeah.
And we've only seen time penalties once.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty good. You know, it works, and if it, I mean, the teams know, the captain knows. So that's short. It's hit down the ground, just be a single. Got away with that one. Normally that's in the car park from the Beast.
Yeah, that'll take us to the end of the over. So that makes it 93 for 5. And let's keep an eye on Stefan Gooch here as he comes back to his position, because I think they're going to signal the 5 penalty runs for the clock running out. So just to explain to everyone, the adjustments are made in real time with the clock. So if there's an injury or something like that, the adjustments are made in time. But if the first 5 wickets you don't get any time allowance for. So they were kind of on target there, but then so that was the 5th wicket. They don't get an extra minute. And so we'll just wait and see. Haven't seen any signal yet, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see 5 runs, which will take the score up to 98.
Yeah, they're having a chat. I'm sure it's going to happen. And, well, look, to be honest, they'll need the 5 runs, I think, the Czechs, because it's, as we're going to see the signal in a moment. And no, we're not.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Unless we missed it. I think we might have missed it. But the 5 runs, I think will go on the score. Anyway, Galanis gets a return catch that he can't hold on to. A little bit spicy And yeah, I certainly have the information now that the penalty run should be applied. So let's see.
That was hit firmly back to the bowler.
Yes, it was. Luckily, it went to his left hand, which isn't his spinning hand.
It's only one run, though. And Danke hits one down the ground. Just be another one as well.
You can see that Galanis is a good leg spinner, though. You know,
yeah.
he's pretty accurate. He hasn't turned the ball a lot. Thought he might turn it a bit more. But he gets good shape. He's got good height, so he gets good bounce.
Well, it's, I think it's a good effort from the Greeks. The Czechs won't be happy with the score, that's for sure. It's a short and didn't quite put it away. Did enough, though. 4 runs.
Yeah, just a little bit short. It's always the risk with the wrist spinner, isn't it? Just a little bit short. Well struck, and that's all about the placement as well. Gets into the gap and gets a boundary.
Yeah, I think he missed out again there, did Beastie. And again, normally that would have ended up with the South Africans, I think. And when if he just got hold of it, swung hard.
Looks like the runs have gone on screen now. So they're up to 99.
Is this enough runs, Vinny?
Honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But it's enough to potentially defend.
Oh, it's a short. It gets away with it again. They come back for a leg by, and it would have been run out too. And they're going to come back for another one. Brings the Beast back on strike. He just hasn't hit one cleanly yet.
This slid onto him a bit quicker than he thought. And I suppose you might say, why do you throw there? Well, you save a run if you hit. You give away a run if you miss. So it's kind of a bit of a gamble. You could just hold on to it and give up one, or you could risk one to save one, as it was. He missed the stumps, and they do get 2.
Again, he misses out. I'll get a leg by again. And it's been a really good over from Galanis, because with 2 dangerous batsmen in Vikramaseka and also Divi Singh, you could have imagined a big last over. It just hasn't been. And I think they're a few runs short, probably about 20 short at least. Divi hits it down the ground, just be a single. And that'll be it. In fact, they won't go for 2.
They should have. You know, I just think that they would have made it. And so we'll see if it's close at the end. 103 for 5. That includes the 5 penalty runs just to get them over the 100. But I think all things considered, Greece will be pretty happy where they're at in this match. Czechs being tested pretty well by the Greeks, playing for the first time on this ground. So I'm really impressed. We knew that they're going to bring a good team. They've got some good bowlers, good mix of bowlers as well. They're pretty solid in the field. Look, not everything went their way, but a few things did. And Czechia, the hosts, have their work cut out. 103 the first innings in match 2, and the target 104 for the Greeks.
Yeah, I'll see some of the highlights, and it was just never a fluid innings from the Czechs. And even though the VC get a 40, just wasn't a fantastic innings, was it? This was the first dismissal, that of Jagan Everson, who gave him a bit of a practice catch there. Wasn't the greatest shot. And well, he plays with risk. Does Sabawin Davisi, who's joined out in the centre by the tank, Riddick Tomar, who batted okay. In fact, it was Rudraj Magare who came in before him. Didn't last too long, did Magare? As you can see, Davisi, that was a well-placed shot over cover. And Magare got a 6. Good effort there from the fielder, and then skied one. And it was a bowler that took his own catch, but they never really got going, the Czechs. The skipper came on. This is a pretty big over, 17 from it. And Davisi with a big 6 straight. And this one didn't quite reach the boundary. Nice catch out there by Georgios Galanis. And this is the missed stumping by the keeper. He knew it wasn't out. Look here, went with the right hand, missed it, and then took it with his left. And of course, the ball was not in that glove. And I don't really think it was a strong appeal. He knew that he made a bit of an error there. This one, it's a nice hit there. Straight. Martin Verndl was the next batsman to go on his debut with an LBW. And I don't think you can have too many complaints about that. It's good bowling. But again, really didn't get going. That was the end of Davisi. Tried to turn one around the corner. They got a leading edge. And, well, Sekera, he did hit a 4, but didn't hit the ball very cleanly. And it was good bowling right at the end, especially from Galanis, who kept it very tidy. Let's have a look at the batting card. And it's just, again, no fluidity. Davisi up top, 42 off 21. Rudraj Magare, 15. Riddick Tomar, 16. There were 14 extras, including the penalty runs for the late over rate. But not a great score here for the Czechs. 103 for 504 to win for Greece. And I think there'll be a very tight game. Sinan Khan, I thought bowled well. Went for a few, but bowled with a lot of venom, pretty quick. Vasilakis also very good. Right down the bottom though, Shabir Arslan with 3 wickets for 12, and Georgios Galanis down there with good economy rate, no wicket for 16. Asa Ahmed was, and took a wicket also, as we see here. The mid-match summary: Czech Republic 103 for 5. I think they're a bit below par, probably about at least 20 runs. And Greece will have will be a tricky target. And they'll have to bat well to get there, but yeah, Czechs will have to bowl well to defend it. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time for the second half of this game. It is an European Cricket International match between the Czech Republic and Greece. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket International Czechia match between Czechia and Greece. There was a good performance with the ball and in the field from Greece. The Czech innings never really got started, and they're here to play the Greek team. 103 scored, 104 to win for Greece, and should be a target which is pretty achievable on this ground. It'll be Mataranga to open the bowling. I think the Czechs will need early wickets. As he comes into bowl to Stogianis, and left alone, called a wide. So Stogianis and Sinan Khan are the openers. And so very important to this side is Sinan Khan, opening the batting and the bowling. As Vinny mentioned before, he's a very good batsman, is Sinan Khan. Mataranga bowls another one down leg side. Loose start here from Samira, and they need to put pressure on these Greek batting because it's not the biggest score. Greeks, it's a good performance first up with the ball against a talented Czech batting lineup. They experimented a little bit with bringing new players in. Mataranga comes in again. It's a better ball. Gets him playing outside off stump. 2 on the board, no runs off the bat yet. And Mataranga, he bowled okay in the first game. Surprised not to see Abul Farhad. I'm sure he'll play the afternoon games. He's down here, the Bohemians fast bowler. He has a freebie. He'll probably take the next over. As Mataranga bowls again to Stogianis, who cuts that. There's a player back there. Just be a single. And that'll bring Sinan Khan on strike. So Mataranga, he's been recalled to this Czech side after a very good tournament. He's bowled really well. He's consistent, comes off a short run, and normally gets a bit of outswing. Can spray them a bit sometimes. Comes in again, and it's well played on the leg side. Chance for a run out, and a wild throw there. That was Satyajit Sengupta, who was also actually very good with the ball. I think we might see him in the middle overs, Sengupta. So he's a good all-rounder. Doesn't bat high in this batting lineup for Czechia, though, I'd say. Mataranga comes in again. And hit down the ground. Nice shot, 4 runs. He's right in the slot. And didn't hit it too hard. And it's just a nice shot straight down the ground by Stogianis. He moves on to 5. 8 at the moment. Mataranga comes in again. And that should be called a wide. So the Czechs have 2 men back. No one on the hit. Just there's a 3rd man. Actually, both of them are down towards the offside. There's a 3rd man and a man on the boundary at that sort of deep point area, maybe a little bit finer than that. A lot of noise from the Greeks, a lot of noise from the women's cricket as well as the Czechs over there. Take a wicket. Mataranga comes in again, and it's gone down towards Sudesh. And the 3rd man, just a single. We've got that area well covered to the Czechs. So he gets down well, just knocks it down. There's the beast. Mataranga, final ball of this over. Not been a great one. This is in the air, it should be safe. Vernal's going back, Sabba's going back, it plugs. They'll come back for 2. That's another 2 to the total. And 13 off the over. It's not a great one for the Czechs. A bit loose by Mataranga. And, well, let's have a look. 48 games since the last golden ball. And that was here Saturday last week between Brno and United. If you haven't seen it, go back and see it. Have a look at the over before. Ayush Sharma, who's here in the Czech lineup, is I think he's a reserve for this this tournament. He was involved the over before. And then have a look at the golden ball itself, because it was a really interesting one. If you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it for you. And it was last Saturday here in Prague. All right, now we're getting spicy. Riaz Afridi is coming in, and I'm sure he'll charge in for the Czech Republic. He's a big fast bowler. Bowling to Stogianis. Good ball, beats him outside off. A little bit quicker than Mataranga. I'm sure we'll see a good bouncer from him as well somewhere during the over. That was nicely pitched up. I thought he bowled well in the first game. Bowled with a bit of discipline. Now, he set one up also with a fantastic bouncer that the batsman got his gloves in front of. It would have crashed into his helmet if he hadn't done that. And then very next ball, bowled a beautiful pitched up delivery in swinging to claim a wicket. Freddie's bowled to Stogianis. And a bit shorter, late on the shot. Tried to cut it, it was a bit too close to him. And it's been a good start here from Afridi. And cut in a bit. You want to keep this very tight. As I said, the Czechs would love early wickets, especially that of Sinan Khan, who's at the non-strikers end. Stogianis is looking pretty handy with the bat already. He's 6 off 6, hit a nice 4 down the ground. Comes Afridi bowling to him. And it's going to be called a wide, bit loose one, that one. Another look, and yeah, just easy take there for Devendra Singh, but good carry. Just got the radar a little bit wrong. Did Afridi. Having a chat. Getting encouragement there from Mataranga and also Subwan Davisi. There's a Riaz. And there's a high bouncer, called a wide. Well, Stogianis is not the tallest, but I think it was well over his helmet. Let's have a look. And yeah, needed a step ladder. So, after a pretty good start, it's been a bit loose from Afridi. Only a couple off it so far. And again, another wide. He's needs to pull this back. There's Afridi. He's not bowling with any control at all. Nothing off the bat yet. It's just all been wides, and that was a big wide, almost a no ball. So, and his skipper's coming out to have a chat to him, saying, well, it's the thing in front of the batsman, not a long way away from him on his offside. Let's see if he comes back. One aimed at the stumps, I think, would be wise. Interesting from Ashokan as well. That's a well played and a nicely taken single. Just squeezed out to point. Verndl does the fielding. Interesting that Arun Ashokan has swapped positions with Davisi, who's gone into the covers. I think just to have a chat to Riaz Afridi. I think he'll have a little rest after this over. Even though it's not been expensive, it's just been loose. And when you've got your spearhead there, who took 3 wickets in the last game, I'd like him to have had a tighter over. Comes in again, and full toss. Hit to Davisi. He comes up, throws at it. It's well backed up by Devendra Singh. Just a single. Let's look at this from side on. Goes back in his crease. And did well have gone on top of that with the batsman. Not sure what they're looking at there. Yeah, Afridi is in the end. 5 off the over so far, and pretty quick. It's gone down to one of the 2 men back there on the boundary. So good field position, I think, set by the skipper. He's got one more. Willing to calm this time. And dug that out. Well, it's well run. It's just dribbled back, hit the stumps. And no one around to pick the ball up. It's the end of probably a good end to a pretty scrappy over there from Afridi. Not too many from it, but really not that many off the bat. Quite a few wides. So welcome back, Vinny Sandu, into the marshmallow.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Let's have a quick look at the table. It's very early, and Czechia at the top of it at the moment. Cyprus at the bottom. Greece is their first game, but right now they're throwing down the gauntlet. Could we have our first ECI golden ball?
Could be.
I mean, just saying, it's that kind of a total, isn't it? Here's the man known as the Beast, Sidesh Wickramasekara, who's going to bowl over number 3. Seems pretty obvious to me, but how long has he been called the Beast? And why is he called the Beast?
Because he is a beast. I think he just beasts the ball. I don't know.
I'm just so used to saying it.
I don't know when he first got the nickname.
Yeah.
As he comes in here. And good ball first up to short of length. Bowling to Sinan Khan.
Sinan Khan's a guy who led the 6 hitting in Bulgaria the last time we saw Greece in the European Cricket Internationals. 24 sixes, and the next best for any player was 9. So he's a guy, you know, he can hit the ball a long way. Haven't really seen it yet, though.
Oh, we've seen a bit of it here. I don't think it'll go all the way, will it? It will.
Yeah, it does. And the Greek flag flying high there in the background. Maximo. The Beast gets beasted. This is what happened earlier. A little bit of a way movement. Sina just kind of throws the kitchen sink at it. Gets it all the way.
Yeah, nice shot. Down on one knee. A bit wide there. Oh, he's looking for that tram line. I don't think he's as effective around that tram line. I think, well, this is hit down the ground. This will be 4 more. He's gone for a few in this tournament already, has Sudesh, when other bowlers really haven't been hit that much.
Yeah, he normally kind of muscles them through a bit more. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of it the morning after the night before about his bowling this morning because, of course, he was part of the winning Prague CC team that won the domestic ECS here yesterday. Maybe a bit of fatigue creeping in, I don't know, but he seemed to have his measure for the most part.
Put Afridi back. It's probably a good move. Sudesh comes in again, and this is down leg side, called a wide. I saw that Naveen Padmaraju was in the chat.
Yeah, hi Naveen.
And he mentioned partying, which is what they would have done after winning another trophy.
That's what you meant to do, but it is a bit weird when you have to play an international the next day. So I suppose a little bit of partying in moderation probably called for.
It's Beastie again, and beat him that time.
Good comeback. The thing is, yeah, he did get hit a couple of times earlier, but he came back well, ended up with decent figures. So, you know, that's kind of part of the game. You're going to get hit occasionally.
It'll be interesting to see who they turn to next, actually. Ashokan is a good off-spinner. Says, well, it could be close and gone. That's the first wicket down. It's a big one. That is Sinan Khan. Looked pretty adjacent.
Yeah, my only question here, does it hit him in line with the stumps or just outside off? Because I thought he... Yeah, for me, it's just a fraction outside. I know, look at where it actually hits the pad. It's very to the left of the pad. So that was just my concern with it. I do think it was going on to hit the stumps. Tight one. I think the batter's a little bit unlucky there, but the Beast does break through. And they do have some reward. Greece lose a key man because that is Sinan Khan. That goes for 15 and the score's 31 for 1.
It's a big wicket there and good experience from Sudesh pitching one up. And I think you're right, Vinny. It was touch and go. It was definitely hitting the stumps. Whether it hit him in line or not, it might have been hitting the off stump.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the pad there. Most of the pad is in line with the stump, but I think that outside edge of the pad probably just got outside. It was a tight call. Sinan, in the end, it probably wasn't the greatest shot to a ball that was pitched there. But yeah, he's going to have to go. So not able to inflict too much damage. And it's game on. I think for the Czechs to win this, they had to get Sinan Khan quickly. They've done that. His Bogdanos coming out at number 3.
It's a good ball straight up. Got him. Well, that's got through him. Sudesh is on a hat trick. And how quickly this game turns around after a bright start. last two balls of the power play. And
Oh, he hits that onto his leg and it just dribbles back onto the stump. And the Beast, a little bit like his first over earlier today against Cyprus. Okay, cops a bit of tap, but then comes back. And this time it's the double strike. Bogdanos comes and he has to go just as quickly for a golden duck. And that's the end of the power play. It's just even Stevens for me at the moment. 31 for 2 after 3.
we look, the Czechs were 25 for 1, 33 for 31 for 2, the Greeks. And I've got to say that's going to put a bit of pressure on the Greek batting lineup, those 2 wickets. And will be Satyajit Sengupta, who I think bowled really well, especially towards the end of the tournament for Brno. They ran out of bowlers slightly. As we see here, they hat-trick Hall of Fame. We had one in the ECS here a little while ago. That was Piyush Kumar.
Yeah, only one. I say only. I'm excited whenever we get a hat-trick. But we'll have to wait for the Beast because he is not going to bowl this next ball because it's the end of the over. But he will be on a hat-trick when he returns.
Oh, it's a good start there from Sengupta, right up at the and attacking the batsman.
And he didn't have the best time, did he, Satya Sengupta, in the ECS? But at the end, he did seem to be a bit more himself. And that's a pretty good start there. Not the quickest, but he is accurate. He just does enough with the ball.
He's got enough zip about him that he's not slow. And that's, again, a really good bowling right up at the batsman. And I thought he was fantastic for Brno in the last few games they played.
Yeah.
And but it took him a while to get that zip back that he had. And but towards the end of the tournament, he was bowling pretty much like this. I think he's a handy bowler to bring in at this stage.
He's one guy that we've seen him perform well against better opposition, and that's what you're always looking for when you get to the national level. Now, who are the guys that can perform against better players? And he's shown that he's one of them.
And another good ball, a little bit straight, just be a single. Looks like it's the Beast to pick up the ball out there. The Czech ladies, I think, have just picked up another wicket.
Yeah, good to hear some screams from the other field as well. Like we said earlier, it's probably the only time I've ever heard of that you have the national men's and the women's team playing in the same location at the same time. So that's pretty exciting. Yeah,
it is exciting. They're playing a league game, though, as Sengupta comes in again right on the money. And a bit of confusion. And does well to get back in. Jagan Everson there is a good fielder.
It's a good dive back, tell you that much. He did get back, I think, even if the keeper takes this cleanly. Divi Singh behind the stumps for Czechia here. Check it out. There's the desperation. Just gets in low. It was a little bit of a bat bounce, wasn't it? But you can't fault the effort there.
Sengupta again. I liked it. He's been right at the stumps. Really pitched up. Really good over here from Sengupta. And it's tightening the screws a bit for Greece. So he's got 2 off his 5 balls at the moment. And this is exactly what the Czechs need. And Sengupta bowling really well. Hopefully, for the Czechs, he can hold it together for the final ball. Greeks want a boundary. And this is in the air. Sengupta's under it. And drops it.
Oh, my word.
Absolute sitter in this form of the game at this level. Really should have taken that.
Satya, really, he should have been able to catch this one with his hands tied behind his back, if I'm completely honest. It was his catch. Sometimes you can have too much time to think about it. I think that might have been the case on that occasion. So what a bit of luck for Stogianos, who really should have been walking, but he'll continue. It's the end of the 4th over, 34 for 2. So you can see that line is 10.3 and over, which is the rate they need to be at to win the game. You can see they've just dipped below it a little bit. So a chase like this, you're normally looking, okay, 10 and over. We want to be 40 after 4. They're 34 after 4. So they're just a little bit behind. One big 6 behind, if you like. Looks like Aaron Ashokan is going to bowl some spin here now in over number 5.
I think it's a good move. He's a good bowler as Ashokan. Normally keeps it tight. Got absolutely hammered by Dylan Stain yesterday. 28 off the opening over. But it's unlike what Arun normally bowls. Just comes in. And this is hit to Vaishak, who knocks it down. No run.
Good fielding. Really good fielding. Because that came to him quickly. Took an awkward hop. But got the body behind it. What body he has. Not the biggest, Vaishak.
Not the biggest.
Big heart.
Comes Arun again. This one is called a wide.
Yeah, I think it's a fair call. I think it should be straight over the tram line. You can see his plan here. The ball away from the batter.
This is hit straight. Subba's coming around and stops it. Good stop there from Subba Windavisi. Keeps it down to 1.
That's a brilliant stop. We know how fast this field is, and it skidded on. It just whacked into the left hand of Sabah. Excellent work. Saves 3 runs.
Yeah, really good. And it was a nice shot from the batsman. Used his feet well.
They're going to have to go after Aaron here.
Yeah, we'll have to. Oh, it's going to be a wide again. So
Not a bad spot to miss, though. Often you can see those hit, and you can't do much with it except maybe knock it for 1.
the bowler is Amarpreet Singh. Sorry, their batsman. It's gone to Vaishak again.
Oh,
There could be a
trouble.
run out, and it will be. And that's really good fielding there. And the pressure set by the Czechs has taken its toll. Again, hit to Vaishak, who's a good fielder. And
Stojanis was just determined to run. I think the batter might have taken 2 steps, but he didn't take a lot more than that. It's pretty good awareness from the fielder as well, where to go and how much time he had. And Aaron doesn't disturb the stumps too much. So Stojanis, well, he got lucky on the catch, didn't he? But he ran out of luck there. A mix-up causes a wicket. One batter runs, 1 doesn't, and that will be the 3rd wicket to fall now, 35 for 3.
it's interesting with the Czechs. They've used 5 different bowlers already. Where in the first game they just kept on. It was a bit predictable what they were going to do. Here they've given the Greeks a good look at 5 different bowlers, and this one's tucked around the corner. Well, another mix-up.
Uh-oh.
And, if he'd had hit, would have been close. Could have been a chance at the keeper's end as well.
Well, they're not speaking the same language out there in the middle at the moment. Thing here, Aaron needs to get behind the stumps. Look, he doesn't get in position. He had plenty of time to do it. He just stands there and he's saying, hey, I think might be a run out on. But look, he gets in an awkward position. And so he kind of is getting in the way of a ball that might be hitting the stumps. It makes it awkward to take it. I think that's a bit of a mess-up, to be honest. Almost a mess-up that results in a wicket.
It's a bit of a confusion with the Greek batting at the moment, and it's been good bowling and good pressure from the field from the Czechs from a good position. Greeks 38 for 3, still well in this game. Okay, need to go about 12 and over. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, as this is just played into the covers. Just
Grounded at
no
the
run.
moment, aren't they? They've got to find some boundaries. Arslan's a good hitter. He's coming in at 5. But also, I don't think we've seen Mohammad Aslam yet, and he's a guy.
Well, this is going to be 5 wides.
Right.
Loose again from Arun, and that's something he needs to take out of his game. Look at
Yeah.
this.
Look, it's not the easiest take. Vidvendra Singh, who's kind of on the move, just never quite gets in line with it. He's beaten by the angle, and Greece needed that, didn't they? I was going to say, Aslam Mohammed, the captain, he's a very capable boundary hitter, kind of giving a few opportunities to other players above him, but I think he wouldn't want to bat too low because this game's just creeping away slowly.
Nice take, and dot ball.
End of the over. So it's 43 for 3 after 5 as we have a look forward to tonight. And well, there's a lot of action here. There's a lot of action in Portugal as well tonight. 8 matches in total, 5 here in Czechia, 3 in Portugal. And it starts in about 4 hours or so in Portugal. 3 matches there tonight. Marlow taking on Gamblers, then the Wanderers will take on the same opposition. Then Marlow Wanderers in match 27. Just 6 matches left now before Monday night finals. So join Koi Ruckers. He's at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium in Coimbra to take into the evening session.
Yeah, it's been a good series in Portugal. It's great to hear Corey's voice again on comms. As we're going back to Satya Singh Gupta, I think a really good move from Ashoka. And the first over was really tight, only 3 from it. They put the brakes on the Greek innings. Probably should have had a wicket, and that's again really good bowling. A little bit more confusion in the between the batsmen. They get through for a single, but have a look at the non-striker here. It's a bit of a start-stop. Have a look around from his batting partner. They'll bring Arslan back on strike. Yet to score, and that's again, really good bowling from Singh Gupta, who's tightening the screws here for Greece. It's been, well, it's bowled 8 balls so far, 4 runs coming from those. Really good. One of them came from a drop catch. Could have had much better figures. Singh Gupta was off his own bowling. Went high in the air, but should have taken it. Come in again. Rolling to Arslan. This one's a little bit leg side. It's gone out to the tank, who just picks it up and throws it back to the bowler. Just one run. And the run rate has crept up to 13 and over. Not outrageous. They can still get their grease. Lost 3 wickets. Sengupta comes in again. And it's going to be called a wide. First real loose delivery there from Sengupta. And what's been a really, really good spell. He might be a starter for the next game, I think, Sengupta. I think he was originally a reserve for this tournament for the Czechs, but he's forced his way into the team and doing his chances. Well, it's called a wide again. It was a bit of a tighter one, I think, but he's doing his chances no harm of getting another game. That one actually was a pretty big wide. So again, he's been good straight at the batsman, as Sengupta. He's changing his tact a little bit, and that's a better ball. Just pushed into Aaron Ashokan, who's moved into a short cover position to stop the quick single on the offside. Very smart thinking from the skipper. It's got a bit of protection behind him as well. He's got a man on the boundary, that's Verndl, at the deep extra cover boundary. And this is again just pushed to Vaishak, who's got a reputation now. And the Greeks are finding fielders. This has been another really good over from Sengupta. 1 ball to come.
Just not happening at the moment, is it?
Nope.
I'm not really feeling the urgency yet. This game's creeping away. Up to about 14 and over required. And look, it's different conditions, I suppose, in Bulgaria, but similar outfield. Greece averaged 110 with the bat during that series. They did win games despite not always cracking 100 plus. Their best was 142 against Czechia. And lowest was 77, but they still held on in that game against Bulgaria.
Oh, it's a nice shot. Improvised, moved across and just flicked it to the yellow jacket, who misfields behind the boundary.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. But yeah, you got to do something. And this is probably a good option. Sakti's fairly predictable that he's going to bowl outside the off stump, so you're not very likely to get bowled. And so, yeah, a welcome boundary for Greek supporters as we get to the end of the over. It's 51 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, it's look at the extras. 17 extras already, including 17 wides there for the Czechs. And that's not good enough at this level. And Stogiano's got a few. Sinan Khan looked pretty good. But the rest has struggled.
And you might say, oh, have there been a bunch of 5 wides? Only one of those was a 5 wides. There's actually been 13 actual wide deliveries in 6 overs. So over 2 and over. Okay, some of them just missing, admittedly. There's Ashokan back for a second over. That'll be another wide. I think he bowls it deliberately, seeing the charge from Arslan, but make that 18 wides now.
It's just ill-discipline, and I'm sure they'll have a chat about it. That's a feature of this bowling effort. And he could be gone. Great catch. That's a really good catch there. I think it might be... Who is that? I can't quite see.
Yeah.
It might be Rudraj Magare.
Yeah, it's a long way from us, but it was a brilliant bit of work. And you could see that's trying something a bit different. It was a great piece of work in the infield, and so Greece trying to move things along, but that is going to be a 4th wicket down now, 52 for 4. And then that looks like it is time now for Aslam Mohammed to come to the crease.
It's well, Ashokan's taken 2 now. It's a good bowling change, just to change the pace of the ball. And
Aslam Mohammed, though, he hasn't batted on this pitch, but he's a genuine bat. You know, he's a guy. He could easily see him opening or 3 or 4, despite the fact he's in his 50s. You would not know it.
It's well hit, and it'll get a boundary.
There you go.
just away from the tank. It's exactly what the Greeks need. They need someone to really take on this bowling.
Right on cue. I mean, Aslam, we also saw him leading the Byron side in the ECL recently. They had some success. They even beat the English club, Hornchurch. So they were a bit of a force, to be honest, in Group A. So Aslam is He's a cricketer that I always love to watch. You can see he wastes no time getting on with it. Doesn't wait to have a look at the pitch. Just goes for it from ball one, gets a boundary.
That's a good delivery. A little bit quicker there. A bit flatter there from Ashokan.
Here let's got a question about the Czech squad.
Oh, that's rubbish from Ashokan. That's been smashed. Watch out to the people walking with their backs turned.
That's some good yellow jacket fielding that's creeping in now. That's a nice one-hand take, but yeah, it's one that's not going to endanger anyone on the field. A few people heading over to the Brian Lappert tent for some refreshments and some food.
I saw them tucking into some Windhoek beer earlier.
Smart.
And they're heading back towards that, oblivious of the fact they nearly got smashed by a cricket ball.
No, it's a no ball as well.
Yep.
It might be a no ball for too many outside the circle.
I think it was height, Vinny.
It was a short ball. Was it short or was it a full toss?
It was a full toss.
Oh, okay. Really got to pay attention. All right, free hit. So I think something about food. Anyway, it'll just be a single out steep square.
I'd like to head over to that tent a little bit later, get some roast lamb. Did you?
They said the lamb is 1 or 2 hours away. So
well,
just hang in there.
I'll wait and have a pie first from the down under. I'll have a breakfast as well. Oh, this is nicely played. Again, straight to the fielder. Just be a single.
Well, now they're thinking of 2. They said it's a really slow throw, and I'm saying, hey, it was actually Aslam's idea. It's Amapreet that said no, thank you.
Well, we've seen, and this is an underarm from the boundary. He doesn't really throw the ball in anymore. Does Sudesh? His shoulder's a bit dodgy.
He wasn't looking for it though, the non-striker.
Well, when he bowls it in though, we saw one in the series. He bowled it right next to the stumps and affected a run out.
Yeah.
So
well, he could actually even just kick it in because he was the first person ever to kick 4 overthrows yesterday. That was pretty powerful. 65 for 4 after 7. Game on here. 39 required off the last 3. Coming up next, it's match 3 between Greece and Cyprus. First time that these two teams meet in the series. Using the toss, Cyprus won the toss and elected to bowl. I think part of that is when they batted first this morning, it did not go too well against Czechia, and so they can settle in. I do think their bowling was their strength, and they'll get to lead with that. But Greece, a chance for them to bat the 10 overs. And Sinan Khan, another opportunity for him at the top of the order. They do list Aslam Mohammed at the top of the order. You see here, he's come out, looked probably more comfortable than any of the Greek batters so far. So I do think he has to bat a bit higher than 6.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think it's too late for them. 13 and over, still achievable. 39 off 18. And you're right about Aslam Mohammed. If you can get going, you can narrow that deficit pretty quickly as Riddick the Tank Tomar comes in. This one's hit towards the boundaries. A man back there, just a single. Interesting if they'll bowl the Beast next. He's on a hat trick, and he's turned to another bowler in Riddick Tomar.
Well, now strategically, did you bowl him in the 10th because it's your best chance of taking a hat trick?
Well,
because you know they're going to have to go for it.
There's another over from Riaz Afridi, but he was very loose. If he can bring it back, actually something going on with the batsman. I think it's a.
I think he might have blown his shoe out here. There you go. You see it all, and we see it all in the ECN medics and everything. Now we need a cobbler.
He's got brand new shoes.
He's got the new kicks coming out.
Oh, maybe it's like when you batsmen used to call for the heavier bat. I think he's called for the faster, newer shoes.
Maybe shoes with wheels on them. I don't know. But they look like brand spankers.
I think he's showing the sponsor's mark as well.
It's a pretty quick shoe change. Yeah, get that kind of Formula One pit sometime
How long
soon.
does it take you to put your shoes on? You've got green snakeskin shoes today.
That's true.
With an orange suit.
Can I say, actually, I know how he feels, because do you remember last year after the European Cricket Series, I was bowling at some of the kids, and I blew my shoe out.
Yeah.
So
is it the blue one?
Scott Pagefield, yeah, the blue one. Scott Pagefield gets another victim. All right, 30 out of 17. Can't leave this too long. And Tomar, he's got 5 left in the over.
Yeah, go away, Sazib. He's just walking past the marshmallow, smiling, waving at us.
Yeah, it's pretty oblivious.
Oh, it's in the air. Player under it. Can he get back far enough? No, he can't. 6 runs. And Aslam Mohammed, he's leading from the front. And that's vital 6 runs there. Tomar just a bit straight.
Brilliant shot. I mean, he takes it off stump. It goes aerial. The wind generally is blowing in that direction, so I think that's what blows it over in the end. See a fair few people coming in at the moment.
That's good to see. Looks like
32
it's
off
Lons
16.
there. Is it Ash the Pie Man maybe? Who's delivered our pies? It's dot ball.
Lose this shape on the next one. Similar attempted shot. But you can see there was that middle of the innings period where they just lacked urgency for me, Danny, and let the game creep out of hand a little bit. Still near enough if they're good enough, Greece.
True. And, again, that's gave himself a lot of space. I think it was just good bowling.
It was. I think it's inside, and to be honest, this isn't really the percentages. Takes a big step, and it limits his ability to reach that. And so it feels like a wide to Aslam, but it certainly isn't. Well bowled by the tank.
This is in the air. It's gone over the fielder. That should go for 4. And it will. We'll see probably a good shot of it there from that camera. As this is just mistimed and went over the top of Mataranga.
Yeah. Put yourself in the shoes of the field that might be down here. Watch this one bounce. Kind of takes a little bit of a Tortuga. So every time you see fielders missing the ball on the one bounce, understand that that's kind of what they're dealing with a lot of the time. Last ball, the over.
It's been hit firmly through the field. 4 runs, I think. It will be. And this is the fight back here from the Greeks. Aslan Mohammed, the skipper. He's hitting the ball very nicely. A bit short there from the tank. And that's a nice shot.
End of the over. It's 80 for 4. And Aslan Mohammed, where have you been all my life? Why did we have to wait to number 6 to see you? You see the batters above, Sturgianos 11 or 15 opening up. Bogdanos, to be fair to him, he was a bit unlucky to go for a golden duck. And then Amarpreet and Aslan haven't been able to score like this. And we are converging there on the worm. And that red line is the golden ball line, Danny. Kind of on here, isn't it?
It is.
23 required for the win off the last 2 overs. 24 make that. 23 is actually the amount they'd require for a golden
big
ball.
Over here. Vikramasakara is on a hat-trick. I think from memory he got an international hat-trick in Austria, didn't he, Vinny? Am I imagining things? Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe. But anyway, let's see if we can add to that list.
He has definitely taken a hat-trick.
I don't recall taking one on the network.
Czechs.
But anyway, this could be hat-trick number 23 of the year. And it will be Amarpreet. That's facing up to the hat-trick ball from the Beast.
Comes in and, it's a good ball. Just clamps down on it. It could be out, you know. It's going to go to the
I reckon this is out. I'm eyeballing it. I reckon this is just out. It's super close.
They're not really celebrating the
They
Czechs.
don't think it's out, but I've got my spider senses up. So he might be in, he might not. He hits it onto his foot, doesn't go too far, spins back towards the stumps. No, he's just in. He's just in.
That's good running.
It's good work from Divi to actually get on stump so quickly. That's a good run from Aslam. I was worried he was just short, but yeah, the camera shows. The spin of the ball didn't do him any favours either.
Not at all. Really good work from Devendra Singh.
Fundamental, slides the bat in. If he doesn't do that, he's probably toast. But anyway, does get the strike back. The Beast doesn't get the hat-trick. Thought for a second they might spin back onto the stumps. That would have been an interesting way to take a hat-trick.
He's been hit a bit so far in this. Oh, got him! Well, that's a big wicket, and not sure what kind of shot he was trying to play there. Aslan Mohammed has been hitting the ball really cleanly, and obviously was looking at that vacant area down at fine leg, and he missed it, and the Beast hit.
That's just it, and there was a big gap there in that quarter of the field. So you might say, yeah, that's crazy, but it's a calculated risk that he decided was worth taking. So yeah, with the Beast, he is pacey, so you just need to get some bat on this. If he does, he gets 4, but if he doesn't, he loses his wicket. But yeah, to do it first ball, maybe before seeing a ball or two of Vikramasakara was probably even riskier than playing it later in the over. But a good impact innings gets them back in the contest. Aslan Mohammed 25 off 11, but he's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 81 for 5.
So need some runs here off the next 2 overs that will agree. It's still within reach. But who would you bowl in the final one? You've got Mataranga and you've got Riaz Afridi. You have other options as well.
I mean, they're good options, so that's probably a good thing.
My feeling is he's going to go to Mataranga because he knows that he's a reliable bowler. But out of the 2, he's probably the more hittable. especially if Riaz is getting fired up.
Feels a waste not to bowl Riaz 2 overs.
Well, that, and also you've got to have confidence in your main strike bowler, and just I mean, it was not a good over first up. It wasn't too expensive. This is down leg side and called a wide.
Yeah, so hard to say. Hard to say. Honestly, I'd go with Freedy. He's in the job. He's in the team to bowl.
Yep.
I know so's Mataranga, but even if you go on results, I know on look, it wasn't quite the Freedy we know. But think about what a Freedy did this morning in match 1.
Yeah.
He's going to deliver some of those.
I would go with Freedy, and there's just a hit under his leg. They'll take just a quick single. I would go with Freedy for just the simple fact that you've got to have some faith in your top flight bowler. Mataranga opens the bowling, and I think he went for about 13 off the first.
Yeah.
So and he's an option, but I think he's more hittable, and I think both of them are just as likely to bowl wides, to be honest. Oh, this is going to be just over Divi's head. That's a good ball from the beast.
Oh, he actually touches it, Divyendra Singh, and I hope he's all right, because I think that is the back of his head hits the ground when he falls. Check it out in the replay. I thought for a second it might be a top edge flying for 6, but it was off the gloves. He gets a little bit of the glove on it, but that one you see there, bang. He's a bit shaken up after that. He's just getting on with it, but nice effort. He couldn't really see the ball the way he had to put his hand up there. He had to just hope for the best.
That was a good bouncer, though, from Sudesh. And right on the money.
Need a boundary here, don't they, Greece, before the end of this over.
Second 315 has Sudesh. Comes in again, couple of balls left. And again, they'll just get a single out of this. They're pushing for it.
Just going to mention this, Danny. Greece didn't keep their time in the first innings.
The Czechs. They got one ball left.
They'll be okay, the Czechs, as long as this isn't a wide. But I was just going to say, you take that 5 off the score, 14 off 7 has a very different feel to 19 off 7, doesn't it? Anyway, last ball of the over.
That's a good ball to finish up, and a really good spell there from Vikramasakara. 3 for 16. And well, the Greeks, 19 runs off 7. It's very possible.
Tell you what, maybe Riaz, he's not waiting to be told. He's just grabbing the ball and going straight to the bowler's end saying, give me that ball. Game's there to win. 3 for 16, Vikramasakara. Excellent spell from him. I think Gupta was excellent as well, going for less than a run a ball. Your options here, as you can see, you basically got Mataranga, Afridi, and Tomar with overs. All good options. They're all options I think I'd be very confident of bowling this situation.
Agreed. Well, look at Afridi's first over. He went for 7. So if you look at it, just that was a very economical bowl over. But it was super wild.
Yes, Venki. He did a nice job in the commentary box the other day, actually.
He did.
So they just get to time because you need to bowl the last ball of the 9th before the clock runs out, and Czechia managed that. So Afridi, the only risk with him is he's too quick, and a top edge can fly for 6. But I think
there's a man fine there. They've got they've got he's got the field right. I think he's got like a slip on the boundary for him.
He's got 2 third men. He's got like a second man and a third man, and then you've got a deep fine leg. That makes sense. You just don't see Afridi getting driven back over his head too often.
No.
Even
especially when he bowls at your head, Vinny.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, those top edges will fly. 19 required on the last over for Greece.
That's a good ball straight up. And hit down the ground. They'll look for 2. And there's a bobble. They'll get 2, actually. Well run.
2 on the fumble. Afridi puts his hands up, said, okay, that's fine. Don't do anything crazy. Don't even throw it in. Pretty good ball first up. He's full. I think that's the odds. Extras and I suppose top edges. That's my concern with Afridi in this last over. So you can take those out of the equation. I think the Czechs will get home.
So, yeah, I think you're right, Vinny.
Fun to watch, though. Souvlakis, your turn.
Oh, that's a good ball. And
boy, that's quick.
That's really good from Afridi as well, because the batsman wanted to take the single, and he's gone right down to the bowler's end. Have a look on his follow through.
Yeah.
So it's got past, and Divi Singh, he's just underarms it to Afridi, who would have run the non-striker out. So I think it's really, really good intelligent cricket there from Afridi.
Bringing the heat. There's Afridi, 17 off 4. It's really now or never for Greece.
And another good ball. It's gone down towards fine leg, and Has it got through the field? It hasn't. He's fumbled it. They should come back for 2. As you see that the pies have been delivered.
Yeah, the pies are here as well. Jeez, we're spoiled for choice today. But this is a brilliant stop because you don't really care if you give away 2, but you don't want to give away 4. And so even though it's straight to the field, it's a pretty tough stop for the tank down there. Excellent dive as well. Greece fighting to hang on again. I think they'll rue the lack of urgency that was shown just in the kind of 4th, 5th over around then because they never get those balls back. They're going to fall just short here, I think.
Do you think a bit of nerves?
Yeah, I don't mean nerves. It's just maybe just a lack of confidence to take the game on.
I'm sure they'll change things up. They're really good with the ball. Restricted the Czechs to 103. As Afridi comes in again. And right at the stumps.
Shot.
Nice shot. Lovely shot. 4 runs.
Really? Well, this game's not over yet.
No.
I mean, 6 and a 4 will tie it. 2 6s will win it. And this is a fantastic shot to run at Afridi, who you normally think might adjust to a bouncer to try and remove the batter's head from his body, but instead he stays full. And that's actually a fantastic shot by Souvlakis.
Don't think the next one's going to be full, Vinny.
I don't know. He should stick to it, I think.
Should, but we're talking about Riaz Afridi here.
Yeah, let's see.
Doesn't like getting hit for boundaries.
I can see a top edge going for 6 is probably the only way I'm thinking a 6 can happen.
Almost got a backstop there. Mataranga's right on the boundary.
It's a good field position, I think. All right, boundary or bust for Greece, 2 to come.
And good bowling and a bit of a fumble. Just be a single. They won't mind that, the Czechs. Just be a bye.
Yeah, so...
In fact, he got a bit of bat on it.
Yeah, I think it was into the ground. So I don't think it was an actual catching opportunity that was missed, but squeezed into the ground. So, yeah, Afridi does deliver. He's a guy, apparently he started playing cricket here in Czechia when he drove past the ground and Berno said, oh, there's cricket here, is there? And I think that's a great story.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously a very good cricketer. Played in Italy for a while.
Yeah. Fluent in Italian. Czech's okay as well, apparently. Here's the last ball of the game.
Ball's it a bit shorter. It's stopped on the boundary. And that'll be it. A good win for Czechia.
Yeah, tight game though. Can't wait for further contest between those 2 teams because not too much between them as we saw there. But it is Czechia that get up and they go 2-0 on the first morning of action in this ECI. It's Czechia 103, Greece 95. Entertaining game, Danny. And Greece in the end, they get close, but not close enough.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's not many of the batsmen who really took it to the Czech bowlers. Aslan Mohammed, you thought if he would have stayed in a little bit longer, would have got them closer. But Sinan Khan as well, and up the top, Stogianis as well, looked okay. So see here, there's the preview for the next game, Greece against Cyprus. It should be another cracker. And Cyprus have won the toss, elected to bowl.
I think they'll be better as well, Cyprus. I like that they're leading with their bowling, but I mean, Sinan Khan didn't really see what he could do in that first game. A few of the Greek batters, I think, adjusting to the pitch. I think that's why they're a little bit sluggish, I think. One guy that didn't look too bad was Aslan Mohammed. He's listed at the top of the order. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have him up there, I think. Anyway, that game starts pretty shortly. We're back in 10 minutes to take you into that one as we look back at the highlights as the Czechia team came out to defend that score just over 100. This was about as straight as you can hit the ball. They sneak a single there. The Beast, he got hit a couple of times, didn't he? But the Beast has been pretty good at striking back, and that's exactly what he did. He was able to get the first 2 wickets. That one was questionable on impact. Umpire, he liked it, thought it does hit him in line. So that was a bit unlucky, I think, for Sinan, but then super unlucky, I think, for the number 3, Bogdanos. He hits it down onto his pad and back onto the stump. So this put Czechia on top, and it kind of started this phase where Greece found it really hard to pick up even singles.
I think it was really good bowling in the middle overs there. I think especially from Sengupta. Also, Arun Ashokan with his first over tightened things up. But it was, as I say, this is the drop catch from Sengupta. Went high, had plenty of time to get under it, and did everything but catch it. So it didn't matter too much. There was a run out pretty much straight away. Here's the confusion. And good work from Jagan Everson, who threw it to his captain, just removed a bail.
Yeah, and this has been a problem for most teams this morning. Sometimes the communication back at the national level, maybe batting with guys that you don't bat with in the club competition. Then we always had another run out. They're coming, they're going, they're toing, they're throwing. Not a lot of eye contact there. I think Aaron kind of messes that up. Doesn't get behind the stumps to collect the throw. this was a bonus that Greece needed it really in these middle overs. It just fell behind. That was a brilliant shot. And so I thought that might have been the start of something more, as the tank, he was on and he was dispatched. But for the most part, I think Czechia just kept their nose as their head. Aslan Mohammed, he would end up coming to the crease, and you can see that he moves pretty well for a guy that's north of 50. But, you know, although he was able to crack a quick 25, he just got out trying something a little bit audacious. And the game was kind of 50-50 at that point with 2 overs to go. I think they did 24. He tried this, he got knocked over, and really, from that point, Czechia never really looked like they were going to lose the match.
Yeah, exactly right. And it wasn't the greatest shot selection there from Arslan, who was actually going great guns. It was if he'd stayed in, I think, Vinny, I think they would have got very, very close to that total.
Think so.
They got pretty close already, but
he was forced into that shot because they, you know, trying to score a boundary, which they needed to do because they'd fallen a little bit behind in the middle of the game. So, yeah, 25 the top score of the innings, and it came from the captain, Aslan Mohammed. I think he's got about a bit higher. I do also know he's a really unselfish guy. He wants to give opportunities to guys above him, so I think that's why we see him batting 6. Sinan Khan is the next highest scorer, 15 off 9, but he certainly didn't quite see the explosivity that we saw from him in Bulgaria, but plenty more opportunities for him. Amapreet batted for a while, but couldn't quite crack a runner ball. 12 not out for him. Suvlakis did play a really nice shot at the end. He finished 11 not out. 20 extras. So that's something that I think Czechia will have a chat about, but they do get up in this one by 8 runs. Looking at the bowling figures, 3 for 16. The beast, best of the bowlers, was on a hat-trick at one point as well. The other week went to Ashokan, and he was also a little bit loose at times. Singleton, though, for me, I think he did a good job. Just under a runner ball for him. And Afridi, very good job icing the game in the last. We'll have a very quick break, and then we'll be back. It's only about 7 or 8 minutes before we'll be back. And it'll be match 3, the first chance to see Greece and Cyprus going at each other. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Back in a second with more European Cricket International.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Oh, hello, welcome back. And yeah, I'm kind of away from the ground at the moment because I'm here in the Bry Lappa tent. They're providing some food for us today. Some very, very good South African delicacies. And I've been trying a fair few of them here. They won't let me prepare the food though. I think that's probably smart if you know what my cooking skills are like. But now it's time for the third match of the day, and it's going to be Greece taking on Cyprus. So the first time these two teams have played each other. Let's go over to the middle where Charles Croucher, the Sheriff, was with two captains for the coin toss.
Okay, Greece to toss the coin.
Tail.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
Look on the ball.
So the news from the toss is that Cyprus, they've won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. Doesn't surprise me really, because when they batted first up this morning against Czechia, they had a real rough time of it, losing a lot of wickets early, finding it just hard to get going after that. So this time maybe they can settle in. I think their bowling was their strength in their first match, but certainly I think we'll see an improved performance from them. Hardeep Singh's a guy, I'd like to see him up the order. You saw him at 9, which I think is too low. I think you've got to get him up, get guys in form up the top sooner rather than later. So I think the action is going to be hot. Greece, of course, they impressed us a lot in that last game. I'm sure they'll be bringing the heat again. Speaking of the heat, I've got Hannah here. Now, Hannah, I believe this is the hottest sauce you've got. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Well,
Would you like to try it?
I'd love to try it. I tell you what, I do like it hot.
Bit of
Wow.
lemon in there.
That is beautiful. It's also pretty spicy. I'm going to need a moment. Let's go back to Danny Who to check as we get ready for match 3. News from the toss is that water, please. The news from the toss is that Cyprus, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl. I'll see you in a little while.
Well, thanks, Vinny. Looks like you're having a good time out there with Bry Lappa and with all the stuff that's going on there. Seen quite a few people around that area. And we're back here in Prague for this European Cricket International match between Greece and Cyprus. Should be an interesting contest, and Cyprus and Greece will probably want better performances than they had against the Czechs, especially Cyprus. Both teams will ease themselves into this this tournament. Conditions are a little bit different than back home, and the Greeks they batted okay for a while, got stuck a bit. Cyprus with the ball got some very handy bowls, especially I think the man who'll be taking the first over. That's Lovedeep Sandhu, the tall right arm medium pacer. Definitely, the Greeks look fantastic in the field. Their bowling was excellent too. But, both teams sort of lacked a little bit with the bat, so we'll see that improve as the tournament goes on, as they get used to the conditions, especially the pitch, which, as I said, a little bit different to how they have back home. So it's a T10 international. First time these teams have met. And I said it will be Lovepreet Sandhu to take the well, actually won't be Lovepreet Sandhu. He seemed to be warming up. It will be Shoaib Ahmad, who we saw bowling the opening couple of overs for the Cypriots in the first game. I was impressed with his bowling actually, especially early on. Got a little bit wayward though, bowled a few wides to the left-hander. But he seemed a very tidy bowler. So field restrictions in the power play. A man back at third man, which I think is a really good spot to have someone. And the other is right on that that boundary, that extra cover. So just about ready for a start. Here comes Shoaib Ahmad with the first ball. And well, got through the keeper. They won't take one. He missed a little bit. The batsman practicing his shot, unaware that it had gone through the keeper. Maybe didn't get a call from his teammate. And they've adjusted the field already. Put a band back right in front of the marshmallow here at long off. This bowler comes in again. And it's a good one, a bit edgy, just past the fielder who knocks it down. Great effort. He saved 2 runs. They'll come back for 2, the Greeks. Really good effort out there in the field. Big round of applause by his, from his teammates. So look at this. It was pushed and just got a hand to it, diving backwards. Great effort. Here comes Ahmed bowling again. Bowling to Stogianis. He was pushed into the gully. Could be a chance if it hit. That would have been a big wicket. Just missed the stumps. I think Sinan Khan was in trouble. Let's have another look. Oh, it was close. I think he might have been in. You hear a scream from the Czech women's team. In fact, it's their opposition. Let's have a look. And oh, would have been very, very close. Not out. Didn't hit the stumps. So yeah, change the field a bit again. Put the 3rd man in. Khan is the batsman facing. Called a wide, big swing and a miss from Sinan Khan. He looks a very good cricketer. Good fast bowler, this one. Just missing out wide past that tram line. But he looked good with the bat as well, Sinan Khan. About 15 in the last game. But I think he's likely to go on with a few more in this one. If he can get going. This is high in the air. Well, I spoke too soon. Cover fielder is coming under it, and it's finally come down. And they'll come back for 2. Well, that went high in the air and couldn't hang on to it. That's the skipper, actually, Rajwinder Brar, went high in the air. They jogged the first one before the ball came down, and that was an opportunity missed to get Sinan Khan for a derrick. Would have been a golden derrick, actually. Well, let's see what happens after this. Because Sinan Khan, he's had a life. Ahmed comes in, and he's hit that nicely. But there's a man back there, just on the boundary. And moving their field around quite a bit are Cyprus. As Stogianis will face the next ball. He's 3 from 3. Still in the first over, 1 ball left. He's 7 for no loss. Lucky though. Comes the opening bowler. So Shahid Ahmad, the final ball of the first over. And really good one. Clamped down on it. And a chance. Well, lucky. Lucky he's got good hands. Lovepreet Sandhu stuck one out. Prevented maybe another 4. As we see here. Shy at the stumps. Missed by a mile. Sandhu just sticks out a hand and stops any overthrows. So coming up on Monday, Vinny will be down there in Switzerland for the ECS there. Alton versus Zurich Nomads. First up at 8:45 Central European time, a little bit earlier than normal. We'll see the Nomads against the Power. Also Winter Tour on that first day from Switzerland. It's a really interesting stadium that they play in there, and it'll be something a little bit different rather than being in a field in the middle of northern Prague. We're going to be in central. Actually, I don't know where it is. Alton? Maybe. I'll find out from Vinny Sandhu in a moment where that field is. This is down leg side, called it wide. It's the skipper, Rajwinder Brar, who'll take up the attack. Just got that slightly wrong. It swung in a bit. There's also a breeze that normally goes from left to right on screen that pushes the ball into the batsman, which can sometimes help them with the hitting arc. Comes in again and just prodded down. Well, I have to hurry, and he does. A well taken single in the end. He's got the Hope he's okay, the batsman. Just trying to get up. But good work from the fielder, from the bowler. Turns around and would have been pretty close. I think he would have been home though if it had hit. Stogianis back on strike. And that's a good ball. So Greece, 9 for no loss. So look at this delivery. Came in a bit. Flashed at it from outside of stump. No run. Comes in again. And gone. Big edge, and that's the end of Stogianis. And a good start here for Cyprus. And Brar, he's leading by example, the captain. There's a thick edge. Let's have another look at this. And again, flashed at it. Bit of a deflection. And that's the first wicket down for Greece. Nicely taken by the keeper. It's Pritash Diol. We saw with the bat. Looks handy with the bat, actually, does Diol. We'll see him a little bit later on. That's the first wicket down for Greece. They are 9 for 1. So Cyprus, I think they'll be happy with the start. We're 1.5 overs in, halfway through the power play. And to take a big wicket as well, it's very handy. Let's have another look at this. And left the pitch a little bit, so swung in a bit. See the celebration there. So it swung in a little bit, then left the batsman, as we see. Looks like a tornado in the background. That's not good. We've seen some wild weather in the past here, and at Vinod, it's starting to feel a bit like that. Hope there's enough tentage for all the players and the spectators. This is his hit straight to short cover for no run. Well, I hope we don't get any inclement weather. It'll spoil the day's cricket. It's good international action here from Prague. Between 3 good sides. Bogdanos, the new batsman, as he swings and misses. It's been a good over from Brar. And so I think Lovedeep Sandhu is probably the pick of the bowlers from the last game. He uses his height well. So we'll see him a little bit later. Waka Ali is another bowler in the Cyprus lineup. I'm sure we'll see. Bogdanos though. They adjust the field slightly. Facing Brar. Gets a bit of that down the ground. 4 runs. It's got past the infield. And this ground's so fast. I think they'll work this out. These two teams. But, just hit past his batting partner. And well, it's a good end of the over from Greece. A little bit of a counter punch to what was a very good over. As we see the table at the moment, the Czechs have won 2 from 2 with wins over Greece and Cyprus. I think the one against Greece, they got a bit of a shake-up and just got over the line with about an over to spare. Could have been very different if things had changed around. I think Aslam Mohammed, his wicket was vital in that last game. And as soon as the Czechs got it, they got bogged down a little bit. So the bowler will be Shoaib Ahmad. The bowling is second. Comes in and is an appeal. I think it's a bit high. But good bowling. Dot ball, important. Let's have a look at this. And yeah, too high for me. Good umpiring. Shoaib Ahmad, 7 off his first over. Greece 13 for 1. It's the last over of the power play. Comes bowling and again it's hit him, and umpire not interested. They'll go through for a leg by, and finding runs very hard to come by. The Greeks, really good bowling. It's pretty close. This one hit him on the back pad, I think. Let's have another look. And he's back in his crease, possibly going over. I think that's the only thing the umpire had in his mind, that it hit him quite high. Comes Ahmad again. This one's Oh, it's a pretty tight one. I can see why the umpire's not given it. But could have well hit the stumps. And it's a bit shorter, a bit quicker as well. He's got that in his armoury. I saw it in the last game as well. Just one that the quicker ball was short outside off stump. Really good area there from the bowler, Shoaib Ahmed. And again, it's no runs off this one. And the Greeks are 14 for 1. 3 balls left in the power play. Comes in again. And sit down the ground, and Fielder will stop it. Just a single. As I said, this pitch is a little bit different to the ones they would play on back home. It holds up maybe a little bit. Some of the balls keep a little bit lower. It's still a very true bounce, but it plays a bit more like a turf pitch with the clay underneath the matting. So a couple of balls left in this over. 15 for 1. And hit down the ground. There's a man under it, and it will bounce in front of him. Well, he could have gone for it. It wasn't hit very cleanly. I think that's might be what saved him. The batsman. Now look at this. It just bounced in front, and just if he got a bit more, could have been caught. He was the tallest man in the on the field there. Lovedeep Sandhu. So Ahmad comes in again. Short, and that's over the top of the fly slip, and that's 4 runs, much needed by Greece. So at the end of the power play, Greece are 1 wicket down for 20. As Vinny comes back into the marshmallow.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Yeah, a few ominous-looking clouds at the moment. Don't know about that tornado in the distance. Hopefully it goes around us because everyone's having a lovely day here. We don't really want a rain interruption. But I've got to say, Bogdanos, he was pretty unlucky to be bowled for a duck in the last game. He hit one onto his leg and it dribbled onto the stumps. He looks like one guy that's a bit of a key to their batting. And yeah, I've liked some of his shot selections, and he's just getting going here. 20 for 1 off 3, so a little bit under par in the power play from Greece. But we know that Cyprus, they had their own problems with the bat, and we saw them this morning. So I think both teams still trying to adjust to these conditions.
Look, with Cyprus, definitely, it was, I think they're trying to hit it across the line, and you can't do that on this pitch. You need to play forward, you need to play correct shots, and both these teams will get used to this pitch, which is a little bit different. The outfield's fantastic for scoring runs, and once they work that out, it'll be a lot more even.
Anyway, it's going to be Lovedeep now to enter the attack. And this is a potential opportunity, though. I think it's going to fall safely. It does. It finds some grass. Driving on the up, not easy to do against Lovedeep Sandhu. But Sinan gets away with it, gets 2. So he's one guy I think he hasn't really quite found his feet on this pitch. I mean, he's a guy who's the leading run scorer. He struck 100, by the way, in the Bulgaria ECI. So he's obviously a big hitter, but just, I think in particular the drives on the offside on this pitch, if you haven't played much, it's very easy to miss time, and that was a pretty good example of that. Lovedeep again. And leg side, this will be called a wide.
You can see the distance from here also. It's not moving towards us, I don't think, but there's a lot of heavy rain coming down. It's like a sheet coming down from the clouds.
Yeah,
it's quite spectacular, actually.
Yes, it's quite pretty, but I'll be happy if it stays away.
Yeah, usually the weather will go from behind us here, come from Prague and move towards us here in northern Prague. Yeah, we often see it coming, but it does, as has been said many times, have its own ecosystem.
Yeah, it does, for sure. One thing about this place is great visibility all around from all directions, so you get to see what's on the horizon. Danos flirts with this one, trying to angle it away. They do have the third man back and pretty fine at the moment. So, yeah, I suppose the other question is, where will the captain bat himself? Aslam Mohammed, he seemed like the one guy to come out there, not waste any time, be able to hit the ball well from the beginning.
I'm sure he put a scare in the the bowlers and also the fielders and the skipper for the Czech Republic when he came in and started smashing sixes.
Yeah, definitely.
So he looks a very good cricketer still.
This is just one. So yeah, they need an injection, don't they? They've got a lot of guys that can hold the bat. I mean, even some of the youngsters like Vasilakis, he's a tall left-hander. We've seen him with the ball, haven't seen him with the bat yet. Georgios Kalanis bats pretty well. Yeah, I think these two, they've stabilised things, but I think they need to try and move the game forward. But that's pretty good bowling. And that's one thing I identified this morning. Cyprus, their main problem was they didn't really have a... Oh, this could be gone, you know. Oh, they're definitely going to have a look at it. Bogdanos getting in a little bit of a snafu with Sinan Khan. He turns for 2. I don't think he's seriously thinking about it, but he just might have gone one step too far, and he is out.
Oh, it's pretty close.
If you look at the first one there, right there, he hasn't got the bat down. I think he knows the writing's on the wall. Yeah, and it's a quick bit of work, and the keeper discarded a glove. Why? I'm not so sure, but he's going to get the decision now, and that's going to be so frustrating for Chris because he went for a golden duck, slightly unfortunate fashion there. And to be honest, I don't even think he was that serious about the second run.
We certainly didn't run it hard.
Yeah, so he ran it hard. He was looking for the second, but he was only looking. I don't think he was that serious about it, but he just went one step too far. It was a pretty accurate throw, and he gets gunned down for the second wicket of the innings. And this does look like the captain, Aslam Mohammed, who's coming out, and I think rightly so, Danny.
Yep, I think the right time for him to come out. But, yeah, it's a really good piece of work there by both the fielder, the great throw, and also the keeper. A nice take to destroy the stumps. Just short is the batsman. Well, it's a good contest at the moment. 2 wickets down are a Greece. Not too many runs on the board. We're in the fourth over.
We might have just had a technical issue quickly. I think the power went out for a second, so we might get a slight delay. I think you mentioned the ground in Switzerland a moment ago. Of course, we'll be in Switzerland for the ECS on Monday. Can't wait, actually. First time that we've been there for 3 years. I don't know why we waited that long. Because
Is it St. Gallen?
In St. Gallen. So it's the same ground that we played on in 2020. It was one of our first ever series. I think you mentioned it was around about the time we were here.
It was great to watch. I mean, considering what we saw here, and it was really at its infancy. It was the first series. There was a series in Finland. That was a local.
Yes,
league.
that was still T20 though.
But this was the first time we actually it was T20 here as well. I think for that Super Series.
No, that was T10. No, that was T10. Yeah. Sure
okay.
was. But I think you had a question about Alton. So Alton won every game in 2020, the cricket club, then lost the final to Nomads. That's actually game 1.
Yep.
Yeah, but Alton, it's a bit of a hub. It's a town, and its railway station is within 30 minutes of all the towns of Zurich, Basel, Bern, and Lucerne.
Okay.
So, it is a place, and most of it.
It is a place.
It is a place. Well, I mean, I'll tell you why I said that. Because we're back, and 26 for 2 becomes 27 for 2, end of the fourth over, and the score is... Like I say, 27 for 2, so just under 7 and over. I say Alton is a place, but for example, Power Cricket Club.
Oh, yeah.
Power is in a place. Well, probably is somewhere, but I don't think it's named after.
Gamblers is not a place either.
Gamblers not a place. If you find yourself there, you need to turn around and get out of there as soon as possible. But Winterthur, that's another side we'll see. Might have a little sneaky look at the sides that we'll get. Nomads are the reigning ECS champions, reigning for 3 years because we haven't been back there since.
I'm just going to check because it's getting pretty dark here. There's rain again in the distance. I'm going to have a quick check of what's happening, where the clouds are actually coming from, because I can see 2 different sections where there is rain, but it's quite away from us. Let's have a look, because it's got pretty dark here.
Danny's going to go on a little excursion, and he's going to give us the up-to-date weather with his local knowledge. Here's Rajvinder Brar, who gets hit leg side, and this is a tough one for Chialufis. Well, he loses his hat over the line, but the good thing is he's not connected to it anymore. So I think this is going to be fine, but we'll check it out on the replay. Yeah. Just a little bit of breeze picking up. This is an interesting one. Hats over, feet inside, but I think Unless the hat's still connected to his hair, which is long and luscious.
It is very luscious,
Not a
isn't
problem. That's a shot up and under, holding up in the breeze slightly. Fielder comes around and does well. Another good boundary stop. They will get two. Thinking of a third. Fumble in the last moment, but yeah. So there's, yeah, I think you're right to be concerned. Are you concerned, by the way?
I'm a little concerned, and it's
got that
it's the
feel.
smell and just that wind picking up.
Chialufas has lost his hat.
It kind of happens in this way.
All right, I'm battening down the hatches. I feel
Good
I can
idea,
see there. We haven't had any rain, but I'll tell you what, this has a certain feel about it that says, get ready. And they're not even going to wait for the rain. They're just going to come off.
It's yeah, getting everyone under cover.
I think this is the first time I've seen people coming off without one single raindrop. But the reason is
Wind.
the reason is that we're actually
Look at this.
we're getting belted. So well,
It is. What? I didn't know
there's
it's
no
coming
rain
down.
at the moment.
No.
But I'm going to hold the cube up. We hope it's a passing shower. Everyone's running for cover. That's probably a sign that we may be in for some unexpected turbulence. So the seatbelt sign's on.
I think they've run for the covers. This will be interesting trying to put the covers on.
Let's go back to
in
the
this
live
breeze.
shots of the ground. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, trying to get the covers on. Maybe we can show that right now if the guys aren't actually taking cover themselves in the tower.
There's only two of them as well. Two yellow jackets trying to put the covers on.
Yeah, so interesting that the delay is basically on. Oh, there we go. What's that? Was that just, you got these things blowing around? I thought there were hailstones there, but I don't think it's that.
Oh, there's a little bit of rain coming down.
I think here it comes. Here it comes. So, look.
I'd love to go to the bride tent.
Yeah.
So, look, here we go with it.
Oh, and we're off and racing. And, well, you're going to need more than that because, yeah, this is...
Oh.
I can't work out if... Yeah, I think the rain has started, as you can see there. And this is the biggest test for our marshmallows so far.
We're being buffeted.
We are. So, yeah, these are live shots, and this is European cricket's best. And I think...
There's no way they're putting those covers on, Vinny.
I think in the battle of man versus nature here, I know what my money's on, Danny. It's, well...
You're going to have to lie on them.
Yeah, well, that looks like camera one's gone. And pity, because those covers just took off. And, well, I'm not sure if anyone can hear us anymore, because I don't think the power's still going. But, yeah, as you can see, we're going to have a little bit of a delay. And, yeah, hopefully it's just a passing storm and it stops and we're able to get things going as soon as possible. And I see some of the players helping out the ground crew as well at the moment.
Yeah, it's really good. The Cyprus players are there and to get that cover down. Dan Zilla's there.
Yeah, all right. So, Danny, what we will do is just remind everyone of where we're at in the game. So, yeah, 4 overs in. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights so far in this first innings.
Yeah, it was just a good wicket there. A really nice catch. And that was the skipper, Rajvinder Brar, that got the wicket. And it was good bowling from Brar, actually. Good bowling from all the Cyprus bowlers early on. There were a couple of boundaries, but in general, also flicked over the top. In general, I think Cyprus probably on top. This was a good throw here and a bit of wall watching there from the batsman. It's a really good take by the keeper. Just out, but very, very good work there by both the fielder and the keeper. Not so good by the batsman, and that was a bit of fancy footwork, skirting the boundary for the Chialufas. As we see, they've managed to control that that cover pretty much. They've got it down just in case there's any rain. It's not really rainy. It was just very, very windy. Maybe it's sprinkling a little bit, but it was a lot of wind that came in. So it's interrupted due to rain. It's just a little bit of a drizzle, but very, very windy. And we'll see as we see debris floating across the field. I'm sure they're getting something heavier to keep these covers down. You can see a bit of water coming off it.
So, look, Danny, while we just make sure that we've got everything covered over here. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll assess the situation. I'm going to give you an update in a few minutes, and we'll let you know where we're at. But at the moment, yeah, we do have a delay due to the storm. And so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes to let you know where we're at in this game. Stay tuned for action right here on the European Cricket Network.
See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Vinod Cricket Ground here in Prague. Just an update, still is raining, not quite as heavily as it was a few moments ago, but I do think we'll have a little bit of a delay while we try and sort things out. Obviously now the wind's died down, the covers are going on, but yeah, hopefully it's a temporary interruption. With the score at the moment is 30 for 2 in the 5th over. Greece batting first, so I think it's inevitable we'll lose some overs in this. More information once we know. Right now, we're going to take you back and show you some cricket anyway, and we're going to take you back to the first ever ECC. Of course, ECC, it is the Euros of cricket, and it is coming up in just 58 days' time. But we're going to take you back to the first edition. In fact, the first match the Czech Republic ever played in the ECC. They're taking on Finland. It's match 2 from the 27th of September 2021. The Czechs, they're batting first in this one. Sabadovic's out there with the captain Aaron Ashokan. Amjad Sher, the wild thing, will be bowling for Finland. So enjoy this classic match. If there's any update, we'll be sure to bring it to you as soon as we can right here. But for right now, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Well, what a match you've got to follow. How about that? We're still settling ourselves down. That was a tremendous start to the day, tremendous start to Group C. That match between Italy and Germany. One of the last ball, 6 needed. What a fantastic start it was. And these two teams, well, what a match you've got to try and follow. Finland versus the Czech Republic. And as you saw there at the coin toss, the Czech Republic winning the toss and decided they're going to have a bat. I think that's something that we're going to see teams do, especially after the first match in the morning. I think it's a nice pitch to have a bat on. I think you'll find that they believe if you get the runs on the board, then the pressure on the team chasing will probably be enough to give you the victory. Well, that's the thought, but as you've seen already in that first game, anything can happen. And that one, you would have thought that Italy were going to be home and dry, especially the way they started with the way the power play was, but it wasn't to be. This match, well, this promises to be an interesting one as well. Czech Republic, they've got some big, strong hitters in their side, and they'll be hoping to get that score, as we say, the 120 par score, and then be able to defend with their own bowling. The two batsmen made their way out. The umpires for this one, Charles Karacha and Nilkesh Patel. So it's going to be Sabawun Davisi on strike, and Arun Ashokan is the non-striker. And you can see there the bowler just marking up his run-up, Amjad Sher. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world, our global cricket family. And what a start we've had. And I know that the chat, monitored by Vinny, went absolutely crazy during that last match. What a match. Surely that one is one of the matches of this championship so far. But, that's right up there alongside that match between Sweden and Belgium in week 1. And well, he's taken his medications, he's stopped chasing, he's had a cold shower, and he's back. Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, so I am back, and yeah, chat was going off. Here's Finland and Czech Republic going head-to-head, though. And it's Amjad Sher, the wild thing, to start things off. And Davitsi pushes. Oh, I think this would have been out, actually. I would have shocked. He overcommitted there. Ball came back in, and I mean, Czech Republic, I've seen a fair bit of them this year. And in an ECS we had there. So a good line from Amjad Sher. They do call him the wild thing, Rico. He does have a decent turn of pace about him.
The wild thing, eh?
The wild thing. Hello to Carly in Germany and and all the German supporters in the chat. Gordon saying this comp is crazy, never a dull game. Swing and a miss. This is actually match number 50, believe it or not, in the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And well, it's time that we raise our bats then, because it's been a really exciting 50 matches, really like nothing we've ever seen before. But this man, you see on strike, Sabawun Davitsi, very talented, just raw talent with the bat, with the ball. He's got a bit of swagger about him as well, Saba. And he doesn't quite get this one. And it will be just a single as Nathan Collins, the captain, slides in.
Yeah, first one's on the board. Sort of stops his shot here, doesn't he? I mean, it looks like he gets to it, and then in the end, just holds it back. And just loops up safely, fortunately for the batsman. The first one's on the board. And Sabawun Davitsi is off the mark.
So we'll get our first look at the captain, Arun Ashokan, plays for the PCC Kings in the Czech Domestic League. We'll see them at the ECL next year. It's been good areas though from Sher. And the wild thing, well, he's not too wild at the moment, he's consistent. And I'll tell you what, the Finland supporters in the chat, I'm sure they'll be going wild if they can grab an early wicket. I think a lot of Czech Republic is based around their top 3. They've got a very strong top 3. Not that the others can't hold a bat at all, but they certainly have some big hitters up there if they get going. Shokin pushes and he's off the mark. But yeah, just going back to that last game, it was something quite incredible, wasn't it? As we get to the end of the first over, just the 2 singles off it. Very good one from the Wild Thing, Amjad Shah. It's 2 for no loss. And it gives us a chance to have a look. And I know it's very, very early going with the table, but you've got 4 teams now that we've seen a little bit of. Now that we've seen an over from these 2, but it's the England 11 we haven't seen at all as yet. We'll see them in game 3. And yeah, these 5 teams, only 2 places are available in the championship week for them. It's Finland. We have seen a fair bit of good cricket in that part of the world. They've got a great ground there, Kerava, just outside Helsinki. Second over is going to be bowled by Naveed Shahid.
Yeah, he's got a good one to follow up though, isn't he? I think Ahmad Shah bowled there really well, getting the ball to cut away from the right-handers. This one's pretty full, and it goes for 4 runs at the first boundary on the board. Just getting it wrong there, going for the Yorker length delivery you see here. And not only was it a full toss, it was on the legs. So dispatched. Not shot.
It's all just about the length there, wasn't it? And this field's dried out a fair bit now. That dew seems to have kind of disappeared. And I think it'll run really fast for the rest of the day. And we're expecting a fairly hot one.
Down the leg side. So though this one was fuller, it's still not got the ball in the right area. It's just got to try and... so it seems to be falling away here, you see. And you've got to be going right across. You've got to be angling that ball across the right-hander. Maybe to do with his follow-through as well. Just needs to get a bit closer to the stumps. And this one's been absolutely creamed. Volley, Seis Carreras. So we've seen the first 4, and now the first Maximo of the innings. Nice shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, that one, he just leans on that one, doesn't he? Aaron Ashokan. And that one went a long way. That put you in danger, Rico. You've been under attack this morning, haven't you?
We've been under attack. It's all been happening here.
Shahid being put to the test early. This is a good ball, though. It's a bit fuller. And it's Jonathan Skamans who comes around and cleans up for Finland. I think they're really enjoying being out there as well. We did have an ECS in Helsinki last year in addition to broadcasting some of the FPL T20. And well, we haven't been able to see them on ECN as yet this year. We get to see them now. And I know so many of their guys that can't wait to get out there and show what they can do in front of the world. But Davitsi hasn't quite been himself. He's got a bit of the Hassan Ahmeds about him, actually. He just hasn't quite clicked yet. Let's see if Saba can get away. And I know, Rico, that you weren't actually with me in the Czech Republic. I was with Danny Hudacek, who I did see in the fan zone. And he's come down with a couple of the other Czech supporters. But, you know, it's all about the nicknames in the Czech Republic. They've got the Beast, they've got the Tank, Riddick Tomar, who's not in this squad, and they've got Saba, who's known as the Water Boy, which isn't really the most intimidating nickname, but he's just always offering water, and it's just kind of stuck. So we got the Water Boy on strike now.
Full toss.
Oh, this one is very, very high. We'll have to wait and see. It is taken.
Oh.
And well, I'm sure they'll have a look at this because this one looked very high to me.
Well, there's no call from the umpires. I'm very surprised here. I think this, for me, this has to be called now.
Well, yeah, this one, I mean, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he has come out to it. Now, that's what the umpire we were looking at. He's saying, well, the batsman's come out, but regardless of that fact, if you go back to the batsman being inside his crease, this one is going to be a no ball. And, well, it looks like, well, the umpires haven't called it, so the batsman is walking off. He's going to be very, very annoyed there.
I'd be ropeable if that was me. I'd be ropeable. And, well, yeah, I guess they're human. They get one look at it, I suppose. But, I mean,
I think even that, look, I'm going to say this, I mean, it may be confrontational, but I think even the fielding team thought that this is going to be called a no ball because there was no celebration, there was no joy. You're just taking a wicket. It's the first wicket that they've taken in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. You thought they'd be over the moon, but they weren't, because I think they were expecting that to be called. I think everybody is stunned about that.
Yeah, well, this is one that, well, I just feel bad for the batsmen, to be honest, because I think they're the ones, if you're not sure, you've got to call them. And so it's a disappointment for Davitsi, but to be fair, he never got going that innings at all.
So the first wicket has been taken. They've broken the opening partnership. Score 14 for 1. Ball to go in the over.
The full stuff paying off.
And one thing I will say, I mean, I know, take nothing away from Pavan Kumar, because it was a very, very good catch taken. Regardless of everything else, the catch was a really good catch. It wasn't easy. So he's done his bit. But, yeah, you look back at that. And, look, our men in black, I have to say, they've been exceptional all the way through this championship so far. I think they've been well led by Rob Kemming. But they're only human. And I think when they look back at that, I think they will know that they got that one wrong.
Yeah, I think so. But anyway, move on. It gives someone else an opportunity.
Two overs gone. 14 for 1. It's well bowled. Right in the areas, and not really too much calling there from the non-striker. But they do take the single. So Vikram Sakira is the man out there now. I think he's the man that we refer to as the Beast for his hard-hitting abilities. And that's another thing. He's actually a joint world record holder for the fastest ton in T20Is. Just of 35 deliveries. Well, there you go. Plays this one out. Again, no calling. Just as I said the ball before, when both batsmen did take the single, the communication doesn't seem to be there. And you can see he's hit it. He's looked up at the non-striker, started to go. The non-striker has not responded and had to get himself back in. So tricky little phase this for the Czech Republic. They just need to come together here now. Just say, look, come on, let's communicate this. Let's start playing our big shots. Well, that's the man we just saw out there, Rohit Singh. This one's gone through. He's got a touch on it, but that's not going to be able to stop it. And then the sliding dive there from the fielder as well. And that's gone all the way. So 4 more runs. And it was Arib Kudir there sliding. It was like a perfect Bizaway landing. This, have a look at this. There's there you go. Lovely touchdown. Smooth as they come, but he's not able to get to the ball.
Yeah, it's good effort, but not able to stop it. And so Czech Republic just trying to put something together here. Swing and a miss, but will be called a wide. Anyway, it's a good opportunity for Finland. Like I say, they've removed one of the top 3 that we identified at pretty much the key. And this is the man that they call the Beast. He's out there at the moment. He won't be afraid to have a go. And he will have a go at this one. And this one is going to bounce just inside the field of play. Cuatro carreras. And Wickrama Sakra. He beats this one down the ground. It wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but he gets the result. Czech Republic move up to 24.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just holds his line beautifully, and he knows if he makes good enough contact with those 2 men inside the 30-yard circle. Still in the power play, of course, but that's going to the boundary. This one's played out on the onside for a single.
And just the one. And this try and move it along, I think. These two, they do like to hit boundaries. And so deciding that they're going to bowl out the wild thing here. He has bowled pretty well, hasn't he? Doesn't have a wicket though. And he's got his last ball of his 2-over spell coming up. Well, hit straight at the fieldsman. It's Mohan who cleans up. So Shep doesn't take a wicket, but still pretty economical. He goes for 13 off his 2 overs. And at the end of the power play, Czech Republic are 25 for 1.
Yeah, just getting moving here now. There seems to be, I don't know, maybe it's just the nerves. It's the first match that they're playing in this championship. As you see the graph there of the power play. So it's a better over. I mean, despite losing that wicket in the second, they've only slightly dropped a little, just 10 coming off that one. So they've gone 2, 12 and 10. I mean, 10 and over from here on in. Well, that will get them to an average score, but they need to up the tempo. You've got the batsman there that can do it. I mean, Wickramasinghe, as we know, he's on 9 of just 5 deliveries. He's the beast. He's the one that can score quickly. And Ashok Khan there, 12 of 7. But the first game, bit of nerves, I think. But once they get into the rhythm, I think the runs will start flowing.
Yeah, with a couple of exceptions, we've seen most of the batsmen come out a little bit rusty here on a Monday morning. New bowler out there is Raz Mohammed. Remember him from the FPL, and has a good record in T20 cricket. He's a pretty slippery little customer. He gets this one right on line first up. And this is the kind of length you can bowl first up. I mean, later in the innings, the batsman are set. Can disappear, but that's a good start. Driven down the ground. And this is Peter Gallagher, who fields that long on. And expect to see Gallagher opening the batting for Finland in the second half of this game. And he's a very entertaining customer to watch. Both these teams, they will have that kind of attacking approach to their innings. It's hit hard down the ground. A bit of work for the fieldsman, and they're not going to be able to stop this. It's just hit too hard from Aaron Ashokan, the captain. And just hit straight through the line. This is a good straight hit. You don't often see a fielder right behind the bowler. And that one crashes into the fence, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot this. Really does play it well. We've seen 2. One from the Beast. This one from Ashokan that have been, well, more or less identical. So playing the pitched up delivery well. This is another one. Oh, and this one. I think this is a chance. Caught and bowled. It's difficult. It's got a hand to it. It's one of those that if they stick, they end up being an amazing catch. Have a look at this, Vinny.
I mean, this would have been amazing. Look at that. Gets down. Gets a fair bit of the hand around. It was more towards the heel of his hand. Wasn't smack bang in the middle of the palm. Still, saved some runs. Muhammad's only gone for 5. 2 balls left in this over. Just be worked away for 1. And once again, you see a fair bit of adrenaline out there. Seeing the ball flying around. And, well, as to modify a famous quote, get ready for a broken hand. But Raz Mohammed, that's one that did stick. And he's got 1 ball left in his over. Slightly mistimed from Wickramasinghe, who will retain the strike. And at the end of 4, Czech Republic are 32 for 1. And a very good morning. If you're just joining us, perhaps you've tuned in from the Czech Republic or perhaps from Finland. It's great to have your company. And it's actually the 50th game of this ECC. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with you, along with Rico Full. And so many people have been enjoying what they're seeing here. And how about that game? The first match of the day, only 1 run in it in the end, 112 to 111, a 6 off the last ball. And that's only the beginning. So stay with us all week, Mondays to Fridays. At the moment, we have 5 matches a day in the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, and what about this guy out there, the Beast?
Yeah.
Yeah, joint record holder for the fastest T20I, 135 balls. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, Rohit Sharma, David Miller, I think are the other 2 that he holds the record with. And Czech Republic actually, they've smashed all these records in T20 national cricket. The biggest margin, the equal biggest score. That was a match against Turkey back in 2019. So it's great to see them out there, see them internationally. I think it's the first time we've had their national team on the European Cricket Network. So stay tuned. Start of the 5th over. And it's a pretty good start. And this is Hariharan Dandapani who's come out to bowl over number 5, taking the pace off. Oh, I think we're going to see these two getting frustrated soon, just going for some big shots. This is a pretty good one down the ground, and well, this is a laser beam straight down the ground. Cuatro carreras, and you can see the beast. He hasn't really hit one in the middle yet, but still, this one races away to the boundary. Nice shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's the third one that's been hit more or less dead straight. I'm just wondering here whether the captain needs to be thinking, perhaps Nathan Collins, about getting those men a bit closer to each other. This man straight. This one is hit pretty well, and that's going all the way. Saves Carreras. Well, hits the 4, then follows it up with the 6. All right, as you were saying, Vinny, they knew they want to get going. They know that it's been a low pass start from them so far, but now with the spin on of Dandapani, they're deciding to go for their shots. Dandapani has moved the man wider again, Peter Gallagher. But that only invites the similar shots that we've seen play 3 times already.
Better length this time. Beats him outside the off stump. Yeah, he's just had a little bit of luck, I suppose, with Kramasekara so far. Hasn't quite hit his straps. When he does, I mean, he can go in multiples. Hope you know your 6 times table. He's had 12 balls to settle in now. He goes after this over cover, and this one's going to push the fielder right back. It's going to eat him up. It's going to be 4 more runs, and that was Naveed Shahid. He came around, and he's just running out of real estate. And the beast gets 4 more.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be disappointed here, Naveed Shahid. I think he has to decide. He's either going for this catch, or he's going to stop the boundary. He doesn't do either. You can see he starts to think about it, and then he leaves himself in an awkward position. For me, he's got to go for the catch there.
That's well played out too long off, just the one. Yeah, we've seen a few of those. I mean, the fieldsman just can't maybe think we even stepped on the rope before he came around to that one. But it takes us to the end of the 5th over. Czech Republic are 47 for 1, and this partnership is building between these two. And they came together at 14 for 1, and Davitsi was dismissed. But, you know, it may have been a blessing in disguise because it gets the beast to the crease. And there were some occasions. He bats number 3 for the PCC Kings, the Prague Cricket Club Kings as well, the champion team in the Czech Republic. And there were certain times where you couldn't even get a bat because the openers would bat too long, and Charlie gets pretty frustrated. Crazy. The beast if he doesn't get out there. So he's got his opportunity, and he's well set with 5 overs to go.
Just keeping an eye on the way this field is set. They're electing just to have square leg back, long on, long off on the boundary. 1 man an extra. And the mid-wicket as well. Just see the mid-wicket. He was out of sight for a minute. Here's that straight shot again. And, oh, this is a remarkable stop. Well, we haven't seen the best of fielding this morning. With this one, this takes the best stop so far. That's Pravan Kumar. Really, really good stop.
Spare a thought for the umpire. Almost lost his kneecaps on this one. But how about that? That was first class from Pravan Kumar. And in the end, it saves 3 runs. Tambe with the ball. Full toss. And this one is cut off. And once again, just a single. So these things, they make a difference. If you want any proof of that, just look back at that Italy game. And the way they end up going down by a single run. And they certainly, you know, missed a few of those boundary stops. They'll concede you 3 runs every time. Loads up after this. This is in the gap, but it'll be a 1-hopper to the same man. That's Alvin Mohan. And Finland, just like for the most part, what they've brought to the table. A lot of energy in their play. You know, not everything's gone their way, but certainly there's a lot of positivity in the way that Finland play their cricket. And this is another one which is slightly mistimed. Just be 1. It's the wild thing, Amjad Shah, who does the fielding.
Yeah, with the field set at the moment, you can see that a lot of the shots are being played sort of either straight on the sort of the mid-wicket area. See this one as well. And that's why these men have been kept very busy. I mean, you saw there, that's Gallagher. And what you've seen, what they've done here is they've brought these Gallagher in a bit closer, and also the man there on the boundary, because a lot of shots are being played pretty straight here. But I think that's the right field now at the moment. What you're starting to see is a lot of these balls going to field. Got the 2 men out there on the leg side as well.
I don't mind squeezing these two because it forces the batsman maybe a bit more across the line, play a bit more of an unnatural shot. Don't think anyone's catching this. Or are they? Well, that's a great bit of work. And in the end, well, we'll have a look at this because I actually think that technically this is okay. And I'll tell you why I think it's technically okay.
It's all about where his feet land once he makes first contact.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He takes off from inside the field of play. And this is why I think it's a stupid rule, to be honest. But I think this is okay because here he's fine. Now, as long as he doesn't touch it again while he's in contact with the ground, then, yep, I think that's fine. And, well, we'll have a look at it again. But, I mean, if that is a stop, I mean, I thought no one was going to catch it, but Gallagher, he's pretty tall.
I think the second time he makes contact, I think the ball and he are still the other side of the boundary.
This is the thing. He's in the air. So if he's in the air, that's fine. I think it's the stupidest rule in cricket, honestly, because how this isn't 6, I'll never know. But technically, as long as he touches it there, now, that's fine. Now, because he's in the air, he's fine, even though he takes off and lands outside the boundary. Yeah. So I don't know what they're doing at the MCC, because that to me should be 6, but it won't be. It actually is a very clever bit of fielding.
He's done well. He knows exactly what he's doing there.
But does it make sense?
No. Yeah. But I like the way it makes sense to him. I like the way he looked up at us and said, hey, guys, that's fine.
It was actually a remarkable bit of work in the first place. So they've rewarded him by giving him the ball.
Yeah, but it goes back to our field we were showing you on the board. That's where he's there. They've made that change. And at the moment, the ball seems to be going to the fielders.
And Gallagher, well, he's running hot. So he's giving him the ball, and he gets this one past for a dot. That's got to be frustrating for the batsman as well. I mean, I feel if you take off and land outside the boundary and you touch the ball in the middle, then it should be 6. But it's not the rule. It's a good call by the match referee, so the umpire's really one making the call. But it doesn't make sense. So Matt Renshaw. So I could just juggle around. I could walk around the whole stadium if I wanted.
Just going to say that.
I could go out to the car park if I wanted and keep juggling, because I'm not touching the ground. Well, this one's going to be touch and go. The fielder goes right back, but he's not going to be able to stop this one. Maximo! Oh, it's a good straight 6, isn't it? And this time it is Aaron Ashokan, the captain, leading from the front. And I guess you can have the fielders wherever you like, but when you hit it over their heads, not much they can do about it, Rico.
Yeah, they've played these shots really well, both these batsmen. They're hitting straight, and whether it's along the deck, and this one just enough to get over the fielder there, Kumar.
Yeah, this is a good length this time.
So what you're saying to me there then, so if every time the ball comes back to him, he jumps in the air, hits it up in the air again, then he could literally do that all the way along to the boundary until somebody at the other end
could go buy a coffee. He could do whatever he wants.
They can knock it to somebody at the other end, catches it, and he's out.
As long as your first point of contact, I'll come back to that in a second. But at first, we'll have to find a new ball, because this one is out of here. Maximo! What a shot. And just going with the turn this time. And Czech Republic, they do need a little bit of acceleration, and that's a man that can do it. The Beast goes beast mode and takes this one out of here.
Yeah, that's a splendid shot, and that one is left for the Snakes to battle it out.
So the point is, his first point of contact, he did take off from the field of play. So you couldn't start outside the boundary and do that.
Yeah.
He did take off from the field of play for his first point of contact. Here goes the leg spinner this time, and it's going to be cut away for 4 more. So this is just what Czech Republic needed. And it will be 4 more. And look, in the Czech Republic, I think they're a few short at the moment. No, Finland, we haven't seen them chasing yet. I won't judge until I've seen both teams bat. It's just a little bit too short. And sat up nicely. And once again, he hits with the spin. That's the key to that shot. And this one does beat him for bounce. And so, well, we're certainly loving what we're seeing. The contest, Gallagher versus the Beast. And call that one a draw at the end of 7 overs. It's 70 for 1. And Rico, we did mention this is the 3rd week of this tournament, and we can have a look over the first 2 weeks, exactly what we've seen with respect to the run rates, and 11.7 all up. So I'm kind of using 2 a ball or 12 and over as a bit of a benchmark. So you can see It got quite high scoring on finals day. 12.8 was actually the highest scoring day. And that was all to do, I think, with Portugal. It went out and whacked 150 off 8 overs in a rain-reduced eliminator. All right, this one's in the air, but it's not going to carry to the fielder. It'll just be one. So now it's got to be go time, 9 wickets in hand. And despite, like I say, I've seen him hit him better with Kramasekara, but he's still doing pretty good. 39 off only 20. This will take him to 40. And what do you like? I mean, these are two teams. I know you haven't really seen them in person too much, Rico, but what do you think so far between these two?
Well, what I'm liking, especially from the Czech Republic, it doesn't seem to be any panic. And continue with that after this delivery from Tumbet. It's played out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, they lost that wicket quite early. And I was saying at that point that both batsmen, they looked a little bit shaky, a little bit nervy. But they've just continued that way. They've just, it's almost like, you know, when you say, right, get your head down and go out there and play well and think about the shots you play. Shot selection is important. I think that's what they've both done. And after a pretty slow start, they put themselves in a position where it looks like they can go on to put a good total on the board. And what they have done also, they've got wickets in hand. So they're getting to a point now where, as we're seeing here, they can afford to throw the bat at a few. And if a wicket does go at this point, they won't be too disappointed because they've put a good base together. I mean, 59 partnership from these two.
In the final quarter of the innings now. Beast almost hurt somebody. No way he hits this one back. You can see what I'm talking about, Rico. When he hits them really hard.
Yeah, I think this one does catch the bowler's fingers, actually, and he's just counting them. Well, there you go. He said, ouch, that hurt. Of course it hurt. This was hit hard.
And special for the umpires as well. Oh, yeah, that's very harsh to put that down as a chance. Took a little bit of the sting out of it. So Shokin on strike now. He goes big, and this one is launched. It's a rocket to the moon. Well, go find that one. Maximo! What a shot by Aaron Ashokin.
Oh, this one is the beauty, isn't it? And we've seen that both these batsmen, they can play the delicate ones as well, but when it comes to playing these ones, hitting big, hitting straight, that's what they do. Both of them, they love the ball pitched up. And it's nice to see. We get so used to the ball being blasted over the mid-wicket boundary. For the first time, I think, in a long time, we've seen two batsmen that prefer to hit nice and straight.
Yeah, they do. They really do. It takes us to the end of the 8th over. 80 for 1. Look, I think, like we saw with the German chase, I know they got there in the end, but they were in a lot of trouble for a long time. And I think it's a matter of posting out 100 plus. 110 plus would be a pretty good result from here. So going back to Naveed Shahid. And he's going to bowl over number 9. As you say, Rico, it all happens in the 9th. All right. It's hit and run, but they do get there. And so I'll be happy to see the beast at the other end. But, I mean, Shokin, I don't really want to call him a mini beast, but he's certainly a good striker in his own right, and he hasn't had too much of the strike in this innings. He's faced 19 balls out of the first 49, so there's 30 balls that haven't been faced by him. When he has been on strike, he's looked pretty good, hasn't he? He's on 35 not out.
Yeah, I mean you can't fault his rate. Both these batsmen going well. I mean 35, that's of 19 deliveries. Where's the beast? 24 deliveries on 42. But this is where it counts. I mean, this is where in that match, the previous match, this is where Italy folded, didn't they? This is where they weren't able to accelerate.
Slow ball, picked, but only worked away for 1. Yeah, it's a good point you make about Italy, who, you know, they were cruising, but their last 3 overs only went for 5, 7, and 9. So only 21 off those last 3 overs. That's the reason they only made it to 111. Looked like they were going to make a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Turned out to be not enough by the barest of margins. Well, this one's just squeezed away off the inside edge. Probably if there's just something that I think the beast has got into a bit of a bad habit sometimes, is he does sometimes premeditate dragging along dragging across the line into the leg side. I think, as you can see, he looks so good when he hits the ball straight through the line, straight down the ground. Shahid's been pretty economical, 14 off his 9 deliveries. I guess this one wrong, but gets away with it. This edge could have gone anywhere, but it went straight to the man inside the circle. And it'll just be a single.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much sort of looking like that first match, doesn't it? What we said, what Italy done. They've been going quite well, and at a point where they need to accelerate, they're just not able to do it. It looks like it's not through no fault of trying. They're trying to hit the ball too hard, maybe, rather than relying on the timing.
Well, this one almost hits the helmet. And well, they're thinking about a second. Well, this was lucky and unlucky in one ball for the Czech Republic, because you have a look at this. Now, if this ball hits the helmet, it'll be 5 penalty runs. And it does not miss by much, but in the end, it'll just be 1 run to the total. Shahid's holding his nerve with the ball.
It's been a good over so far. He's been putting the ball in the right areas. He knows where this batsman, both of them, are strong, and he hasn't given them anything there yet.
Hit hard into the ground, though, so it takes the pace off. And just one, so Shahid's been very good here in the ninth. And in the end, he only concedes 6 off the over. So a really good ninth over from him. Czech Republic after 9, they're 86 for 1.
Yeah, that's a very, very good over. It really is. I mean, the ninth, we've often seen them go for, well, anything from 15 to 29. And maybe more than that. I think we've seen the 31 as well, the ninth over. But that one, well, spot on.
I'll see you and raise you. I saw a 34 in the impossible chase.
34 in the possible
34.
chase, yeah.
So 10th overtime. Strap yourselves in. Let's go. It's going to be Raz Mohammed to bowl it. Gets it up there. Once again, that straight field's doing the trick for Finland. It's just a single. So are we going to see some fireworks from these two? When you look at their scoring rates, there's nothing too much wrong with it by any means, but it's a little bit less than we've seen as par in this series on this ground with these dimensions. He goes for it, and this is miles high. Well, good luck catching this. Oh, it is taken, and it's taken very, very well. So the beast, Wickramasinghe, he holds out, and it's Qadir who takes the catch. Arif Qadir, who had a long time to think about that. And so Raz Mohammed, well, he got away with it in the end. It was kind of challenge length that you have seen these get driven out of the ground before, but the beast slightly losing his shape, and well, bit of an ice cream cone there from Qadir. Ball almost slipping out, but he held it well. So Czech Republic lose a second wicket, and it breaks the partnership, which was worth 73. Wickramasinghe goes for 44. It's 87 for 2.
Yes, a new batsman will find himself on strike and under a bit of pressure, because I think they will know they really, well, they need to be 100 plus would be an average score, 100. They're way behind that, so they're going to have to be very, very good in the field. And you just, I mean, it's very difficult, isn't it, to criticise two batsmen that put a partnership like that on together, yet they haven't got them team to the kind of score they need. And you just sort of say, well, what could they have done better? Was it their running? Were they not running the singles well enough? Or, you know, because you got, look, there's only 2 wickets down, and it's like 4 balls to go.
I think they've just, the ones they've hit look good, but there's been a few in between that haven't. That's what it comes down to. This one will be called a wide, down the leg side. And
well, that one.
we saw that work earlier in game 1, didn't we? This is Akash Palmer who's come out. Of course, they have to cross back, because when the ball's caught, if you cross, you've got to cross back. That's the new rule. It's certainly came into vogue in that last over of the German chase, where Rohit Singh was stuck at the non-striker's end the whole over, basically. There were 2 catches where they had to cross back. Oh, they're going to take one here. Safety first from the fielder, who just concedes the single. I still think, even though this is a little bit below par, I think it's probably 25 below par, or even 30. I'm still going to test the Finns, you know, because it's a new kind of atmosphere for them. There will be the pressure of chasing. Hit hard, no run. So it's been a really good finish. A little bit like that Italian innings. You mentioned it, the first innings of the first match today, where when you expect the acceleration to come, you get a couple of good balls in there, a couple of good results. Get a wicket or so. 2 to come. Sliced out, and this would have been an all-time catch, and now they are going to come for 2. They're going to go the long way, and they're going to get there, but just have a look at this. I hope he had civil aviation clearance. Nathan Collins, look at this. I mean, he's nowhere near this. He's not even in the same zip code, and he's still got pretty close to it. By the time, he must have had the kangaroo boots on, because this one was certainly a highlight. Just have a look at this on your replay.
Well, all he's missing is the cape.
He's got the cape. It's tucked into his pants. All right, last ball. Well, looks like they'll only get one here. I think that Ashokan is running out of gas, and that will be the end of their innings. And Czech Republic, they're going to finish 92 for 2. Like you said, Rico, only the 2 wickets down, but pretty good defensive pressure from Finland, just not allowing the Czechs to get away, even though they had their moments. But it's an innings that contained 7 4s and 5 6s. And it was led by Ashokan and Wickramasinghe, who contributed 86 of those runs. But also, we only had the 3 wides in the innings and 1 leg by. So there weren't these extra runs given for the most part. So I think Finland will be the happier of the 2 teams as they cross over at the halftime break in this match 2 of Group C. And well, Rico, we had 2 new teams to the competition, and we knew that they would be very keen to get going, and both of them would love to start their campaign with a win.
Yeah, I think it was a good disciplined display there from Finland. I like what they did with the ball, and I think right from the onset, I think once they realised and sussed out the batsman's strength, I think they had the field in the right place. And I think that also contributes to, I mean, it's completely different, I think, from the first game where Italy were guilty of leaking runs. I think on this occasion, I think Finland, well, they were in the right place to stop those runs.
Yeah, certainly. Well, after the drama of the 1-run finish at the start of the day, it was Finland and the Czech Republic out there. And then, well, a bit of a controversial moment as Davitsi, he was given out a very high full toss. But from then, it brought Ashokan and Sudesh the Beast Wickramasinghe together. And it was this partnership, essentially, that set up what is a defendable score, even though a little bit less than I think than the Czech Republic would have been hoping for.
Yeah, and I think you'll see that both those batsmen did bat well, did score runs. I mean, both got into their 40s. And we saw the Beast, he departed on 44 of 27 deliveries. But I think, as I said already, Finland were good in the field. I mean, things like this, well, that helped, didn't it? Well, he was doing all sorts of juggling and trickery, but he kept that to, well, he saved 5 runs there, didn't he? This one just went over them. So a lot of the runs, I mean, when you look back, most of the boundaries that were scored were hit straight. I mean, this one was huge. This was massive. But the bowlers in general, I think they kept the discipline. We've seen that they didn't give away too many extras as well. And we know how important that is. Just 3 wides. Taking the extra tally to 4. The only other one was the 1 leg by. So I think a nice, disciplined approach in the field. The bowlers bowl well. Didn't try to do anything sensational with it. And even against a team that hadn't lost too many wickets, they just kept plucking away. It's going to be interesting to see the reply in the field from the Czech Republic. I mean, there you go, you see it. I mean, when you look at that, you expect there to be more runs on the board, don't you? And you think, well, only 2 wickets lost. Even though Davitsi, he went very early, didn't he? Just off 6 balls for 1. But that partnership, 42 from Ashokan of 26 deliveries, and the Beast there, Wickramasinghe, 44 of 27. So 92 on the board. Look at the bowling. And like I say, the bowling, I think they have to be very proud and very happy the way they've started. 6 bowlers used there, and look, all of them, you know, only that you can say that you can be really harsh and say, well, with Dandapani, he came for 15 off each one, and then Peter Gallagher went for 17. But look, you're going to get that in T10. You're going to get 1 or 2 bowlers that do take some tap. But then look at the figures there from Sher. I think he was, you know, bowled really tidily, really well. And they've got to be very happy with what they've done. They've put in a good performance here. And I think it's all about now finishing the job off for me. They know they've got this just a short period of time to regroup. And they've got to come out with the same approach that they applied, I think, in the field, which is, look, let's just work together as a team. We know what we can do, and let's not panic. They didn't panic in the field, and I think it's the same with the batting. Not panic. A good start, a good power play. They know they're looking at, even if they can go a 10 and over all the way through, they're going to get there. So join me, Rico Full and Vinny Sandhu, in just under 10 minutes time as we return back to this match. It's the Group C, match number 2 between the Czech Republic, who put 92 on the board, Finland needing 93 for what would be a great start to their campaign. So join us in about 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto!
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are halfway through the second match of the day, the second match of Group C between Finland and the Czech Republic. And in the first half of this one, the Czech Republic, they won the toss, they elected to bat. I thought it was a good positive move. They were able to put 92 together off their 10 overs, and we see the crowd coming in and various fan zones around this cricket ground, which has been done up for the occasion. And, well, it'll be interesting to see how Finland go about their chase. A lot of people are wondering how we get by, and this is why. This is our secret, isn't it, Rico? This is how we know everything. We seem like we know what we're talking about, don't we? Bluff your way in cricket. Should be a good read, actually.
It's a good read. I like the bit at the back.
Is that right?
It says about the backstop. That's quite funny.
Never call anyone a backstop.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, go on.
There you go.
This is good one for you being a wicket keeper.
All right. Okay, there is a long stop, but the position is only occupied when a fielding side has an appallingly bad wicket keeper. Well, I feel bad if they ever put one behind me. But anyway, let's get back onto task here, and we're going to see Finland coming out. And yeah, look, I'd be interested to see what their approach is to this target of 93. We've got a pretty attacking opening pair of Nathan Collins and Peter Gallagher, who are out there. And it's going to be Satya Sengupta to bowl the first ball of the Czech Republic. And he knocks him over with the very first ball. Well, that is simply super from Satya Sengupta. And he just completely bamboozled Nathan Collins, the Finnish skipper. And I don't know if it was a change of pace. It definitely wasn't the pace that Collins was expecting. And Rico Full, what a start for the Czechs.
Well, what a very clever delivery this is. And we always say, and you hear me saying all the time, when you're bowling it, bowl it full, bowl it straight, and there's every opportunity you're going to get a wicket. And I think it's just been done by the pace. I think it was a perfect ball. Look, he's come out to it a long way, still hasn't been able to get to it. The slower ball does the trick. And isn't he happy? Well, so he should be. His very first ball ever in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And he takes a wicket. But one man who won't be happy, of course, is Nathan Collins, because he's gone for a first baller, golden duck.
Oh, a tale of two first balls. I mean, the first ball for Sengupta capturing a wicket, and does it by hitting the furniture. And Collins, the first ball he faces in T10 international cricket, he's on his way. You know, I just think he was too quick through that shot. I think it was the lack of pace that did Collins. And just like that, Finland lose their captain. I often say, though, don't I, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back after a bit of an interruption here to day one of this ECI Czechia. We are back and we're back on the park. Unfortunately, match 3 was abandoned between Greece and Cyprus. The points were split, but we're ready to go in match 4. Slight delay to this one, starting 15 minutes behind the scheduled time. But because of the scheduling today, we won't lose any overs. So that is really good news for everybody concerned. News from the toss that Czechia have won the toss. They've elected to bat, and an inclusion for Czechia with Ayush Sharma from United Cricket Club in for his international debut. And he's listed down there at number 11. He's not really a number 11. He's more of a top order batter. Having a look at the bat versus ball wall, Czechia 9-1 favourites according to that. Having said that, Cyprus, they've only played one game in the format, one completed game anyway. They do have a point due to that washout against Greece. So having a look out to the middle, and it looks like they're opening up with Rudraj Magare and Sazi Bhuyan. So a pretty explosive combination. And these two, just a day ago, they were doing battle here for their respective clubs, United and Bohemians, but now they're joining forces. For Cyprus, though, we saw them in the first game of the day against Czechia, struggling with the bat. And so I think it's not a bad thing they'll be bowling first. They've been doing okay with the ball. Shoaib Ahmed is going to get us going. Gets a good Yorker in first up to Magare. So, yeah, the conditions, yeah, I suppose are still a little bit damp. But this field, it was particularly dry before this week. And so it's been sucking up the water pretty well. Just the surrounds of the pitch, they've been working really hard on getting those a little less slippery. And so I think all things considered, the conditions pretty good considering the amount of rain we had just a couple of hours ago. He's got bites back from Shoaib Ahmed. Goes through to the keeper. No run as yet. Danny Hudacek joins me in the commentary box. Well, Danny, it was quite the storm, wasn't it? But now we're back and should be a good return contest between these two teams.
Yeah, it was a little bit of rain there, but I think the umpires did the right thing of taking their players off before the rain set in, and we had a bit of thunder. So seems okay now. Bit of surface moisture, I think, as the bowler checks his run.
The run-ups are far from perfect, so you just have to be a little bit careful. Once you get on the artificial surface, it's not too bad. Yeah, it was probably one of the few times I saw the players already heading off before I really even saw any raindrops. It was clear it was coming. Almost knocked over the cube, but whoever put the cube up, probably Alistair. Well done to him, because stood up, stood up to the pressure. This one slides past the fielder, and we will get a run. Magare off the mark at the third attempt, and that'll bring Sazi Bhuyan onto strike.
Yeah, it's good to see Bhuyan up the top, and he's an explosive batter, as is Magare. Magare really not going, getting going yet in this this series.
I like that he's being given opportunities. That's the thing, though. The guys that are coming in, obviously, you want to see what they can do at the level. This first one slides past the outside edge of Sazi Bhuyan. And this is a very good first over from Shoaib Ahmed.
Yeah, really good. And that's I think they were okay with the ball in the field. Were Cyprus getting used to the conditions. Their batting was an issue, but the Czechs weren't great with the bat. 103. He did win the game, but this is hit back down past the fielders, going to the boundary. Well, they're looking at each other. None of them made a decisive mood. They kind of went forward to it and then sideways, and it went past them, and that's first boundary for Czechia.
It still boggles my mind that despite having a fair bit of rain, this outfield's still so fast. It was just a little push down the ground.
It wasn't hit very well either, was it?
Yeah, once it got past the infield, it raced away.
Phil G's in the chat. I'd like to Phil Dave as usual.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. Happy to have some cricket for you.
So it's yeah, Cyprus. They well, they got a. There was a no result, so a point each for the last game. It's a shame because it was an entertaining start to that, and Cyprus were doing very well against Greece.
Yeah, for sure. You know, leading with the ball.
That's a full toss, blasted through Chialufis there. That's gone for 4. Well, it was hit hard towards him. There was hair flying everywhere. Have a look at this.
Yeah, it's a baseball type shot, wasn't it? And he does get a fingertip to it. Doesn't take that much off it. Half chance at best, really. Not the kind of ball that deserved a wicket. In the end, it does go to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it should have been smashed onto the ladies' field over there. It was see the Czechs are they practicing? Is it or they're getting back to it?
Yeah, they're getting back into it
Looks
over
like
there.
a second innings.
Yeah, no, well, I'll tell you what's going on over there because I went and checked it out actually. But right now, we are still in the countdown. 58 days to go until the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, and these two teams will feature. You'll see Czechia in Group A. You'll see Cyprus in Group E. Cyprus's group pretty interesting. They will have 3 teams in their group that we just saw in the Valletta Cup. Malta, Romania and Switzerland. And the other team's England 11 in their group. So pretty interesting group. It's going to be Rajvinder Brar, the captain, to bowl over number 2. And yeah, he was bowling really well earlier today. This one comes in off the seam. And we'll get through for a single. Yeah, over there in the women's game, the Czech team taking on USG Chemnitz from Germany, a club that I think we'll see in the Dresden ECS coming up.
Yep.
So, yeah, the first game, I think the Czechs, they weren't too happy because they bowled for 20 overs. They only got to bat for 8 overs. And apparently in that competition, they don't use Duckworth-Lewis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, couldn't believe it, actually. Anyway, this is up and it's over the top, and Buljan is going to get 4. Again, strong down the ground. A little bit of length on this, kind of like a straight pull. And then gets it up and over the field. Once again, goes to the boundary for 4. Yeah, so listen to this. So it's just like they take, if you make, let's say, 200 off 20 overs, 10 and over, then you're meant to be like 80 off 8, which is a bit unfair, really, because you don't know you're only going to get 8 overs if you get rained off. Anyway, this is up and it's over the top. Maximo just straying onto the pads, and you can see both these guys, they love it there, don't they, Danny? That disappears over the leg side for 6.
Yeah, they're both very, very dangerous batsmen. And Buljan's 18 off 5. And I think Cyprus might get a first hand taste of some Czech batting. There's been a lot of runs scored on this ground in the last couple of weeks, and Buljan's really having a swing. As been such a strong batting lineup, they can all bat, and with probably Sengupta, the batting 11, who opened the batting for Brno.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a very strong batting lineup, no doubt about it. So over there on the second field, now they're playing their second T20. So it's a new game over there. Yeah, it's great that the Czech women's team is playing in the German competition. I think that's fantastic.
Well, they're getting regular games, which
That's
is
the
really
thing,
important.
yeah.
This is hit hard, and that's another 4. No chance for the fielder. And fielded there by Lons, the chairman of the ChamKS.
Chairman of the board. Yeah, he's been doing a great job over there, just assisting with the tents, keeping the water off. And yeah, he's been running around like a man possessed today, organising a few things off the field. I think it's been a really fun day.
Yeah, absolutely. And not many spectators now, just the Greeks watching on.
There's a few that are hiding out though, still by the barbecue tent.
I need to get over there eventually.
We haven't been over yet.
Not yet.
You missed a trick there. Last ball, the over.
A big swing and a miss. And Well, it's the end of the over. Pretty good one for the Czechs after 2 overs there. 24 for no loss.
Yeah, so if we have a look at the table, we'll see Greece and Cyprus with 1 point. But Czechia got a real opportunity here to go 5 points clear, and they will play Greece in the last game of the day as well. But I suppose both Greece and Cyprus robbed of the opportunity for 2 points in the last game. They have to settle for 1. Not much you can do about it, really. Because there's no way you're going to be able to play through that storm. It was crazy. You saw the wind blowing the covers everywhere. Well done to all the ground staff and the operations crew for getting us back up and running.
Yeah, it was well, putting bags over cameras and all sorts of stuff, trying to put the covers on while there's a wind. That's a nice shot from Agare. Beautiful shot off his legs. 4 runs.
Well, this one is the shot he's played so well during this 2 weeks. And it's a bit risky. Now, he did get LBW earlier to a similar shot. But the thing is, he just hasn't been missing them. That was a rare one he's missed. That's a ball that is on off stump, but he just glances it away and opens up that leg side. So it's a risk, but it has a reward. And he turns decent delivery from Shoaib Ahmed into a boundary.
Yeah, so if he gets going like he did in the ECS, it'll be great to watch. Ball comes in again, sits it down the ground, and they ran off the shot. Nice work, and get to see Geophilis's mane.
Yeah, look at that. And yeah, Jimmy's hair. I think I'll probably have its own Instagram page after this tournament. He's running wild. I think you called him Fabio straight away.
Yeah.
That's right. Fabio's kind of straighter. I feel like Fabio straightens his hair.
Yeah, I think is he still around? I think he is.
I hope so.
This is going towards a boundary. It might make it, and it does.
Well,
he's not the most mobile of fielders out there. There's Lovedeep Sandhu. He's a big man.
well, Lovedeep's like a human drone. He was looking down from above there, and he couldn't quite work out how he's going to get the hand down to the ball. Ends up trying to go the stomp. And I'm kind of fortunate for him, I think, that he misses it. And now he gets relieved of his duties.
I think it's wise. Someone who's a bit more nimble out there.
He's a big man, though, isn't he? Lovedeep Sandhu.
Well, he's been replaced by Lovedeep Singh out there. So
Yeah.
Love deep in the deep.
It was a funny story. It wasn't a Lovedeep, but it was Lovepreet in Brescia a couple of years ago. As this is blasted over the offside. Gone, Maximal. As Bouyan, he's looking very comfortable here, just a little bit short. And watch that one fly up and over the offside. 6 runs. And the helicopter, that might help dry out the field, although it's already pretty good. And plenty of blue sky and sunshine coming back out as
That's
well.
crazy, isn't it? It is looking good now. And there's a bit of sawdust. You can see the discoloration. It's just sawdust, so the bowlers don't slip, so there's no mud getting on the pitch. So it's well taken care of. Has had 2 weeks of cricket from just bowling from one end. Gets a bowler again and gets it past the fielder who slips, and that's going to go to the boundary as well. It's been a good over here for the Czechs, and Bouyan, he's hitting the ball nicely. That was a bit of an inside edge, I guess.
Yeah,
But still had enough. It's still on the power play.
Kind of closed the face on it, didn't he, really? I got enough banner to get it away from the fielder.
He swung hard at it.
So we've got Lovedeeps in the Cyprus side, but Lovepreet Singh from Jandra Brescia, he dropped 5 catches in 5 different
I remember
positions.
that. I
Remember that? I
remember
think
that.
you were
Yeah,
with me.
Yeah, I was.
Back in that ECS, and no matter where they moved him to, the ball just kept following him. That's something I'll never forget. Anyway, Bouyan 36 off 11 and motoring. Last ball to power play.
Oh, it's a good ball to finish up.
That will be the end of the 3rd over. So 43 without loss. The Czechs off to a good start once again against the Cypriots.
Yeah, very good power play there. And Bouyan, 36 off 12. He's really launching an attack. And I think it's a good move, actually, putting him up the top of the order. They could have chosen any one of 10 batsmen to do that. Maybe 11, actually. Maybe not Riaz.
Well, not Riaz, but, I mean, not that Riaz isn't a decent batter, but not really an opener. But, yeah, you're right. I'm going to go through the Czech players.
All of these guys, I'm not sure if Ayush Sharma opened the batting at all for United.
No, it doesn't generally open.
No,
but he would bat 4.
But all of the other batsmen apart from Riaz and Ayoshama, have opened the batting in the last 2
Got
weeks.
9 openers.
Yeah, 9
It
openers.
reminds me a bit of the Spanish team back in the ECC. They had 9 openers, and Corey batted Cameron anyway, the only one that wasn't an opener in the qualifier 1. And it kind of backfired. He made like 5 off 12 in the first 5 overs, and he wouldn't retire him out. I said to Corey, "You're all talk about the retiring out. You had 9 openers, you didn't use them." But anyway, yeah, right now, Magare, they're probably looking to replicate what he's been doing over the last couple of days.
Nice.
Gets across with frequency there, but he doesn't miss too many. There's the wild man, Gialufis.
I tell you what, Jimmy likes knocking his cap off, getting the locks out.
You know, he could probably tie the cap on with his hair, couldn't he? Really? I'm sure that all his friends from back in the UK are watching. I believe he's on international debut here.
Comes. Oh, that was a bit of rubbish, and that was dispatched. It's gone pretty much over Joe Foster's parents, who are on the Scott Page bench, and that's gone a long way back towards the car park.
Yeah, not a good ball at all. It's asking to be hit. And, yeah, gets plenty of batter. And it would be another 6 to the total. 50's up now in the 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, it's a great start for the Czechs, and still a long way to go in this innings. And, well, Cyprus, they getting a bit of a taste of what a lot of the bowling got.
Yeah.
During the ECS here.
Yeah, that's true. Boyan's been the main instigator.
Comes in again and hit the offside this time, going towards the boundary, and good piece of fielding, and he'll have to hurry. He's all right.
Great stop. I mean, just tries to throw it quickly to try and put them off. Taking the second, I think. But and that's Vimel Kanduri out there. Really like this, despite the conditions. Gets down. It does everything right. Kind of controls his fall to the ground.
I think there's a bit of a slip actually in the end, but did really well. Alfred Sandu coming in again and hit firmly through the gap. Another 4 as the cap flies off again.
Boyan is absolutely smoking them here. Takes a position slightly outside the off stump. Goes with the in angle of the bowler. Picks the gap perfectly. And up to 48 now and just 15 balls.
It's looking ominous for the Cypriots at the moment. The Czechs 57, and they were in the 4th over. No loss. Lovepreet, Lovepreet Sandhu, probably the best of the bowlers in the first game. He's been taken apart a bit. That one's just a single. Got one more left in this over.
Gialufis' hat stays on for the first time, I think, in any fielding act for him in this tournament.
Well, as I said, I think yesterday, that if a fielder's cap comes off, if he's not the one knocking it off and the ball hits it, it isn't 5
Yeah,
runs.
it isn't 5 unless you deliberately take your cap off. So it just gets blown off, then no, it's actually not illegal fielding.
Oh, it's a good ball to end up that over. And at the end of 4, the Czechs are 58 for no loss. Magare, he's not just...
It's just not quite himself at the moment. And a different day. I don't think it's so much that he's not up to the standard. I just think he just found himself wanting a few times. Got me thinking, you know, sometimes you take your cap off by just shaking your head a little bit.
Is that deliberate?
He had to make a judgment call about whether somebody was deliberately trying to knock their cap off their head or not. Anyway, 58 without loss after 4. 145 pace, but plenty, and I mean plenty of batting to come for Czechia.
Yeah, well, yeah, Magare, you always talk about retiring batsmen. I don't think it's at anywhere near that stage for Magare, and it's a bad experience for him at the moment.
That's the thing. Yeah, there's like bigger issues, but I would say if he faces 3 or 4 balls here and can't hit a boundary after 5, strategically you'd probably yank him with that much batting to come.
Well, Bouillon's going okay. Mishit that one slightly. That's his 50.
Yeah, nice moment for Zazie. Brings up his 50 off 17 balls. And he has 50 out of the 59 runs on the board so far.
So I don't know if I'd like to bowl to Sazi Bhuyan because his back lift is just enormous. This is called a wide, and you could just tell he just wants to smash you to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. He makes no secret about that. Tight one, but probably just grabs the line as it passes the popping crease. This is Roshan Siriwardana now for Cyprus.
And, well, this is another one. I was talking to Voitahasa before, who was having a chat with the local mayor, and he was explaining why there's so much wind here at Vinod.
Okay.
So Kabeli Airport's it's not far away, and it's one of the oldest airports in the country. I think it's 1910 it opened, and because a lot of the planes were underpowered, they wanted the windiest place in Prague, and well, that's not far away. That's a nice shot. It's got through the fielder, and that's 4. Well, that's better for Magare.
Yeah, much better. And I like the way he's not just hitching his wagon leg side. He's willing to go with the angle this time. Slippery one for the fielder who makes a good effort. But unfortunately, wasn't quite able to make the stop.
So he moves on to 12 off 10. Bhuyan 50 off 17. Pretty good effort. He's got over half the innings to go. If he can get a bit of a strike, then Bhuyan could get a big one here.
Siriwardana's pretty experienced. He's got over 50 wickets on the network in T10 cricket.
It's a nice shot again. There's a fielder out there. Just a single will bring Bhuyan on strike. We are facing Siriwardana for the first time.
And one of the reasons that the Cyprus guys, some of them played a lot of matches. We had night series there back-to-back in 2021. Had a fair bit of ECS cricket there too.
I remember a game where it was only 20 over cricket right at the start, where 250 was scored.
Oh yeah, so by an individual.
Yeah,
Atta Ullah, and it was 311 for one off the 20 overs, and he scored 250 of them.
Crazy. Oh, this is headed towards us. It's over the fielder, is it? No, it's not. Caught by Lovepreet Sandhu out there. And that's the end of Bhuyan for 50 exactly. Good innings, really got the Czechs off to a fly, got it at the end of the bat, and didn't quite get enough of it. Good catch out there from Lovepreet, looking back at that rope.
Yeah, and he had more room to move than he realised. And says he actually got out exactly like that yesterday, just trying that kind of tennis shot straight down the ground, taking on the field, but doesn't quite get the power to get over Lovepreet, and that's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 65 for 1. I want to say very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Danny Hudacek with me. Thanks for your patience as well, because I know rain interruptions are always a pain, but we got to check out an ECN Classic, Czech Republic against Finland. We got to see some of that.
Well, I was at that game.
Yeah.
It was a good win for the Czechs. I remember a couple of things about it. Satya Sengupta getting a wicket with his first ball ever. Actually the first ever international they played at Cardamom, the Czechs, and I think they ended up winning the game, just as a spoiler if anyone wants to.
Hopefully we don't need to show the second half of it, because hopefully we don't have any more rain here. But anyway, so far so good. And right here, Czechia making a very strong start. But Cyprus, they have shown a bit more with the ball than the bat so far. I'm looking forward to seeing their batting again. I think it's always tough, especially for the top order. New conditions, a new field. Let's see, but first, let's see how many they're chasing, because they're going to have to deal with the Czech batting lineup that's had a lot of batting. They're high on confidence, and they kind of they've got 10 genuine batters and an all-rounder. So it's going to be tough. But anyway, looks like we're ready to go. And then we're going to head into the 6th over, and this looks like Vimal Kanduri, who's going to bowl it. Well,
Magara is going to be facing him for the first time, and then at the other end is the beast, Suresh Wikramasinghe, who didn't quite get going in that first innings. They didn't, or the first game, I should say. That he played against Greece. He was mishitting the ball a bit, but we'll see how he goes. A powerful hitter of the ball is Wikramasinghe.
Yeah, so Beast isn't facing because it was the end of the over, but Magare is facing, and he goes leg side, and this is going, and it's gone. Maximo! And this is very Rudraj Magaro over the last couple of weeks. He loves this angle, and he's a very good sweeper. He doesn't seem to care about the line. He kind of sweeps on length, and that one was pretty well struck.
Just one thing I just noted with Magare, the face of his bat is very open when he plays that shot, so he's trying to get an angle up, definitely. Just, I don't know if it'll see it with the next one, but the face of his bat was very, very open. Comes in again and does it again. Just could be out though. Takes a catch. Another wicket down. That's the end of Magare for 19.
Yeah, you mentioned it's open, and that does create a kind of bit of extra slice when he tries to go offside. So you can see that the way that his bat kind of sliced the ball up in the air. It's hard to get that to go further with that bat face the way it is. Fairly safe catch back there. So Rudraj, I mean, good signs, but also probably not quite what he would have hoped for. 19 off 13 for him in the end. As the second wicket falls, it's 71 for 2.
Ayush Sharma's the new batsman. Good to see that as well. He's replacing his United teammate in Rudraj, and it's good to see recognition for Ayush Sharma, who's been a really good player in the leagues for both for České Budějovice and also, well, they don't have a team in the ECS to České Budějovice, so he's been playing for United for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And a really, really good player is Ayush Sharma.
Good to see him getting a go. He's very experienced in club cricket, and he's got a very experienced man at the other end in Sudesh Kramasekera. But well done to Kanduri. He just stick to his plan, gets it across the right hander, gets it outside the off stump. And Roshan Siriwadana took a fairly safe catch. So here's Sharma for the first time facing up. And he looks very at home as he strikes his first run in international cricket.
Yeah, nice shot. Brings the beast on to strike. And still going at about just under 13 and over the Czechs. Yeah, going back to that ECC, early on, the Czechs had a very good victory against Italy. And we're topping that table, as it says, high in the air. This should be out. And it is. Well, no more beast. He's gone for a golden. Well, it's falling apart a little bit here for the Czechs after a bright start, losing 3 quick wickets. Just got under it, and yeah, he knew straight away. Started walking off.
Yeah, he had the same issue, that he's fighting the angle. Actually, that's pretty clever. The keeper, pre-touch, he's trying to creep but without putting off the bowler, because he thinks if he drops this, he'll probably pop up in front of him. So he was just there as kind of insurance policy. But unfortunately, Sudesh has some company as he leaves the field after being dismissed first ball. And just a little mini collapse here now. It's 72 for 3.
Yeah, it looks like Subhawan Divisi is the new batsman. Actually, it's not. It's Sid Gowd is the new batsman. Don't think Sid will like me comparing him to Subba.
A few key differences there. But after cruising to 65 without loss, Czechia have lost 3 for 7 now.
Yeah, it's a good comeback here from Cyprus. Yeah, they watched a lot of balls go over the boundary, mainly along the ground from Sazi Buyan.
Yeah.
But, it's been a good over so far here. A couple of wickets. Sid Gowd just hits that over the top of cover, and well, it's just a single.
It'll take us to the end of the over. Great one from Kanduri with a double strike, and after 6 overs, Czechia up 73 for 3 after winning the toss, electing to bat here in match 4.
Yeah, a bit of a fight back here as we see up the top. Sazi Buyan 50 off 19, Raj Magari 19 off 14, then and the wicket there of Sudesh going for a golden, but so plenty of batting to come. Ashokan's down at what, 9?
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean,
I'd like to see him bat actually.
To be sure.
Honest. It's
he batted very well at the end of the final under pressure last night.
The thing is that this tournament, apart from the trophy, there's not really that much at stake. You know, all teams would like to win this tournament, but I think they've definitely got one eye on the ECCs coming up in September.
Exactly.
And just trying to get an idea of what their best side is and how to. I mean, of course, the Czechs and the Greeks will be playing each other, so I'm sure they'll be trying to find out what the strengths and weaknesses of each of these players are. And you can see the Greeks watching this game intently. In the sunshine as well, glorious sunshine, a bit of breeze. New bowler will come in. is Waka Ali. And hit nicely down the ground by Sid Gowd. Just a single. And they'll bring Ayush Sharma back on strike.
Yeah, what a great opportunity for Sharma. And yeah, I'm really happy to see some of the guys coming to the squad getting some responsibility, see how they handle it.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's had a lot of experience, not at this level. But then again, I think psychologically you've got to kind of think, well, this is just another club game.
Yeah, it is. It's just cricket.
Hit hard down the ground. Must be a single.
And so Cyprus slowly working their way back into this, but back of their mind will be, where are these runs going to come from? And I think someone like Hardeep Singh, who we saw batting down at 9, and he's listed at 11 in this game. I think he's the sort of guy, you've got to get up there higher. He did hit the ball with some confidence.
Well, that's it. I mean, they lost 3 quick wickets. In fact, 5 quick wickets to Cyprus in the first game. That shook them. It's a short, and that's put away. It's one bounce, I think. And nice shot. It's Sid Gowd, who, well, he's a classy batsman, Sid Gowd. If you give him an invitation like that, he'll take it.
Yeah, it was a good shot, but it was way too short from Waka Ali. It's allowed Sid plenty of time to get his hands out in front of it. Smacks it away for 4.
It's good he's recognised again, Sid. I know he was in and out of the national side. He's certainly got the ability. And a bit of a bust up, I think, down in a training camp in Brno, and decided to not be part of the Czech team. But he's obviously reconsidered having a chat to some of the coaching side. This is down the ground, and very well done there from low by Lovepreet Sandhu, dancing around the edge of the rope.
That's pretty impressive. I don't know what shoe size he is, but it's pretty large. And it did seem like he just walked the tightrope perfectly. Didn't quite touch the rope. So it's a good boundary stop.
Very good boundary stop. And, yeah, just a single. Bowling to Ayush Sharma now. Again, hit down the ground. These fielders are getting plenty of practice.
Yeah, but Cyprus pretty happy how they're tracking at the moment. Still one to come in this over. I think Stefan Gooch just having a bit of a word, saying, "Hey, just make sure that when you bowl, get off the pitch so I can see."
So this run rate's dropped a little bit. I'm sure it can accelerate pretty quickly. Once these two are set, and I think he wants a new bat.
He can get one, but probably he can wait to the end of the over because he's not facing this ball. And you think, yeah, that's no problem. I'll get you a new bat, but just as long as it's not broken in half, you can run with it this ball and speed things up.
Well, that one's got to be 4, slashed at it by Gowd. That went quickly between the keeper and the slip. No chance for either of them.
Yeah, it's a tough one where you put this slip. It's a bit of a gamble. I often think he's better off being just at a first slip line, but back on the circle. That might have gone over him anyway because there was a fair bit of bat on it. Oh, well, you make your own luck. And Sid does get 4, and it takes us to the end of the 7th over, and the score's 85 for 3. Coming up, we have Portugal cricket coming your way, and it starts in about 45 minutes. Match 25 will be the first of 3 matches tonight. It's Marlow versus Gamblers. Both these two with identical records. I'll tell you why this game's important, because the top team automatically goes through the final on Monday night. The second and third side have to play off for the other spot.
Okay.
So with those two basically being the two in the hunt for top spot, they play each other in the first game. So that'll be a big one. Corey Ruckers will take you through that. I'm sure a few of our viewers will be multi-screening that. As we've got Kanduri coming back. Bowled a good first over. First one just loses the battle with the wide line.
Yeah, he's really fired that across. Again, he's pretty quick for a spinner. Comes in again. And slipped there at the top by Sharma. There's a feeler out there. Just a single.
Yeah, so we're still in decent innings here. On track for 120.
I think they can raise that quite a bit. Can the Czechs? These two can, for sure. Well, a little bit of luck there, and they'll go through for a single. Well done by the fielder.
Kanduri's been excellent though with the ball, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's had his plan, he's stuck to it. You know, he's pretty pacey, but he's putting it in that zone just inside the tram line. Occasionally missing, but you can probably afford one of those and over. He's making the right-hander reach. All right, let's see if Sharma can get after him.
Oh, he can, but he hits it straight to that fly slip, and that's the end of Ayush Sharma. Nice catch.
Poor Ayush is saying, well, how come Sid got away with one like this? I think they have moved that man a little bit finer now. And it's basically a run-saving position, but also a catching position when you've got someone bowling the pace of Vimal Kanduri. And, yeah, so...
He was on the move there, the fielder,
yeah,
sideways.
he was kind of walking in with the bowler, which in that position I don't think you really need to do. Anyway, he was set by the time the ball hit his hands. And so, fourth wicket goes, and it's Ayush Sharma who's dismissed for 4. It's 88 for 4.
And it'll be Sabah Windavisi, a left-hander, to cause a little chaos. Sometimes for the fielding team, sometimes for his batting partner. And he'll be joining Sid Gowd, who's also had just a chat and said, Sabah, don't run me out, please.
Yeah, a few tongue-in-cheek comments perhaps, but anyway, Davisi left-hander will just throw out the plans a little bit of the Cyprus bowlers.
What a spell this has been from Kanduri, though. 3 for 11.
Brilliant, brilliant, and he's built it on accuracy.
Well, this time he won't be pushing it across the right-hander because he's going to be bowling to a left-hander. So let's see if he changes his angles. You wouldn't want to push it too far into Davisi's pads because...
Well, first one is a little bit short and it disappears. And abracadabra, Davisi into his work. Yellow Jacket does the fielding. Maximal. Kanduri doesn't have as much luck against the left-hander.
Yeah, that's well, that's what I was saying. You want to push it across him. Let's have a look at this. Again, Davisi, he's 6 off 1. He's got pretty free license to just have a swing here, Davisi.
Sure does. Still plenty of batting to come as well.
Well, it's well, I didn't get away with it. It's gone through everything. I'm not sure if you got a little edge to that.
No,
I
don't think it hit anything. And so this is just a case of Pretaj not being on the right line. You can see the key to this is trying to keep your head in line with the ball. Because he's basically, his head's got outside the off stump. He's reaching to the side of his body. So then if you misjudge the bounce, that's what happens. It goes over the gloves. And an unearned 4 for Czechia.
Yeah, it's a bit of luck there, but you know, this one's in the air. This has gone a mile. That's gone onto the Banks field, and the yellow jacket, Joe, looking very cool.
Yeah, he's only wearing the yellow jacket, I think, at the moment. But yeah, that was a big hit by Davisi, and also it will finish the over. The 100 comes up with that shot as well. It's 104 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, it's a good little total coming up, and just I think Davisi is the right man to be coming in at this stage as well. Let's have a look at this. So there's that little 3-wicket clump, made it go down a little bit, and start to rise. In this one, it was the wicket of Ayush Sharma, but Davisi's in, Sid Gowd's in, and they've got a couple of overs left to see what kind of damage they can do to this Cypriot bowling. It will be Rashane Siridawana to continue. Pretty good over the first one, only 7 from it and a wicket.
Yeah, he bowled pretty well. And as we say here on ECN, it all happens in the ninth. Let's see if Roshan keeps these bats quiet. Gowd 12 off 6, faces up.
Well, got a little inside edge. Sabah this time didn't run.
Yeah, Sabah was right not to run as well. He's the one person that can actually see where the ball's gone. He sends Sid back.
So, good start to the over for Siridawana. Gowd is 12 off 7. And hits that one firmly down the ground. Just be a single.
Yeah, just the one. Left-hand, right-hand combination. It's always a bit of a hassle for the bowlers and even the captain, because he has to keep changing the field, trying to get the field right.
Should they be made illegal, do you think, Vinny?
Ian Chappell used to say that left-handers should be shot at birth. which seems a little extreme. But anyway, he's going to continue around the wicket. This is a risk to Davisi because if you get too close to him, he'll just swing away leg side, and if you give him width, he'll slash it away. There his 2 favourite shots. That's probably the perfect ball because he wanted to slash that but didn't have any length to work with, and it was just inside the tram line.
He does like to push it out there, but it's well protected, that area. There's a slip and a gully and a backward point. So it's almost 2 gullies, actually. They're almost like right behind each other.
Yeah, pretty unusual at this stage to have 2 fielders there.
Oh, it's a nice flick on the leg side, going towards a boundary. Mandel do well to get there, and he does. Underarm throw in, they'll get 2.
Yeah, excellent fielding though. Had to anticipate, and he did. Made it fairly easily in the end. Another 2 to the total. Still on the 120s pace.
They got past the score they got this morning against Greece. They struggle a bit with the fluency. This is high in the air. Player's gonna take it easy. He will. Another catch there. That's Lovepreet Sandhu, and they're getting. It's the wrong club selection, as you often say, Vinny. Just a little bit short of the green.
Yeah, had the right idea. A slight inside edge, and Lovedeep once again. He's in the way, and he's the man for that position, I think, with that height that he brings to the table. Struggled a bit to the ground ball earlier in this 10 overs, but he's shown he's got a good pair of hands. So sub up, nice little impact innings from him as he's able to whack a couple of 6s away in his 14. But he's the 5th wicket to fall, and it's 107 for 5.
Let's see if Shokin gets a bat. Devendra Singh still hasn't batted either, so they've got a few to choose from. And interesting.
They're going for the tank.
Forgot about the tank as well.
The tank's there. I mean, yeah, heaps of options. I mean, they could probably draw their batting lineup out of a hat, which is actually a game we used to do sometimes. It was pretty fun in some social games. When the wicket falls, everyone's padded up and, and you draw somebody out. But you could pretty much do that with this check lineup.
Yeah, I mean, the one negative of it is that because no one is really sure of where they're going to bat, it's just a little bit different and difficult for them. That's why I don't think there's been any fluency in either innings we've seen of them so far. But Tanky, he can hit the ball a long way, and I think some of these players just need a little bit more pressure. This is mishit just slightly over the bowler.
Hey Danny, I'm going to have to say it. I'm on clock watch because they're going to have to bowl their... Oh, I'm not on clock watch anymore because I forgot that is the end of the 9th over. I thought there was still an over to go. So forget what I said because they're going to be fine for time. It was an issue earlier on today, wasn't it? 108 for 5 then after 9. And now, we have to decide who bowled last over. You've got Rajvinder that could still bowl one. Lovedeep Sandhu's got one. Wakarali's got one.
It's a bit strange that, like, throughout this week, we've seen pretty big scores. PCC scored 187, which is a bit extraordinary.
Yeah.
But scores 125, 130 with the same batsman, and this is the second time that they've just limped over the 100 mark. They might get it up to 120, which is a pretty decent score, but it's just been a little bit below par for what we've seen during the week. 113 was par.
Yeah,
so.
that's true. That's true. I mean, okay, you could argue maybe the ball being a bit wet with the amount of rain we had coming into it, but yeah, I still think it's pretty much bang on par at the moment. Wakarali to bowl the 10th over then, and the tank takes up his position at the other end. 6 balls to go in this innings.
I think we'll have a little swing here, the tank. And he does, and he lifts it over the fielder, and that's 6. Well, tank fires. Lively shot.
It wasn't really a great ball. It was just drifting into the pads, and Tomar just very quick to open up that front side, and then just hit the ball with a fairly straight bat over mid-wicket. So a great start to the over from Czechia. That one does interrupt the women's game over there.
I think there's some spectators right on that hitting line as well who are watching the game, but they're also watching the women's game. So hopefully at least one of them will keep an eye on to see if Tanky smashes one towards them.
I think they're on full alert over there. 5 to come.
And a little bit short. You can see Tomar really disappointed with not hitting that one.
Well, that's the effort ball. I mean, the bowler's saying, I know this is probably cuttable, but I'm going to try and beat you with bounce. And he does. So that is a gamble because there's a fair chance if that cut shot gets hit, it's going to race to the boundary. Let's see if he's willing to try it again. I feel like he might go full on at the stumps here.
Let's see. Well, he shouldn't have done that. That's been hit in the same area as the one before. Good feeling out there by Joe Jacob.
Yeah, well, this was the risk. I think he is trying to go fuller in at the stumps, but it's not quite full enough, is it? And once again, angling into the kneecap of Riddick Tomar. He puts it away. He's 13 off just 4.
Michelle Mendon said, pressure of international cricket and the quality of bowling. Could be. I think so. And they haven't seen these bowlers before as well. So it's something a little bit new. This one's hit straight into the pitch.
Yeah, so we'll get another go. I don't think it's a bad thing to have Tomar on strike again because he's had the better of this battle with Wakarali in the 10th over so far.
Yeah, he definitely has, but, well, 120, it's a good score actually, I guess.
Yeah.
But just come to a custom of some bigger hitting, and this one he didn't quite get hold of. It's going to go between the fielders for 4 as the cup comes off Chialufis again.
Yeah, this field is still lightning fast. I think the fielder, when he sees this hit, thinks, okay, I'm just going to lope round. I'm gonna grab this one. But then suddenly, whoa, it just took off, and the result is another boundary. So 124 plus this. Wakarali going for a few in this last over.
It's a pretty good over here for the Czechs. And how they're going to finish off. Well, that's in the air, should be caught and taken there by Chialufis. That's the end of the innings. The tank, he misfires with that one, but it was an expensive one from Wakarali.
Pretty good innings, though, in the end, when you consider the tank. He scores 17 off his 6 balls before he gets out off the 7th. So it's a good scoring rate. I think Czechia, okay, it's not going to break any records or anything like that, but they do the job with the bat. Remember, earlier on, when Cyprus had to face the Czech bowlers, they were in all sorts of trouble. And they actually fell to 28 for 6 at one stage about halfway through. But, yeah, in the end, they were only able to make 78. Let's go back and we'll have a look at the highlights. Magare and Sazi Buyan opening the batting for Czechia in this one. And Buyan in particular, he was very destructive on the way to a half century.
He was really good, was Saji Buyan. He just wanted to line up there at the bowling and smash it, and that's exactly what he did. And it was a very, very good start to the Czech innings. And Buyan has just got bad intentions on the white ball. As Magare again didn't quite get going. Hit a couple of nice shots. There's a bit of fancy footwork fail there on the boundary, but generally it was a pretty good effort by Magare. But it was Sazi Buyan who did most of the heavy lifting up top. That was a nice shot there from Magare.
Yeah, so maybe acceleration was a bit of a problem through the middle overs. But having said that, I still think the guys came in, they played shots, didn't work out for everyone. Beastie went first ball. So yeah, it could have been better, but also think that when you look at how Cyprus went against Czechia earlier on, I think Czechia certainly ahead in the game. And so, well, when it came down to it, the boundaries continued to flow. I think Buyan, he was excellent, wasn't he? Ayush Sharma was out there. He got an opportunity, but couldn't really make the most of it. Sid Goud, again, he got an opportunity. Faced 8 balls for 13, hit a couple of boundaries in there. And there were a couple of edges, one flew for 4, and one was caught. And that was a fairly routine slips-like catch, wasn't it, for Roman Mazumdar? And then, yeah, this one's avoidable for me. I just think he plays the wrong line there, the keeper. Doesn't take it in front of his body, tries to take it to the side. But then there was some late fireworks to Vitsi, and then Tomar, the tank firing in the 10th.
Yeah, he came in, did the right thing at the right time, and hit some big sixes, and that's that 4 that split the field. Ended up, he lost his wicket on the final ball. It's got a full toss, but a neat catch there taken by Chialufis, and that was the end of the innings for Czechia. So We'll have a look at the batting card in just a moment.
Yeah, we'll have a look, and you'll see that Buyan, he dominates it with 50 off 19 at the top of the order with 7 fours and 3 sixes in there. Apart from that, Magare, 19, probably still not his cleanest innings. And then a few bit part contributions down the bottom. Goud with 13 not out, Davizzi with 14 in quick time, and Tomar firing with 17. And 16 of those came in the last over.
Yeah, so 125, the target for Cyprus. They'll have to bat well. They can do it. And the Czechs will have to bowl pretty well to restrict them. But here the two main bowlers, I think Sarah Dewana with 2 for 11 off 2, and also Vimal Kanduri, I thought bowled very, very well with 3 wickets for 23.
Copped a bit when the left-hander came in. That was the only thing, I suppose. Another wicket there went to Wakarali. We'll take a break, back in a few minutes, and we'll see if Cyprus can get their first win in the series. 125 will be the target. Czechia hoping to go 5 points clear in top spot. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek, back after the break with more ECI Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this ECI Czechia. It's a match between Czechia and Cyprus, and the Czechs have put up a pretty decent score. Only 125 to win for Cyprus. If they bat well on this field, they can get there. That's well within their capabilities. So it's going to be Riddick the Tank Tomar to open up. Just trying a few different options here, the Czechs. It's a really good idea. And it'll be the two batsmen of Shoaib Ahmad and Roman Mazumda. Mazumda batted very well in the first game. Fell early, only got about 15 or so. As here comes the Tank. And starts with a wide, a bit loose. They bowled too many of those in the previous game. Had 19 wides. And to start with another one, I'm sure the management team has had a chat to them and said, do not bowl wides. Well, the Tank didn't listen. Just a bit of a loosener maybe. Have to be bowled again. Just one more to the total. And this is down leg side, a bit of an appeal. As keeper Devendra Singh chases it all the way to the boundary. Well, batsman decided late to go for another. Should have been more aware, I think, that Devendra was still chasing that. Let's have a look at this. He's chased it all the way to the boundary as Devendra with the pads. The players come around, he's let him go, and well, it wasn't picked up cleanly out there. 2 more runs to the total. 3 at the moment. Cyprus. This time Tomar comes in again and straightens him up. Gets just past the beast there, who is on about the 30-metre circle, that fly slip area. Picked up by third man. That looks like Ayush Sharma down there. It's Riddick Tomar. He's bowled that wide, and there's been a couple. That one to Ahmed, bowling to Mazumda, who, as I said, looked really good this morning. Nice tight ball there from the Tank. It's pretty much the line he wants to be, I think. Not bowling with much pace, just making sure he's getting it on target. They can defend this total with just good bowling. I think the Czechs, wickets are always handy, but when you got the scoreboard pressure, it does play in your mind. And almost got him there. Thick inside edge, went back onto the batsman, could have gone onto the stumps quite easily. Let's have another look. So got a thick inside edge, went off the pad and very close to that off stump. So it's been a pretty good over after that first wide by Tomar. Only 2 from it so far. The score is 4, or 2 off apart from the... Well, this is in the air, caught. Riaz Afridi takes a simple catch, and that's the end of Mazumda, who, as I said, looked really good this morning. That's first wicket down. Didn't get hold of it at all. Tried to lift it over Afridi, and he didn't have to move. Simple catch. That's a first wicket down. Well, it's going to dent the chances of the Cypriots in this game as the wind starts to pick up again. I was getting some sort of wind here in Prague, and we know that it is a windy part of Prague, just on the outskirts to the north of the city. So, Vinny Sandhu is in the marshmallow.
I am here. It's a lot more pleasant than it was a couple of hours ago. It looked like Marshmallow might take off, but unfortunately, Mazumda didn't take off, and he was one guy that did get going early this morning, 15 off 8, and he had the only runs off the bat for a while, which is concerning. But he goes without scoring this time around. They've sent Shoaib Ahmed up to the top of the order, and he didn't play in the first game this morning. So he's there at the moment. He's been joined now by Jimmy Chialufis, coming in at 3. And he's another guy that could use some runs. He's on a pair. He made a 5-ball duck this morning.
I think he did play. I don't think he batted the Shoaib Ahmed. Well, hold on.
Shoaib Ahmed played the second game, which was washed out. Whoa! Oh no! He's probably fine, but I'm not 100%. He slips as he turns around, and well, Jimmy, you're gonna have a nervous wait here. Does he get back? He does. Just. Just, and I mean just. And so, oh, that was that was concerning. And actually, you're right, Shoaib Ahmed. I'm thinking I missed him in the first game. He actually batted 4. He made a 3-ball duck. So pardon me for that. Yeah, but he wasn't the only one. I had 3 of the top 4 go without scoring, and Jimmy gets a bit of luck there. Just gets back into the over. 4 for 1 after 1, and looks like it's going to be the beast. Sudesh Wickramasinghe to bowl over number 2.
Yeah, it's again a good move. I think he's bowled okay. Got a few wickets early.
Raise the bat, Danny. 50 matches already since the Golden Ball. Isn't that crazy? Because it was only a week ago.
It was a week ago.
It was pretty much almost exactly a week to the minute, I reckon, that we had the Golden Ball. That was 22nd of July. This is 29. So 50 matches a week. And that's what we're bringing you at the moment. Anyway, Wickramasinghe starts, and this is worked away at square leg for 1 run.
Yeah, just an easy single, and again, good start from the beast. He just a little bit short of length brings Chialufis back on strike, and I don't think we've seen the best of Chialufis so far. I don't know if he's looked nervous. It is his debut today. As this one's left outside of something called a wide.
Yeah, Beast has been good at getting that little away movement. He's not a big swinger of the ball, but he does just enough. You can see here, just a little away. If that's online, you can easily take it from the middle of the bat to the edge.
Persisting with this this line outside off stump, I think they should be attacking the batsman a little bit more, in my opinion, especially putting a bit of pressure on these two. It's only 6 on the board, and we know that they collapsed quite spectacularly early in this in the first game this morning. They were 5 for 25 at one stage, and I would be attacking the stumps if I were the Czechs, and that's exactly what he does. He's been hitting the covers and shy at the stumps. Might have been close, you know. He's a good fielder, is Davisi. Just hit out into the covers. Actually, it was a little bit wide of Davisi. Would have been gone.
Would have been gone. Tough chance. Chialufis having to work really hard for his runs. Congratulations, though, Jimmy. You now have an international run. Hope it's the first of many.
So
see the wind's blowing the banner down in the background as well. So it's still a bit of wind around. Comes and it goes. It was interesting trivia that Voiter brought us earlier about the airports being built near here. Some of the smaller recreational airports at a time when they were looking for really consistently windy places so the planes could take off more easily.
I think this was really early on in aviation, 1910. I'm not sure about recreation. I think it was it was just early aviation.
Yeah.
And it was just underpowered. This is another good ball there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now it's a recreational airport.
Yeah.
And a military airport, I think, as well, nearby.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one it is out of the two.
There's 2 airports fairly close.
There are 3 actually. One's more recreational. There's the military airport, and there's another one. I think it's just a light. I don't know. I'd have to another look at it. There's an airport museum actually there as well, or airport, not airport museum, but it says cracked through the covers, and it'll go all the way to the boundary for 4. Nice shot.
Excellent shot. It's not an easy shot at all because it's no half volley. He just steps and he hits it. Hits into the gap. That's the key there. And despite the rain, this outfield's still very fast. That's the end of the over. A good finish to it for Cyprus. They're 11 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, going back to that airport, there's a concert there, I think maybe today or tomorrow. They've been setting up. There's a big stage at Letniani, which is where the recreational airport is.
Yeah.
And there's a big stage and tents and things. So I'm not sure who's playing there tonight.
Hopefully the tents are still there.
Yeah.
After the afternoon storm. It's actually quite crazy to think that storm was even here when you look at how nice it is now. Anyway, this will be a storm of another kind as Riaz Afridi is coming on to bowl over number 3.
On to Chielifis. Just angles that down to third man just for a single. Am I right to say that he does have a grill on, does Chielifis? So I'm not sure about Riaz at the moment.
I think he's probably still a little bit slippery out there, so he's bowling within himself. Certainly that first ball, just wants to be confident in his footing when he lands his delivery stride.
Well, the match against Greece, he bowled his first over. It was pretty terrible, to be fair to him. As this is cracked through the offside and gone. Well, nice catch out there, and looks like it could be Vaishak again.
That is that's Rudraj Magare, I think. That's an incredible catch. I mean, I think it's still on the way up.
Yeah.
But that was right off the middle, so poor Cyprus cannot take a trick at the moment. Shoaib Ahmed just hit a nice looking 4 off Wickramasinghe, and then this looked to be headed for 4 as well, but somehow Magare came up and fetched it, and that means that Cyprus are 12 for 2.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted. It was a nice looking shot. He hit it pretty hard, but just straight to the fielder. So, and I missed it because I've got a bit of the ground obscured by both tripod and marshmallow. Let's have another look.
Look at this catch. I mean, it's travelling. Excellent work by Rudraj.
To be fair, at this level, that should be caught, and but it was a really good catch.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I still think at this level that's caught for 6 out of 10, maybe 5 out of 10. I mean, you can get hands to it, but with the power, it was hit so powerfully.
I saw one game earlier where one was smashed to Chielifis and it burst through his hands and still went for 4.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy catch, but well taken. And Riaz Afridi coming again. This one's pitched up, tried to turn it around the corner, and didn't get hold of it. The batsman. It is the keeper, Putaj Deol, who's actually was probably the best of the batsmen, I'd say.
By some distance, 21 not out of 15 with 3 boundaries. And he was batting in the number 6 position earlier. So he's up to number 4. I think that makes sense. He's shown he can handle it. It's a tough time to bat when he came in earlier because it was 19 for 4.
It's a bit quicker there from Riaz. And I think we'll see a bouncer soon. Well, there's only 1 ball left in this over.
It's hard to believe he'd bowl an over it that wouldn't have a bouncer in it. But let's find out. I don't think it's necessarily the odds at the moment to do that. I think pitching up probably more likely to get a wicket.
It's been good from him. He's not bowled any wides yet. Can spray them a bit. That's another good ball. That's exactly where he wants to be. That's the end of the over.
Actually, I think there might be one more. Pardon me. It's a deal. 0 of 3. Finding it pretty tough going. Remember, the target 125. The pace to be on track is 25 every 2 overs. So you can see they're a long way behind at the moment.
Yeah, they've. I mean, they know they're in a series here with some pretty good opposition. Cyprus. As Riaz Afridi comes in again and beats the bat, and that's end of a really good over. 1 for 1 for Riaz Afridi, and at the end of the third, end of the power play, the Cyprus are 12 for 2.
Yeah, excellent over. And yeah, I think it's kind of smart for him to bowl within himself, given the conditions. You know, still be slightly damp out there, but he's already really quick. So he doesn't have to bowl 100%. He can still bother him with pace, but I think your accuracy is of the utmost importance at the moment. And he ends up only going for 1 single in the over. In fact, it goes 1 wicket, ... And you can see not too much happens in the power play for Cyprus. Just 12 runs.
I think it's much better bowling than when he was just trying to smash batsmen in the the ECS. He was just bowling too short, and he loves watching the ball fly, and we love watching the ball fly. But at the same time, he really didn't get that many wickets in the ECS, and partly is because he was just too high and wide.
Yeah, he was dangerous in another way, wasn't he? I don't think anyone wanted to face him, but yeah, I think I was impressed with how he was able to hit the stumps earlier. Anyway, here's Satya Sengupta to bowl over number 4, and then yet another dot ball. Chilufas can't catch up with this one.
Yeah, that's a good bowler to bring on at this stage. I think he bowled really well this morning, did Satya, and I think he's found his mojo. He's got bowling with good rhythm, and well, just wait for a second. There's a ball on the field.
Joe.
Dan Zilla. It's your fault, Dan Zilla.
Joe almost providing the umpire clothesline on Satya. In the classic match we just saw from 2021, Satya bowled really well against Finland.
Yeah, he got a wicket with his first ball. How late was Chilufas on this shot?
Yeah, I think he changes his mind at the last moment. Kind of goes to drive, sees it's not quite there to drive, and tries to turn it into a little dab. But it's just a little bit too late, and by a little bit, I mean a lot.
There's a good question here from Dave, actually. When you guys commentate, do you watch more? What do you watch more, live or the screen?
Good question. This question the other day.
I tend to watch it live, and then I watch the replay on the screen, of course. I'll watch the occasional ball on screen, but generally live. Vinny?
Mixture. Yeah, mixture. I mean, I do like the fact that when we see on the screen, we get that perfect angle, middle stump to middle stump. This one you're seeing right now.
Oh, gone. Well, not quite sure what shot he was trying to play there, Diol.
It was done by the lack of pace here from Satya. I don't know if this is a slow ball or not. Maybe, maybe not. But he just completely was bamboozled. And this pitch also, it doesn't really come on as much as the pitch in Cyprus. That's something I mentioned earlier. So Diol was really good earlier against Czechia, but this time he's going to have to go for a 5-ball derrick. And it's the same old problems for the Cyprus top order right now. They're 13 for 3.
Yeah, it's probably going to have to resolve, I think, pretty soon. The Cyprus, actually, Hardeep Singh is coming in, and we saw him hit the ball pretty cleanly earlier on. I think it's a good move to pump him up the order a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. But see, this isn't really a slower ball, but it feels like a slower ball from Satya. The thing is, he's not actually that quick. He's just pretty accurate. And you can see that the batter was in 2 minds, whether to come forward or not.
Well, what he's doing at the moment, I think he's just bowling in the right areas as Satya. It's coming in a little bit. He's a little bit wide of the crease. And it's I think, especially towards the back end of the ECS, he was one of the best bowlers, I think, in the tournament there for Burno.
For sure.
Was bowling very economically. Will pick up a couple of wickets. So if they had 2 more Satya Senguptas in the team, I think Burno would have been lifting the trophy instead of PCC. As he comes in around the wicket to the left-hander.
What a final that was as well.
That was great. Oh, lovely shot. And 4 runs. Well, picked him up. The left-hander attacked him. That's what the Cypriot batsmen really haven't done so far in this game, is attack the bowling. And yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, excellent shot. Hardeep, I think he's got to bat high. He's way too low earlier on. Also, the fact he's a left-hander, I think, is really useful. We've seen the value of left-handers. The fact that the bowlers constantly have to adjust, the field has to adjust. Yeah, so he's one guy. Maybe he can pull them out of this mess, but they're a long way behind, as that required rate is already almost up to that point of no return that we normally call 18 and over.
I mean, they want to bat out overs just to get in their teeth into this tournament, I think, Cyprus. I'll have another game coming up a little bit later on, as this is high in the air and should be caught. Looks like Tanky underneath it, and that's another wicket down. Well, that's the end of Hardeep Singh, and they're now 17 for 4.
Yeah, so yeah, backs away. To be honest, it's not really the shot. Yeah, I think it's not percentages to back away. He does, and he can't get it over the infield in the end. Easy catch for Tank. So Cyprus fall further into the mire. They're 17 for 4 now.
Yeah, it's be Lovedit Sandhu will come out to bat, and looks like Sazi Bhuyan who'll bowl his first over in this game. Yes, he opened the batting, hit a nice 50, and was very good in that first innings, but he's also a very tight bowler. Let's have a look at the. Oh, that doesn't look good for Cyprus at all.
No, it doesn't. And you don't really need a PhD in mathematics to work out that they're a long way behind in this game. Gialoufas again, just kind of struggling to get any kind of timing or fluency in his batting. I do think they'll get better the more they play, but
yeah,
it's pretty brutal while you're learning the ropes.
Well, we know that the conditions are different here with this pitch. As Sazib comes in, nice shot down the ground, just a single. But yeah, as I said, that one of the things that the Czechs knew that they would have the advantage of knowing how to play on this pitch. I don't think their innings have been particularly good. The Czechs, even though they've scored 124 here, just I don't think it's been as fluent as what we've seen in the last couple of weeks with the same batsman. As Sazib puts that one just bowls it to just outside the off stump. Let's have another look at this one. And just very late on the shot again was Sandhu.
No footwork really at all there. Just kind of swinging the bat, hoping to catch up with it. He didn't. Goes in again this time. They're going to have a pop at the stumps, and they're going to scramble through for one. Sandhu's off the mark.
Yeah, again, they're hitting it to fielders at the moment. They can't quite get it away, can't get the boundaries they need. But, you know, it's good experience. It's they're still in there grafting away at the batsman for Cyprus. But it's just not enough at the moment. And yeah, as I said, the Czechs, we've been playing on this pitch for 2 weeks. They play regularly on this pitch. This is big swing and a miss, just went over the stumps.
This ball's an effective ball. It looks like a little off cutter, and just with this pitch, it kind of sticks in the surface a little bit. So just have a look. See how it just kind of rolls his fingers on it. It's got a little bit of off break on it. Actually bounces a bit more than Sazib wanted. Bounced straight over the stumps. Good over though.
Really good over. And just turn around the corner. There's a fielder there. And they're scoring in singles at the moment as Cyprus. And at the halfway mark, they are 20 for 4. And looks like this game is pretty much done and dusted. But I think the Cypriot batsmen, I think they just need to continue on this in this way, just to get themselves a little bit of grip on this tournament. Tonight we see 3 games from Portugal.
Yeah, and guess what? We're already underway. Looks like they're in the second over there. That's the game we got here. So much cricket going on at the moment, and yeah, this is also the last game of the day, Czechia versus Greece. Looks like Shohaz Farhad, Abul Farhad, coming in for Czechia in the last game of the day. That's still to come. Yeah, just look at this. Just so many games going on. This is Marlow versus Gamblers, Dashboard. So you can kind of watch 2 at once. I've got to admit, I'm watching 2 at once right now. Marlow, they've been sent in by Gamblers there. And currently 13 without loss in the second over with Mian Shahid and Mohammad Adnan at the crease.
I've got a question for you, Vinny, in a moment.
Go ahead. Let's go back to the action note.
Don't we have 6 games today?
We have 8 games today.
No, but I mean, well...
Oh, here
I think we have 6 games, don't we?
No.
Is it 5?
We just got 5.
Oh.
Because last Saturday we had 6.
That's right.
Oh, good news for you, Danny.
Ah.
It's just 5.
That's
we have 9 for the series, so 5 today, 4 tomorrow.
Then I hope the people there at the Bry place have still has some lamb and also the brovers and
I'm actually going to
windhooks.
I'm going to insist that at the end of this game you go over there and try it out.
Thank you for insisting.
Okay. I think we're running to time.
It's got a bit of pat on that one. Going down towards a boundary, and it'll be 4 leg buys and a few runs to the total for Cyprus. But,
yeah.
But I hope they still are serving food.
They still have a bit of the lamb left. You got to be quick though. I may have had some of it in the rain delay.
It was wasn't it a whole lamb?
Whole lamb on the spit. There's also boerewors over there. A biltong, already knocked over a whole bag of that. I don't think I'll need dinner tonight because I've had about 3 meals here. Also had my pie from the Down Under.
Oh yeah,
that was good as well. It was the Melbourne.
Sengupta comes in again. I had the same actually. Just dab down on the leg side just for a single. Yeah, the down under pies have been great over the last couple of weeks. Thanks to Voiter and Ash and everyone down there. But the Broivurst I love. I think they're fantastic. It's Jan Hoffman who makes his own down in Brno.
South Africans are funny like that. They like to do it at home. Sometimes they'll have kind of biltong going in the garage, all sorts of things.
Yeah. Do you enjoy your biltong?
Love it.
It's been turned around the corner there from Julep.
Proper Tortuga job. That is proper, and the Czech fielders around love it actually. I don't think Satya loves it.
Tanky.
But,
Tanky's there
just watch
laughing.
this. Well, there was a frog on the field. There's also that's a proper Tortuga.
It's going to make the highlights. But Sazim is having a laugh at it. But Tanky's got a huge smile down there next to him.
Pretty happy it doesn't hit him between the eyes. That's why.
Well,
did this carry?
Don't know.
There's a bit of an appeal. I think Joe's asking if it carries.
Was there an edge?
My feeling is, my instinct was it didn't. But let's have a look.
Nope.
No. Well, the thing is, the keeper's not actually looking.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. Let's have a look. I think it's bounced in front of him. And it might have been an edge.
See?
Well, they're actually reviewing it because of the edge. I'm not. You can't really tell with that.
Anyway, it hasn't caught, hasn't been given. But the next one will be out as Riaz goes all the way back to the wall. And he is going to take that one fairly easily. So no doubt about that. I think the umpires, they realised, okay, that wasn't a catch. But then the very next ball, the ball's hit out to long on. Riaz Afridi takes a very good catch out there. And this is Gialufas, who goes to the skies. It just doesn't quite get it all the way. And Riaz Afridi, very safe pair of hands down there. And that will be the 5th wicket down now for Cyprus. Also the end of the 6th over. It's 31 for 5.
I think it's the third one we've seen where it's in this game, which has been caught just inside the boundary. You can see that if he got an extra metre on it, that would have been 6. As we see, again, not the greatest scorecard here for Cyprus. 9 extras, 3 wides, and some leg bites. It's been better bowling with the extras here for the Czechs, but after 6 overs. It's 31 for 5. It's not great going for Cyprus. It'll be Sid Gowd to bowl.
Yeah, I think it's a good move.
Yeah, it's a good bowler, Sid.
I think it's the first time we've seen Sid bowling today. So first time he's actually bowled for Czechia, because he did play one T20 international 3 years ago now, maybe 3.5 years ago now.
Yeah, I mean he has played in international games. So I think it's before the official T20Is.
Sure.
They played in Luxembourg as a warm up for the Netherlands tournament, as this is a wide first up. Yeah, there's a qualifying tournament on turf, which was quite difficult going, and for the Czechs, they end up winning one game against Israel, but had some pretty tough opposition. Probably should have done it a little bit better, but with the turf pitches, it's something new to a lot of the players. Also, not quite the depth we had in then and earlier that we do now. As Sid Gowd comes in again, and he might get a wicket here. Ashokan takes a catch, and Sid gets his first wicket for the Czech national team, and that's the end of Lovepreet Singh. Another wicket goes down.
Trying to get on with it towards the end of the bat. Ashokan's he's been in the action a few times in that position today, and so things go from bad to worse for Cyprus. Once again, not really handling what the Czechs are throwing at them. 33 for 6 in the 7th.
Yep. Well, Ashokan, it's a nice catch. He's a big man, but he's actually pretty mobile and got a good pair of hands. So I think that normally you'll find him in that cover region. There's quite a few of them there. Sabu Ndavisi is come in from the boundary as well, and it's looking they still do have. In fact, they got. They've got 4 in the circle. I looked at the golden boy there, who's at point. Happens sometimes because of the sun here in Prague.
So it's a first ball, unfortunately, for Lovedeep Singh. Roshan Siriwardana, the new batter. So now it's where you're just kind of playing to reduce the margin, so you can look after that net run rate a little bit. Here's Gowd, fresh after his first wicket.
It's a little bit short. It's pulled away, and well, No Tortuga there, and I think it was in the back of his mind there. That's Sengupta out there, not Sajid Bhuyan. But he didn't get down, and that's 4 runs that he probably shouldn't have given away there.
I don't think anyone really wants to field out here at the moment. Yeah, did everything right except stop it. He's also looking into the sun on that side of the field. He's one guy that can't just go to the other side of the field like the square leg umpire can.
Yeah, so Sid won't be happy with that, but come back with the next ball. Bowling to Siridawana. It's a good ball there, just had him poking at that one, almost got an edge.
I want to say hello to Louis Bruce, a Gibraltar international who's tuning in. Hey Louis, hopefully you're well. I know that he's always taken interest in these ECIs. Very good young player.
Yeah, he is. I enjoy watching him play. So Gout comes in again. 3 balls left in this over still. A big swing and a miss. And he does that well to Sid Goud. He pushes it across the right-hander. Have a look at this. And it's in that tram line. That's about perfect from Goud. That's what he likes to do.
That's where he wants to be, Sid.
He's a handy cricketer. He can bowl left-handed as equally well as he does right-handed. Not sure if you can switch hit like that. Good pick up from Ashokan, and well, it's well backed up. Looks like Sazib Bhuyan out there, and didn't quite get the same Tortuga bounce. Copped one on the chest though. Did well to stop the overthrows. Got his body behind it. It's a good pick up from Ashokan though. And,
Yeah, good pick up.
That's
An
it.
easy one.
It's been a good over. Taken 1 wicket. That's going to be called a wide as soon as you big a guy up.
Not a bad spot to miss though. I think you can. If that's your plan, you can probably afford to miss 1 and over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's the second one he's missed this over, but it's better than getting it wrong going for 4 or 6.
That's very true. Guy comes in, last ball of his over, and well, he hits the batsman. Just body line bowling there from Sid.
Actually came in a little bit, to be honest. Look at that, came in back towards him. Didn't seem too bothered by it, but we do get to the end of the 7th over. Cyprus 39 for 6. So coming up next, let's have another look at the teams. Czechia versus Greece. Now Greece, they'll be a bit frustrated. They do get a point from the game against Cyprus, but they just missed out in game 2. Had a 5-run penalty there for time. They went down by 8 runs in that one at 103 to 95. So here's the rematch. Tell you one guy, I quite liked what he was bringing, was Christodoulos Bogdanos, who probably seen the number 3 position.
Yep.
Still think they maybe should gamble with opening with Aslam Mohammed. He's very confident doing that.
So we see Sinan Khan opening the bowling though, because the Czechs have, that could be out, you know. And it's very casual there from the batsman. He doesn't think he's gone. Let's have a look. It's a good throw.
Picture
into the keeper.
Picture tells 1,000 words. Let's have a look. Just
Yeah,
time.
he's okay.
Just time. Judged it perfectly.
So I really like the look of the opening bowler Sinan Khan.
Yeah.
The Czechs have won the toss and decided to bat, which I think is again a really good thing. And,
He's up there in pace. Sino.
He is
Yeah.
absolutely. He's got good pace, and the left armour also was really good up top, which was was it Bolinaris? No, it wasn't. I can't remember who it was first up for the Greeks. Lots of new names for us here, or for me especially. You've seen a lot of these guys, but the left armour, a tall left armour, really good bowler for the Greeks. As this has been hit for just to the fielder there, just a single on the leg side, and it is Sazib Bhuyan, the bowler, who just went for 4 off his first. It's gone a bit quiet here.
Yeah, in a bit of a lull at the moment.
It's a nice shot down the ground. That'll be 4. Fielder's not even moving.
Yeah, excellent shot by Roshan this time. Bhuyan, he serves up half volley, to be honest, and Siriwadana slams him back over his head. So, yeah, Cyprus need to find some more of that. I think what they need to do in this situation, just whoever it seems like they're making runs, get them to the top of the order. Let's just try and avoid these collapses at the top, even if it wasn't really their plan going in. Oh, always takes out the stumps.
It was a big swing and a miss, wasn't it?
What do you think of the new Czech uniforms? I was going to ask you as well.
I like
Slightly
them.
darker blue.
Yeah, I like them. I think they're really nice. I like the dark blue. Yeah, but the caps are a slightly more royal blue, so I think they might have to do something about that just to correct things. Maybe a deep red cap.
Maybe the matching caps haven't arrived yet.
Maybe.
Deep red cap would be a good shout.
I think so, because Czech colours are red, white and blue.
Yep.
And there's a little bit of white on there. White caps might look a bit strange.
Well, yeah, I don't even know if you can have white caps in the white ball.
Oh, yeah, true.
But, yeah, I say it's a very sleek look.
Yeah.
I kind of like their ECC uniforms in the classic game. Personal preference.
It says hi. Well,
Surprised that I vote for the brighter ones, but I do like these. These are kind of classy.
Yeah, I think they are.
47 for 6 after 8. Just 2 overs to go here. It might be a little bit of a lull in intensity right now, but I tell you what, that last game's going to be fiery.
Oh yeah.
I think Czechs batting first. They're going to be tested, and
As I mentioned, I think they've got really good bowling, the Greeks, and they're a top fielding side as well. And it wasn't a great score that the Czechs achieved, 103 against them.
if the Greeks can beat the Czechs tonight, then they will cut the lead to 3 points. Bearing in mind that the Czechs have played one more game than everyone else today.
Yep.
So it basically means tomorrow, if Greece can beat Czechia again and kind of win the rest of their games, they're in pretty good position to win the series.
4 runs hit by the Czech women. out there.
Big shout going on. They want some revenge after rain basically cost them in the first game in the T20 over there. Maybe we can get some of that footage.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch. It was, looked like it was a late cut down through.
Let's keep
third
going.
man.
Look at, there's the second field. You
Is
can
it
see.
third man in a women's game?
I still think it is because it's like a place. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's debate about this.
Well, chairman's a weird one because chairperson and chairwoman, but it's actually chair manager. So it is a little bit strange
For me,
with some of them.
I think certain things, like we have maiden overs. Well, that's quite a feminine term,
No,
right?
it is.
You know, we have maidens.
Can't have a bachelor over, really, can you?
So, for me, it's like, certain places like Blind Man's Bluff or
Yeah.
Something Man's Point.
Look-
For me, it's like a place. So third man is third man.
Yeah, I guess.
Doesn't matter who's fielding there, what their gender is.
I mean, and the fact that I think batters is a good gender neutral term as well.
Even that, I mean, there was a time where batter was like, well, that's baseball.
Yeah, true.
But it's changed. I think that's a healthy change. I think that's gender neutral now in the laws. It's more inclusive. It's good.
Riaz Afridi comes in and that's what he does. And that's just been hit to Davisi, who for some reason has a shy at the stumps.
Yeah. Might have hit the bat, actually, the batter. But they don't run. Yeah, so for example, like I hear in the women's games, they'll say, yeah, you go to third man. They say it. So
Yeah.
it's not
No,
funny for us
I agree.
to say it.
I think,
Do you know what I mean?
I think some things have gone a bit far and just shouldn't be changed. But other things I think are going in the right direction. So,
But yeah, I mean, we are all about inclusivity here at ECN. Obviously,
absolutely.
doing everything we can to get more women's cricket on, the development of women's cricket as well, and junior cricket. So that's, for me, kind of sometimes actions have more impact than words. I
Sure.
think one thing that I hate is when people are kind of offended on behalf of someone else, and you actually ask people, they're like, no. You're asking women, like, it's third man. It's cricket. That's what it's called. It's not anything that bothers them. And even, to be honest, the whole batter-batsman thing is a bit of a furphy as well. Different players have different feelings about it. They'll say, yeah, for example, there was a while where batsman was used for both because it's cricket and that's the word you use because we never really used batter. I'm pro batter, by the way. I've gotten used to it now.
I don't mind
but
batter.
I'm just saying the main thing is that people feel comfortable in the game and that they know it's a game for everybody. And I think the actions around the world in the last few years in particular have really shown it. And we've seen the women's game come a long way.
Originally when coloured uniforms came in coloured shirts and such, came in cricket, it was pyjama cricket, and this is terrible. But the biggest outrage is when baseball caps came in for cricket.
Yeah.
And it was like, how dare they? And I mean, it's a piece of cloth.
Funny thing is that cricket's actually been changing constantly
Oh,
for hundreds of years.
it
And if you're
has.
really a traditionalist, you'd still be rolling the ball on the ground, underarm on a bumpy field, batting with something that looks like a hockey stick. You know, that's cricket. So basically, when people talk about the traditions of the game, they're talking about their own particular version.
Yeah.
And the game's always been moving forward.
I think in a positive direction as well. I mean, we saw the T20 come in, T10s. The 100 confuses me. This is a nice shot and a bit of a chase on. Don't think he'll get there, the batsman. That'll be 4 runs. The fielder. That'll be 4 runs. Picked up by Yellow Jacket. Finally well fielded.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Freedy bowling within himself. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. He'll probably have 2 big overs to bowl in the last game. But that one does go to the boundary, but still very healthy figures. 1 for 6 for him off his 2 overs. And Cyprus, well done to them. They bring up the 50 off the last ball of the ninth. It's 52 for 6.
Yeah, the bowling figures there all well under 10. Sid Gowd picked up a wicket, went for 8, expensive Gowd. But Sengupta with 3 wickets. Blink and you miss it. I didn't even think he didn't realise he took taken 3 wickets there.
Yeah, sneaky by Satcher. But yeah, once again, just the top order failing, making it tough for Cyprus to have any kind of play at this. Well, I know who that belongs to. That's Riaz Afridi's son, Samwell. He's at the ground.
Look, who's bowling, Vinny. That's Ruturaj.
Yeah,
Who
Ruturaj
gets hit
gets
for
the ball.
4 first ball.
Yeah, welcome Ruturaj, his first ball in international cricket. I don't mind him getting it over here.
That's the man in the cabin there who comes out and does the fielding. So there he goes.
Yeah.
He's sitting in there the whole time.
Like that.
A couple of players that went in there. I think it might have been Dylan Stain. They went in there to fetch something yesterday, and they just saw this guy sitting there, and it frightened them. Oh, not a bad ball there from Ruturaj. Not really noted as a bowler. Did bowl a little bit for United.
He's actually decent bowler. Can move it in quite significantly to the right-handers. He's a bit of a risk, but sometimes he's a risk that pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Neeraj as well.
yeah. Not sure about your comment though, Neeraj.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a single. Yeah, I suppose you've got to realise that playing in different conditions is tough. You see, you know, when Australia goes to India, for example, or when India used to come to Australia, or even, you know, teams going to England that go from dusty pitches to different kinds of pitches, it can take a bit of time to adjust. And also,
Oh, it's gone.
what a catch. And it's basically a bit of an instinct from Dheendra Singh, who was slightly wrong-footed. And Magare has his first wicket in a check shirt. Have a look at this, though. Divi, he was going one way, then had to quickly stop and change direction, but it sticks like glue. And so the 7th wicket goes down, 57 for 7.
Yeah, nice catch. He did get quite a bit of in-swing there, did Magare. Got a big smile on his face. He loves his cricket, does Ruturaj, and he loves being out there with the check shirt on. Have a nice look at this.
Yeah. See the weight's going one way and just instinctive. So when you're keeping the bowlers this pace, so, you know, international level, at a high level, you know, genuine fast mediums, 130 plus, you're back another probably 5-6 metres. It gives you so much time to organise your footwork. Whereas when you are a bit close like that, sometimes you just don't have time. Like, he didn't have time to move his feet then. So you just kind of got to go with your hands or hand, as the case may be. And Divi will be happy that one sticks.
So Magare coming in, a couple of balls left in his over. It's another good one. So well pitched up, came in a little bit, and Waka Ali is the new batsman. 7 down for 57 at the moment.
This makes me a little bit sad. Looks like we're going to have a Maximolus innings here, the way things are going at the moment.
There was almost one. Chia Lufus hit one right towards the boundary. Unfortunately, Riaz Afridi denied him. Or that's out. That's very well bowled. And the batsman, I think he was walking before he saw the finger.
Well, the thing is, it was last ball anyway, so he was going to be walking off one way or another. It's a pretty easy decision for the golden boy, Joe Foster. And so Cyprus, once again, just can't get anything going with the stick. They lose Mazumdar for 0 early. He at least got them a few runs last time around. They do have 3 players that reach double figures, but nobody really able to make a significant impact. And their final score, 57 for 8, tells you all you need to know about how they went in that game. The final margin, 67 runs between these two teams. As you look back to the highlights of the innings, well, not too many for Cyprus fans. Still, I think, just struggling to come to terms with the bowling and the conditions. But Mazumdar, he was at least able to get a few away last time. This time, not so lucky. Riaz Afridi with a nice catch to remove him. And it wasn't going to get much better. Chialufas had a close call first up, but he wasn't able to really go on and make the most of that. He'd end up with 10, but off 13 balls. So, yeah, you know, let's give some credit to the Czech side as well. I mean, they put the pressure on. They had lots of problems with extras earlier on today. This time, only 6 wides. That's a long way down from what we saw from them earlier. But, yeah, the wickets continued to tumble. And in the end, 126 was never really on the cards for Cyprus.
No, it wasn't. And no, I don't know if they were under scoreboard pressure, but they were definitely under Czech bowling pressure. And again, another loose shot. I don't think they've realised yet that the outfield is so quick, as this would have been a run out if a hit. But yeah, Cyprus, I mean, I'm sure they'll improve the tournament. They've looked really good with the ball. They just haven't looked good with the batting yet.
Yeah, you wonder what you can do with this top order. How long do you stick with it? Already we saw some changes. We saw them put Hardeep Singh up a little bit higher. We saw them put Pretaj up a little bit higher, but then they weren't really able to fire. They end up with 4 and 0 respectively. So I don't really know what you do at the moment. You just got to hope whoever's out there has the right intent. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. I think Cyril Wardani, you see, was one of those guys, one of the few that was able to crack more than a run a ball. In fact, apart from Hardeep Singh, who scored 4 off 2, he was the only one that could. But ultimately, we see him go to a bit of a one-hand specky from Divyendra Singh. And then Magari with a second wicket. So he may be auditioning for another bowl. But yeah, get some good in-swing there. So Wakarali was out off the last ball. He was the 8th wicket to fall. So once again, Cyprus, they bat out the overs, but they make hard work of it. And so, yeah, Nish watching from Cyprus, saying results haven't quite gone our way so far, but this series will provide invaluable experience to the team ahead of their ECC debut. Yeah, very good perspective there from Nish. He's saying these games are important prep for sure. So Lovedeep with 10 sticks around for a while, but Roshan Siriwardana with the top score, 15 off 11 for him. The only other player to reach double figures was Chialufas. But yeah, ducks are plenty in there, 4 of them in that innings. For the Czechs, well, lots of good performers there. They end up using 7 bowlers, 3 for 12, so they did a very good job. Wickets as well for Tomar, who was good earlier. Freedy with 1. Sid Goud as well, nice to see him get a wicket. Magare with 2 in the last over of the match. Yeah, but I think Nish, putting things in perspective, you got to realise these ECIs, they're really about the development of the teams. Some of them that otherwise would go into the ECC without playing any T10 international cricket. So, I mean, Cyprus, they're having a hard time. They've still got 3 matches to try and put something together. That's the end of their involvement on day 1. So they can go back, look at a few things, think of a few plans now, and hopefully come back tomorrow a little bit improved. We'll take a break, Danny, because we'll be back in 10 minutes with match 5, and it should be a good one because the Czechs, they've won the toss. They're batting first against Greece, a rematch of a game from earlier in the day where only 8 runs separated them. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny here to check. We'll see you in a moment with more European Cricket Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. It's nice. The sun shines out. Yeah, hello. This is Samuel Afridi. This is Riaz Afridi's son, and he'll be cheering on his dad in this game because it's time for the last game of the day. Are you excited? I'm excited too. It is match 5, Czechia versus Greece, a rematch of a very good contest earlier today. Let's see what happens at the other end. Charles Crouch of the Sheriff has the 2 captains.
Okay. Greece's toss. Heads. Heads is the goal. And it is a head.
Will bat first.
So the news from the toss is that Czechia, they've won the toss. Aaron Ashokin, he's been very lucky with the tosses over the last couple of weeks. They've elected to bat first, and yeah, these two teams, not too much between them, just single digits. The Greeks just need to watch their time a little bit. They gave up 5 penalty runs in that clash earlier today. I'd love to see Aslam Mohammed batting a little bit higher. I think he's one guy that's come to terms with the conditions here very quickly. Also, we're going to see your daddy, Riaz Afridi, bringing the heat here. He is probably the fastest bowler in the competition, but he's got some competition from Sinan Khan, who I think is a very good bowler and batter, of course, for Greece. So time for the game to go. Are you ready, Samuel? Let's go. Let's get ready for the start of match number 5 with Czech. Yeah, they are winning the toss and they are going to bat first. Let's go.
Thanks, Vinny. Good to see Samuel there as well, enjoying the day out, watching his dad. I'm back here in Prague for this European Cricket International match between Greece and Czechia. It's going to be a very good contest. Greece will be bowling. Sinan Khan was excellent this morning. We see some Spiridon Vasilakis as well, and I'm sure we'll see some leg spin from Galinanis a little bit later on. And we'll see who's opening for the Czechs. Looks like Subwan Divisi, I think, and I'll have a look in a moment. It'll be Sajid Boyan. Actually, it'll be Sid Gowd. I've confused him again for Subwan Divisi. And of course, Sid Gowd is a right-handed batsman. He gets a good promotion up the top for Gowd. He likes the ball coming on, and when he's on, he's a very, very difficult batsman to bowl to. But Sinan Khan is he's got a bit of pace about him. He likes to see the ball fly, but bowls with discipline as well. So just about underway with this game, the final game of the day between Czechia and Greece. So umpire just holding him back a little bit, and it's like holding back a racehorse. As Sinan Khan will come in bowling the first ball of this game to Sid Gowd. It's a bit short, just pushed down into the covers. And we saw earlier in the day they're a very good fielding side, Greece, and a very good bowling side as well, which puts pressure on the batting. It's such an important part that I don't think at the level of European cricket, especially during the ECSs, that there's enough emphasis on the fielding. You see the Greeks here, and also France are very good in the field, and also the top sides from England, Scotland. It's the same. It's just has turned around the corner, quick single, shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, and so good work there from the fielder, as you can see. But, it was well run. Just got in, did the batsman. Bring Sajid Boyan to face his first delivery. He was pretty explosive against Cyprus. He had a very quick 50, then decided to hit a catch and end his innings, sort of. Here comes Sinan Khan bowling to Sajid Boyan. Hit down the ground. Well, actually, it's caused confusion. He's hit to the man short at a forward square leg. There are 2 men there. Maybe a mid-wicket area. And no run. Again, good fielding. Sinan Khan again. Buyan really wanted to have a swing at it. Keeper can't handle it. Just a dot ball. So been a good over so far. Just one from it. A couple of balls left for Sinan. So he's a really impressive bowler, is Sinan Khan. Yeah, didn't quite know what to expect from the Greeks on this pitch in these conditions. Adapted pretty well. This big swing and a miss there from Buyan. A fantastic first over from Khan. Let's have another look at this. Just short of a length, probably not the right shot to play. And well, getting a little frustrated is Sazib Buyan. Still got plenty of the innings to come, but really, really tight over for the Greeks, and they'll hear the applause after this one if you can keep it tight with the last ball. Comes in again. And, well, I think he's got a piece of Buyan. I think it's going to be called leg buys. In fact, it's called 4. So it must have hit glove. Let's have a look at this. It's a good ball, pretty quick. And yeah, it was glove. Almost went for 6, actually. And well, has a good ball to end up. Luck not with the bowler. 4 runs at the end. And this is what's coming up in Switzerland from tomorrow. Actually, not from tomorrow, from Monday. We still have another day of cricket here from 8:45 Central European Time. We'll see Alton against Zurich Nomads in Switzerland from St. Gallen. And I'm sure you'll be tuning in for that. That's going to be a great tournament. Some really exciting teams in Switzerland, and also the stadium. So it's a genuine stadium. As well, just walking past us, Stefan Gooch is he's got his 3rd lot of Brovurst and lamb from the in the air, play coming back, won't get there, and I think it's 6. Well, didn't get all of it, did Sid Gowd, got enough of it though. Sorry to interrupt the food talk from the Bry out there, but Sid Gowd, he lifted it. The wind does go that way a little bit, and it just crept over the boundary for 6. It's the still within the power play. Vasilakis is the bowler, left armour. He's a good bowler, Vasilakis. He's quite tall, uses his height well. Comes in again. Said, oh, that was a better shot. That's launched for 6. Well, that's 2 6s in a row for Sid Gowd of Vasilakis, who'll have to change something. There's 2 leg side. And this has brought the crowd to life. Good to see spectators here. I saw the Cyprus team watching the women's game earlier. I saw a couple of wickets as well. Chemnitz doing very well. Then I saw a nice shot hit to square leg for 4 by one of the Czech batters. That's in the women's game, running next to this one. Back to this though. Vasilakis. Well, this one's in the air. It should be caught. Player getting under it, and that's the end of Sid Gowd, who has just had one too many big shots. He's done his job though, Sid, in a sense. If you consider his strike rate. But easy catch there, and that's the first wicket down for the Czechs. They are 17 for 1. So after a very, very tight over first up, the first 2 balls went for 12. So, but he won't mind. Vasilakis, he's got his revenge and got the wicket of Sid Gowd. So the next batsman looks like it might be the tank, Riddick Tomar. And, well, Vinny's back in the marshmallow.
Yeah, I'm back. And Spirit of Vasilakis, he's a player I always like to watch. Big, young, strong Greek left armour. He does get the breakthrough. Gowd banged him for a 6, but then gets caught soon after. And so here's the tank at number 3. And, well, the Greek side wanting some revenge after going down by 8 runs a little bit earlier on.
It's a tight contest, but we'll see how they approach this. I mean, they're both very attacking batsmen, these two, Riddick Tomar and also Sazib Buyan. And it just shows you how good the first over was from Sinan Khan. Just to keep it down to not many. And that's a nice shot. That should be 4. In fact, there's a player out there.
He came out of nowhere, didn't he?
Well, again, I can't see that part of the ground because of the marshmallow.
That's Georgios Georgianos, and he was perfectly placed there. You might notice change of keeper for Greece with Aslam Mohammed taking the gloves. So interesting one, because I thought he's pretty useful with the ball. But yeah, just he's a guy who can do a bit of everything, but that's going to be another wicket. And so Buyan, he is looking good there. He goes 4 and out. It's caught in the circle. And so Greece having a pretty good start here. Checks down 18 for 2.
Yeah, just a bit of a nothing shot there from Buyan. Not happy with himself. And
nice catch as well by Christodoulos Bogdanos. He's been in the action in the field today as well. So Greece, it's a long time to be at the ground to not have a win. They do have 1 point due to that washout with Cyprus, but they've had a lot of time to think about this game. You can feel a lot of pent-up energy out there. They're certainly coming out firing here. Checks on the back foot, but here's one guy has hit the ball pretty well today. Sabun Davitsi coming out at number 4.
Yeah, look, left-hander coming in as well will change the angles for the bowlers. It's been a really good start for Greece. Good tight first over. Got banged a bit the first 2 balls in this one, Vasilakis, but he's got his revenge with 2 wickets, and he's a really good bowler with the left armour. Very tall, uses his height well, and bowling the left-handed Sabun Davitsi. So going back to Stefan Gooch, that's the 3rd time he's going back for Broverse and Lamb. So no dinner for Steph tonight. He loves his food, Steph. Vasilakis comes in again and just dabbed down a single. The fielder launches himself at the ball, gets a pat in the back, actually gets picked up by his teammates. It's really good spirit in this Greek side. You can feel it, and they're proud to be out there for their country, but also for each other. And you can see they've done a lot of training together. The fielding is really, really good from this Greek side. I think a higher standard than the Cypriots and the Czechs. Even the Czechs are okay with their fielding. Just a bit of a different level here from the Greeks. As we see the table, Czechs up top, 3 from 3.
Trying to work it out, but if the Czechs can win this, then I think tomorrow that they can't be caught. And there'll be 8 points, and then there's only 6 points that Greece could get tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so it pretty much becomes a must-win for Greece if they're going to get their hands on the trophy. It would be the first time we've seen a team win the trophy on day 1, essentially. I think the reason is it's impossible because the points were split between the 2nd and 3rd team at the moment. Anyway, Sinan's dealing at the moment, and he gets this one screaming past the outside edge of Davitsi.
Yeah, he flashed at it, did Saba, but I think it was past him before he tried to hit it. There's no deep 3rd man. In fact, I think that fielder's going back now. I think it's pretty wise and a little bit wider as well. So there's no one on the boundary square. And the other man is at a long off. And, got him. Well, that's another wicket down. Davitsi gone straight through him.
Yeah, big moment in the game. It wasn't quite as short, I think, that Saba thought. It's top of the stump stuff. And yeah, top of the leg stump. Just completely misses it. And Sinan, he's fired up, and so are the Greeks. So it's game on here at Vinaj. Could be another tight contest between these two. Right now, it is the Greeks on top.
Yeah, it is the Greeks on top. 3 big wickets in quick succession. 19 for 3. And we're still in the power play. And it looks like it'll be Satyajit Sengupta coming in. Farhad has been included. He'll be number 11. But there's still a lot of good batting for the Czechs. I wouldn't be too worried. We haven't seen Ashokan so far in this series, so he's been in really good form. But the Greeks on top, putting a lot of pressure on the batting as well. And he's a very good bowler who's taken his first wicket here in this game in Sinan Khan. checking something. Might have got a bump on the head from someone. Not quite sure where and how. But either that or he's just fixing his hair. So 19 for 3 at the moment, the Czechs. Run rate's going about 8 and over. They want to increase it, but they need a partnership. And they need to see the back of Sinan Khan, who's still got 4 balls left in this spell. So Vasilakis from the other end is looking really good as well. Come in, bowling to Sengupta. And who flashes at it. Again, probably not the greatest shot to play first up. They know how to play on this surface, the Czech team. But just, well, again, didn't want to get behind it.
Nice to see Sinan fired up. Yeah, the Greek flag flying proudly. A really interesting bunch of players, Greece. A lot of players that have grown up in Greece, played all their cricket in Greece. And they're pretty good players, as you can see. Sinan, he gets whacked this time, and it's going to be up, up and away. Maximo. And this is Satya Sengupta, a guy who, hey, I think he's even listed 11 at one game today. But yeah, he's not number 11, as you can see here. The Czech batting is pretty much interchangeable, and that is a strength, considering that they've lost 3 wickets in the power play. I don't think it affects them too much as long as they can keep that run rate up.
I think they're still going to charge at these Greek bowlers, but that was a pretty good bowler that just got smashed for 6. I think it's low percentage here from Sengupta. Must have the keeper's just getting his shoelace tied. So comes Sinan again, bowling to Sengupta. And it's a short one. Pretty good ball. They'll take the single. And a bit of a random appeal off the ball hit the stumps.
Yeah, so Danny, I know that you had a little bit of a wander over to the Brian Lapper tent over there.
Yeah.
And what have you gone for there? I can see you've...
Well, it's stuff that I can't eat, Vinny, because you're not speaking, and I would like to have
I am going to promise that I'm going to give you an over, even 2 overs if you like.
I can take a few bites
No,
and then
I want you to
in.
enjoy it. I don't want you to be distracted.
It's not very warm
You
at
can
the
leave
moment
with me.
anyway. It's delicious. I've gone for the lamb and the bourvers, which is like a beef sausage. As bowler comes in again. And it's just a dab down. They're taking a quick single. Oh, that could be out, you know. I think he didn't slide his bat. And I think the tank's in trouble.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, I think he does, but it's just a bit too late. We'll see it. Greece like it. He knows he's in trouble about here.
He's watching it.
Does he get it down in time? He does
Nope.
not. He's gone. What a great piece of fielding. And by the barest of margins, that's the end of the tank. And he's going to get the message now. And yeah, there we go. There is the decision. And yeah, fantastic work from Greece, who turned nothing into something. And there you go. There's the decision. And yeah, they're loving it. And why wouldn't they be? Because Czechia right now, they're 26 for 4.
Yeah, it's just, again, it's that fielding pressure that that they give. I mean, the run was on. Tanky didn't really put his head down and run. He just he basically just was ball watching as we see Devendra Singh coming in. My ball versus being attacked by wasps. Unless they're having a bit of it.
Yeah.
So
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Czechs won't be panicking
no.
at this stage. Main thing is that run rate. We saw Cyprus losing similar amount of wickets early in the power play, but the main issue was their run rate was stuck in the 4s and the 5s. Spirit on Vasilakis is going to bowl over number 4. Now, Danny, I want you to at least get a couple of decent bites.
I will get a couple of decent bites.
Right.
Yeah. So
because
Vasilakis,
otherwise I might eat it.
Vasilakis, he got banged for 2 6s in the first 2 balls. Came back well with a couple of wickets. I think I know who won that contest, and he'll be bowling to Satyajit Sengupta.
Yeah. So Gupta opportunity with the bat this time. I saw him opening a fair bit for Bruno. If not, he'd be 3 or 4. So, Spirit on, being a lanky left armour, also a professional footballer. There we go, in over number 4. goes up and away. Is it going to clear the fielder? It's going to be 6. It's a great effort. It's a really great effort. But yeah, I can tell you this won't count because he lands. He actually gets it and then he lands over the rope the first time he lands and then kicks the rope in anyway. But that is a wonderful effort. You see the athleticism there, and he tried to throw it away, but he just can't throw it before the foot lands. So a sensational bit of fielding. But it will be the Czechs that catch a break, but still take your hat off to Christodoulos Bogdanos. He's already shown to me he's an electric fielder out there. Vasilakis won't love it as he goes for 6, and now the next ball is going to be 1 down to deep backward point. So once again, big hello to everyone in the chat. I think Nish has made some really astute comments there on the Cyprus team today with some of their squad just kind of finding their way in the game. Hello to Monu as well, hello to Wayne, to Neeraj and everyone else, to James Stewart watching from Estonia. It's a tough one to take on the second bounce, but Aslan Mohammed does block it with his pads. Yeah, I just think that Czechia, they've played enough T10 cricket to know they've got to keep playing their shots. I don't think they're too worried about survival. And any one of these top 10 or 9 probably in this side. You've got Farhad in for this one. You've got Afridi in for this one as kind of genuine bowlers. Just to be a wide. They're interchangeable. So, yeah, yes, you've got your number 6 out there, which is Devendra Singh. Got your number 5, Sen Gupta, but these two could easily be batting 3 and 4. So, got to still have the same approach. Got to say, yeah, a lot of spectators out there today. There's Samuel. He's enjoying himself. He's got lots of helpers around him. He needs him because he's a live wire, I tell you that much.
So is his dad.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a lot of energy. Now they're going to get an overthrow. I don't think this would have been out anyway. But also, he's a hide-and-seek champion, young Samuel. But, yeah, he said to me that, I think that would have been out if it hit, after all. So maybe it was worth it. He says that when he grows up, he wants to bowl fast like his daddy, which I love. He also is quite incredible with his mum being Czech. As this is up, and it's over the top, and it's 4. And even Bogdanos isn't going to be able to track that one down. Cuatro carreras as Devendra Singh, as he's done so many times over the last couple of weeks, whacks a 4 over the leg side. Yeah, so Riaz has also said that Samuel makes a fantastic translator because his mum speaks to him in Czech, his dad typically in English, and yeah, sometimes if he's looking for the word, Samuel can basically make the jump. Kids, they're so great with languages. They pick them up when they're young.
Yeah.
Just absorb it. Last ball over here for Vasilakis. Pretty good one. Aslan Mohammed, I think, for me, is a bit too far back there. But anyway, it does make the block again. Vasilakis, a bit of everything for him. He finishes 2 for 26 off his 2. And 4 overs in. It's 39 for 4. All right, Danny, you had the roll. Give us the review.
Very good.
Yeah?
I had a relish on top of it. The sausage itself is fantastic, Brewers. It's a mixture of mainly beef, but I think there are other meats as well. But also all these spices. Very, very good. As we see here, it's current run rate of 9.75. Not a really good indication apart from the 2 wickets in the second and third overs. Got the Greeks blood risen, and I think a really good effort so far from the Greeks.
Yeah, here's Azra Ahmed, who's going to bowl now. And he was pretty effective earlier on to pick up a wicket against Czechia. He had 1 over 1 for 12. But he gets an opportunity here. Again, he just rolls them in, not too fast. This is a French cut, which is rolling away. And, well, we know the Greeks are pretty good at football. And actually, this guy, he's one guy that should be able to do foot fielding because he is a professional footballer. And it's Vasilakis who kicks it to his teammate.
A little hello in the chat to Gary Wheeler. Bon après-midi, Vini et Danny. Means
where did you get that one? Let me have
just a little bit further, Gary Wheeler. Bon après-midi, Vini et Danny.
Bon après-midi. That means middle, so it's probably middle of the afternoon or something like that?
Après is after.
Yep.
And midi is midday.
So
it's afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon. Yes, it's close to that. But That's a little edge. This time, Maslak's not able to do anything about it. So another 4 to the Czech total. The score continues to tick above that 10 and over. Wayne, very generous, has gifted an ECN membership. And it's gone to Sivagam Selapun. As this is up, it's in the air, it's going to go straight through the hands. Oh, you would have put your house on Bogdanos catching this after he took one from the beyond just moments ago. Sengupta gets lucky, and he gets 6.
Yeah, I'd say he gets very lucky. Let's have a look at this. And it just burst through his hands.
Wasn't quite set with his feet, so he's slightly on the move still there, Chris. As this is another one up in the air. Well, surely they're not dropping 2 in a row. They won't. So instead, it's the other bat. It's the other field, I should say, that takes the catch. But he gets lucky once, not so lucky the second time. And a pretty attacking innings comes to an end from Sengupta. He'll end up going for 19. And Czechia, they're going to lose their 5th wicket now. It's 51 for 5.
It's a pretty low percentage from Sacha, but if that was the job he was given to do, he's done it pretty well. He's got the run rate up to just under 11, and it is the skipper, Aaron Ashokan, who'll come in and face his first ball of the series, and he's batted very well in the ECS, but this is a different competition, new bowlers, and well, he's vastly experienced, is Ashokan.
Sure is. He likes this kind of bowling as well. That's pretty good work from Aslan behind the stumps to go and block that line there.
It's called it wide though. It's have to bowl that one again. Well, it's called a wide and misses out then Ashokan. He tried to muscle it down to that fine leg area. There is a very short fine leg. In fact, it's just more backward square leg.
For a guy that's normally super accurate, I don't know if Nasrad's got the info that Ashokan's right-handed. That's better. And Aaron just keeps it out. Aaron's captain the side now for what, maybe 3 years or something like that?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think, 2020 was the last time that Ed Knowles captained the side.
Yeah.
But
grown into the job, I think, over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I like his appointment. He's been hit hard, and 6. Nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Goes up and over the top. And that's also the end of the 5th over. It finishes with a maximal to the Czech skipper. And he's off the mark in style. 59 for 5 after 5. And still more cricket coming your way. Right now, in the second innings of the Marlow versus Gamblers. The Gamblers 24 after the power play, chasing 109 for victory. But Gamblers will play back-to-back first up. They've got Porto Wanderers in match 26. And then Marlow will take on the Wanderers in the last match of the night. So already underway there. Koi Rutgers doing a very good job. And yeah, that will be something you can turn over to at the conclusion of this game. Get more ECN cricket. So hello to Monu as well. And everybody else. And I've been lurking in the Portugal chat as well, kind of multitasking.
You do have 5 screens in front of you. So this has hit the pad, it's going down leg. Divi Singh has been watching from the other end for quite a bit of it. It's in pretty good form, is Divi Singh. This is Aaron Ashokan. They did pick a lot of batsmen on form here. Well, that's another wicket down. Talking about form, well, there was no form there. And just a big wild swing into Devendra Singh. And the Czechs lose another.
Yeah, they do. And you can see that one just didn't bounce as much as I think anyone expected. But it's a nice bit of bowling, that's for sure. And it's 59 for 6. And now, even with such a long batting lineup, it's natural to just feel a little bit concerned about those 6 wickets lost.
I mean, haven't the Czechs been watching the ECS here in Czechia at all? Because this is not how any of these batsmen have been batting for the whole 2 weeks. It's a little bit crazy. They're swinging across the line, and it's just a little bit strange. I mean, most of the top scores, we saw 4 scores in the 90s and 100 in the series.
Yeah.
And they've all been just players that have played correct cricket shots and picked the balls to hit.
Yeah, it's just a poor shot selection there, trying to go down the pool to that ball. He pays the price. How about this for number 8? It's the beast, Tedeschi Wickramasinghe coming out. So, yeah, the Czechs have still got a few batters for Greece to be worried about.
Well, let's see what the beast can do. Ayush Sharma still to come as well. There's a very good bat. In again, and this one's hit just off his pads, just for a single. And I think what they need to do is stabilise. There's still 4 overs after this, Vinny.
That's right. I mean, this is where they're just trying to put an ugly 100 on the board, maybe more. And it might not even be ugly, depending on how these two go, because these two, we've seen them open the batting before at the ECC, and you couldn't get a better 7 and 8 than this in any team. Lucky hits this, because if he didn't, he was toast. But he has got some bat on it. It's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, look, these are the perfect batsmen to be in at this time, I think. And I think probably the Czechs have had a chat and said, let's take it to the Greeks. Let's prove a point. Let's prove that we're the better team. And they've proven kind of a little bit the opposite with some poor batting. But I'm sure these two will bring it back for the Czechs.
Run rate about 11 and over at the moment. Oh, this could be trouble. And
Got
he's
him.
gone, yeah. Looked pretty adjacent to me if there's no bat in it. And so gets away with it once, but he doesn't get away with it a second time. And the double strike from Shabir Arslan just drifts in. I think there's no doubt about that. I think even Aaron knows. Puts up the stop sign, maybe a subconscious message to the umpire, but he just gets across, plays across a fairly straight delivery. And Arslan strikes and breaks what could have been a dangerous partnership for Czechia. The skipper goes now, end of 6 overs. It's 64 for 7.
It's been a really good performance from the Greeks. Have a look at this. This is with Sid Goud up the top with 13, Sengupta with 19, Devendra Singh and also Arun getting into double figures. But there's a 4 for Bhuyan, 1 for Tomar, 1 for Devisi. And got to say, I mean, there was some good bowling up top, to be fair, from Sinan Khan, also Vasilakis. But and the pressure they put on in the field, I think Greece has really got the Czechs in trouble. But the batting hasn't been great.
Bring out Riaz Afridi with 4 overs to go. He's batting ahead of Ayush Sharma, so I find that a little bit interesting.
Yeah, a little strange.
Not that he's someone incapable in this situation. I just thought Sharma's kind of in the side as a bat, but he's going to bat 10. As Galanis gets the ball. Again, he's a very good bowler to come on in this situation as well. The leg spinner. Slight fumble there, but doesn't cost them any at all.
Well, Riaz describes his batting as, he says he's a hitter. But he just hasn't hit much in this in the ECS. Let's see if he can do it here against... Oh, good bowling.
Yeah, and I think with Galanis, I don't know how much he's bowled recently. I think he's been busy, he's got work commitments and maybe not bowling as much as he does sometimes. Hasn't had a lot of spin. I think this one might actually hit the foot on the full. But he has been getting good drift in.
Well, that's close.
He might
be back.
Super close. It's a good take from Aslam because it really took off. Yeah, Riaz. He just ran at Galanis. And the thing is, he had to go up and to catch the ball first. It gave Riaz a bit of an opportunity to get back.
I'm not sure, actually.
I think it's pretty close, but for
I don't
me...
know if you can give it.
I think we don't really get a shot of where the bails exactly come off because his glove's in the way.
You need that in between frames, don't you?
Yeah, and it was a bit of a bat bounce. So, I mean, they probably want to have one more look at this, but for me, it's probably benefit of the doubt.
So, that is... There the bail goes and his bat's down. I'd say you can't give it.
Yeah, so I think he's going to be not out. I think it's a good decision. I don't think the bails are dislodged in time, but close. But he is getting tied up here. And that's 3 dot balls now on Afridi. Galanis. Really good over from the leg spinner.
It's a bit high. No appeal.
I've known Georgios for a couple of years now. He just keeps on growing. You know, so he's getting even more bounce now.
Whoa.
That's the Gundy ball, though. Riaz can't catch up with it.
He can't really. He hasn't hit the ball cleanly in the last 2 weeks as Riaz Afridi. Maybe if he gets one out of the middle, get his eye back in, and fails again.
Yeah, well, tough place to be at the moment. The Czechs hit a speed hump there in the 7th. Galanis just goes for 2 in the over, and it's 66 for 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, and we'll finish this series, this ECI here in Czechia. And you can see that Czechia only have 2 games because they played 4 today. The other teams will get 3 games. We'll start and finish with Cyprus taking on Greece in the middle. Czechia will take on Cyprus and Greece. And we start a little bit earlier tomorrow. First game's a little bit earlier. So 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe. It's 12:15 in India. Join us for the second and final day of this ECI. A great addition to the calendar. Aslan was on fire in the first over, but this time he's feeling the heat because he's hit straight back over his head. The beast is still there. And so starts the 8th with a boundary. Pretty nice shot, straight as the day is long.
I forgot he was there, and he's rescued this Czech team many a time over the years when they didn't quite have that batting depth.
Ugly 100 to bowl at. That's what they're looking at here. Yeah, he's just a bit more careful this time. Now they potentially could get a second, and they will. To be honest, that isn't a very smart throw when you consider that Riaz Afridi's been dotted up 4 times. I think you'd love to try and get stuck into him with plenty of balls left to go in the over, but instead the beast steals the strike back.
You do see a lot of that. I mean, sometimes you get a wicket, and he was coasting.
The thing is, there also the long on's got a bit of a responsibility to hustle in towards the circle, so that if there is a throw, they can back it up before they can take an overthrow. Anyway, this is hit pretty hard. Should just be a single. Well picked up down there by Sinan Khan.
Yeah, but what Sudesh does well, he reads the situation in the game pretty well. Yep. He's an intelligent cricketer, and he's not afraid of just playing a good ball back down the pitch. And there's Afridi still can't get off the mark.
Yeah, frustration. He's just out of nick at the moment, Riaz Afridi. Again, he's capable. Maybe one shot can get him going. But still, I'm puzzled about Ayush Sharma batting 10. Couple to come. Well, there you go. Goes through it. Doesn't really get it. Catching opportunity. Not an easy one. Straight into the sun, but caught. Nicely taken. And it was an unfortunate set of circumstances for Riaz Afridi. Ends up with his own personal wicket maiden as he goes for a 6-ball duck, and Czechia lose an 8th at 73 for 8. Nice catch.
Really nice catch, and a lot harder than it looks.
It's
just
dropping
on him.
Yeah, he's been important with the ball, and he's also caught well, Azra.
Well, now it's important that Ayush Sharma doesn't have a wild swing. I think Beastie's taking a chat to him, saying, look, we've still got 2 overs after this. Let's get it to about 100, which is was defended earlier by the Czechs. 103 was the score against Greece.
But now you're kind of walking the tightrope without a safety net. That's the thing. So, I mean, yeah, I think these two could easily be batting 3 and 4, for example. And you'd say, yeah, fine. But they're just without that insurance. They've only got 1 wicket left up to this, and that's Abu Shahs Farhad.
So these two really need to get the runs. Farhad can bat a little bit.
Yeah, Aslan 3 for 12 with a ball to go. It's been incredible work. This is hit nicely. Well handled out there. Stogianos doing the fielding. And that's the end of the 8th over. Czechia being really put to the test here in Game 5. They're 74 for 8 after 8.
Yeah, they're a very strong bowling unit, the Greeks. As I said, I don't think it's been the greatest batting performance from the Czechs. I think they just wanted to blast the Greeks out of the park, and it just hasn't happened for them because, well, they've held the catch as well, apart from one on the boundary, and really it's just been tight bowling, a good couple of overs up front from Sinan Khan and Spiridon Vasilakis.
It's what we've seen from them in the ECIs earlier in Czechia. I mean, this is a team, obviously, most of them will be at the ECC later in the year. Anyway, time for over number 9, and that's the bounce I'm talking about from Galanis. He just continues to grow almost to Dan Zilla proportions. Georges, if he keeps going at this rate. Anyway, that bounce gets past Sharma. I think he never leaves the crease, but another dot ball
I mean, Ayush can hit the ball a long way, but I think Beastie needs a bit of a chat, and he's going down there at the moment. And he's saying, I think he's going to say, just give me the strike.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's it's another wild swing.
Just lost his shape a little bit.
Mm.
You can definitely tell the couple of guys on debut today, they're kind of, he must have a few nerves going around. Different situation. And he hits this, and it goes straight into the keeper and then bounces away, but they don't get a run. So again, that's a full toss. He just kind of loses his shape at the last moment. When Aisha's batting well, he hits straight very well. But yeah, a couple of times he just lost his form, lost his front shoulder.
Here comes bowler again, and
Close.
well, not called.
Really close. It almost bounces on the line. Let's have a look.
That's right.
Could have gone either way. He takes it on, but he's only going to get one, and that'll only leave one ball for the Beast. So I think we're in for a pretty entertaining second half, because I reckon the certain guys like a Freedy, he'll be fired up. 6-ball duck will certainly make him about 10% more rapid with the ball.
Look at Galanis' bowling figures too.
Yeah, fantastic work. Really love his bowling. And I love his story, Georgios. He's not alone either, playing all his cricket in Greece. He's a genuinely good player. They'll get one here, or will they? They will. Just one means that Vikramasakara will face up in the 10th right now. All quiet on the farm as Czechia after 9 are 76 for 8.
Yeah, look, it's not been great by the Czechs, and but Greece, all credit to them. They've bowled very well. They've been only a few wides in the whole innings. They've been tight and at the batsman, and look at Galanis down the bottom. Just 4 runs from his 2 overs.
Incredible. And you could even argue that's better than the 3 for 13 in a way. But they're both very valuable in their own way. So remember, Greece need to win this game essentially to keep the series alive. And at the moment, they're looking pretty good. Last overtime. And it is going to be Azra Ahmed to bowl it. And he's going to get the 9th wicket, and is the Beast that goes. So put another wicket against Azra. And the Czechs are down to their last man. It's 76 for 9. Again, just accurate. The Beast gets slightly loses his front shoulder there. Goes squarer for extra power. But he comes up with fresh air. Probably trying to hit with the wind as well. I think that's why a lot of batters are going a bit more leg side than usual. But 76 for 9. And we're seeing Farhad now coming out at number 11. Now, he's not the worst batter either. I certainly think that he wasn't expecting to bat.
What's the chances with their keeper up that he's going to charge the first one and get stumped?
I don't think he'll do that.
He doesn't, and plays well actually.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot from Farhad.
So now Sharma, what do you do here? Do you go for glory?
Well, we have to have a bit of a swing. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, a couple of runs might help, but if you can get one away to the boundary or a 6, I mean, we've seen Sharma hit big, especially in that last over for United.
I don't think you have to go super crazy. You probably play 2 on their merit, still try to be attacking. Then the last 2, you can just go nuts. Now he goes nuts straight away, and this could be it, because we know that Bogdanos is a good fielder, and he's not going to drop this. Checks the bowled out, walking 677, Greece on top in match 5. What a performance with the ball and in the field.
Absolutely, it's fantastic by the Greeks, and we know they're a good side. Question marks about their batting we'll see in the second innings, but no doubts about their bowling and their fielding. It's been an excellent performance, and this is a very good Czech side batting-wise that I think just got it wrong. And but definitely the Greeks got it right. So excellent work by the Greek team.
Thing is, what people will say, and most people would agree, with 9 specialist batters, 9 genuine batters, how can that happen?
Yeah.
But this can happen sometimes. We think, well, someone else will pick me up, someone else will do it. Well, no one else is really able to do anything in this innings, as the Czechs, they have a few batters with starts, but really plenty of low scores in there as well. They leave 3 balls on the table on the way to this score of 77.
Yeah, Sid Gow, 2 big 6s and then just played the wrong line. But it was a bit same with most of these batsmen, to be honest. It's big swinging, as you can see there. Another big swing, but that hit the leg stump.
Yeah, no real footwork there from Davisi. It just kind of laconically swings away, but he gets nothing of it. And yeah, there was the odd shot in anger, but also we saw some brilliance in the field. And how about that run out of Ritik Tomar as Amarpreet hit the stumps, only one to aim at. He was just out. And yeah, Greece, they were making something out of nothing. Almost here as well. I mean, that's a fantastic effort, even though it didn't work out for Bogdanos. Ended up costing his team 6, but wouldn't have to wait too long for another opportunity, as the Czechs just found ways to keep giving those chances to the Greeks, who weren't going to let them off the hook. And yeah, it's interesting that some of the Czechs looked out of form, which is weird because of the ECS we just had. Most of the guys were hitting them really well. You saw a rare error from Bogdanos there. The easy one went through his fingers for 6. But this was the moments where we just felt that the Czechs were starting to feel the heat a little bit as they were running out of batters. Now, Ashoka got away with that. He glanced it off the stumps, but he wasn't so lucky the next time around.
I disagree with you a little bit. I don't think that they looked out of form. I think that they batted against what they've been doing in the last 2 weeks, where they've just been just trying to hit the ball too hard. You don't have to do that on this field.
Yeah, true. And Riaz survived this, but yeah, he wouldn't survive too much longer. Just could not get going. Ended up with a 6-ball duck. That was a nice shot from the Beast. He was batting down the order. And so at the other end, again, revolving door of partners. Riaz eventually holed out off the 6-ball he faced. And they're getting right down the bottom. Beastie swung all across this one from Azra. And before you knew it, it'd be all over because Ayush Sharma was left there with Abul Farhad. And yeah, you can see no control in that shot. No real power. And that was well done. Bogdanos, again, you can see he's a bit annoyed, I think, that he let one go through his fingers earlier. But all things being equal, Greece will be super confident they can chase this 78 for victory. But I'm sure the hosts aren't going to roll out the red carpet for them in the second innings of this game.
Well, the Greeks left to bat well. We saw that they took them a little bit of time in that the first game they played against the Czechs to just get into the rhythm with this pitch. As we see their batting card, it's not pretty.
It ain't. And Sen Gupta top scores, batting 5, 19 off 9. Apart from that, Goud, as well as Devendra Singh, Aaron Ashokan, and the Beast Wickramasinghe, they all get to double figures, but no one can reach 20. So I suppose that's the big issue there. No one faces 10 balls in the innings. So yeah, it was just kind of passing of the buck ended up with the team getting bowled out for 77 in 9.3 overs. Pretty disciplined stuff as far as the bowlers went. Just 4 wides in the innings. I think that they bowled really well as a unit, didn't they? Sinan Khan, he bowled with a bit of fire, 1 for 12, his figures. 3 for Azra Ahmed as well as Shabir Arslan. 2 wickets for Vasilakis, the big left armour. But for me, Galanis, super important, just didn't let them out of jail. He only conceded 4 runs in his 2 overs. Well, Danny, we haven't seen a score like this defended so far, but we know that ECN's full of surprises and the hosts are going to come out firing. If they can defend 77, then they will secure the trophy on day 1, which we've never seen. But Greece, if they can chase the 78, this series is very much alive. Join us in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek for the exciting conclusion of day 1 in this ECI Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, we're back in lovely Prague for the final innings of today. It's a European Cricket International game between the Czech Republic and Greece. And a very good performance by the Greek team to limit the Czechs to 77, 78 the target. And it's Riaz Afridi who will open the bowling for Czechia. And, well, it's going to be leg by. I didn't mind this as an appeal, actually. But it might have been okay. Let's have another look at this. And maybe a bit high, maybe outside the line of off stump. So, not... we can have another look at it. And it's pitched outside, which is okay. Maybe it might have gone on to hit the stumps. Not sure if it hit him outside the line. Good start though from Afridi. The guy's got him well straight through Arslan. That's a big wicket. And Afridi now is bowling at the stumps. Is looking very, very dangerous. So Vinny, good start from the Czechs.
Well, here's the problem with that. The feet go away from the ball. Afridi's dealing. I thought he'd be bowling 10% faster after he made a duck. And that one just made an absolute mess of the stumps. And so we have a leg bite and a wicket to start us off. Greece 1 for 1. We've had 11 wickets in this match already. We haven't actually completed 10 overs yet.
Yeah, look, we saw the way the Greeks batted earlier, and the Czechs have got a pretty good bowling lineup. I'm sure we'll see good overs from Farhad now coming into the side as well. But he's very, very quick as this man, Riaz Afridi, and the Greeks will have to bat well from here on. It's not a huge target, but then again,
There's Afridi Jr. just enjoying a little bit of a picnic on the sidelines. And his partner Kati as well. So, yeah, he's dealing here. They've given him the first over, which they haven't done at all today. They're saying, right, Riaz, when you go out there, I want you to make a mess of the top order. And he gets one, and now he's going to get to bowl at Alexis Souvlakis.
It's pretty quick.
Yeah, it sure is. And I like that Riaz has bowled a lot more balls that have hit the stumps today compared to when we saw him in the ECS. And look, no doubt he would have been stung by that loss yesterday. I mean, Brno, they were in such a good position. Really big rivalry between Prague's ECI and Brno. I think it's a healthy rivalry. I think it's really important domestically that you've got teams that can challenge PCC, and Riaz is a very important cog of Brno.
I had a bit of a chat to him when he first got here, so the Czechs did play the first game, and he was devastated. It was in his face, and he said, I'm so disappointed about yesterday. I can't stop thinking about it. Well, take his revenge on the Greeks here.
Yeah, we will be. Yeah, that's good length. Oh, it's going to go past everyone. And by everyone, I mean everyone. Divi Singh, one that kept a bit low, had to couple on the second bounce, went under Sazib, who is a very fine third man as well. So somehow the batter gets a 4 for leaving the ball. Don't see that very often. Greeks have a boundary.
Yeah, it's well, 4 more towards the total for the Greeks. None of the batsmen have got off the mark yet. It's been a leg bye and 4 byes.
Yeah. So Marcus been given the task at number 3. Oh, this one goes down leg side, and Devendra Singh has to just throw the glove, and it knocks it away. They'll get 2 wides for this, so Extra's having a field day so far, 7 out of 7. Now this is the contest I want to see. It's Sinan Khan, who is going to be back on strike now, and it's basically ace versus ace here. And
I have a funny feeling I know where this one's going to go.
Yeah. What do you reckon, the old upstairs, downstairs job from Afridi? Or
he hasn't bowled one yet for the over. He's got a couple of balls left.
No fine leg.
I think it's a bit of a longer run-up as well.
Yeah.
You can normally tell by the way he charges in.
Here we go. Well, it's just a heavy ball. It's well bowled by Afridi, and Senham was late on that.
I like seeing Ashokan there at that really short cover area. He's there for a catch. He can also stop the short singles. So it's a really good fielding position at this stage, especially with Afridi bowling like that. last ball of the over. And right at the batsman again.
Yeah, so decent over. It's all extras in the over, in fact. So we had, what do we have? 2 wides, 4 byes, and a leg bye. So count that up. It's 7. 7 for 1.
It's a trifecta.
It is. All we needed was a no ball and complete the set. Maybe ball hitting the helmet. Anyway, 52 matches since we had a golden ball. And we clicked over 51 in Portugal. As it looks like the Gamblers went down to Marlow, so that was an important game. About 15 minutes away from the second match over there, but right here, it'd be a low-scoring gold ball if we had one. Hey, bit of fun fact, Cyprus playing in this series, the highest scoring gold ball we ever had, 167.
Wow.
In Cyprus in 2020. Guess what happened to the golden ball? Such a high-scoring game.
The bat won it.
Yeah, hit for 6. And tapped for 6 is how I would put it on that ground. Here's the beast. It's Sudesh Wickramasinghe to bowl over number 2. Plays all around this one. Yeah, this 77. No one's defended anything close to this so far. I think the best defence we've seen, or lowest score defended, is 101. This is a fair way under that. But yeah, who knows? Greece still coming to terms with the pitch. Got to feel like maybe you got to send in Aslam next. That's a clever shot. Just angles away. We'll get at least 1. Slight Tortuga. Ayush Sharma finds himself down there, does the fielding.
Yeah, it's the first run off the bat. And it's just guided down. Nice little shot. But it's Souvlakis that gets the get the run. Yeah, Sinan Khan to face. I think he's vital for this Greek team. And a bit short. And gets it past the fielder. That'll be 4, I think. He's making good ground. And can't catch up to it.
Yeah, that's Farhad there. It was a good effort. You always feel like you're losing the race on these chases. You can see Farhad gives it everything he's got. Has 1 shot to pull it back in, but he doesn't quite get it in the middle of the hand. So it just kind of sneaks off his little finger, I think, and across the rope.
He did pretty well there, except for the very last bit. And Sudesh comes in again. And big swing and a miss.
And so, Yassina hasn't quite shown us what he can do as yet. Mentioned that he was the best 6-hitter in ECI Bulgaria back at the start of June. 24 sixes in the 6-match series, and that was the best of any individual. The batter who was behind him hit 9, so he hit 15 more than anybody else, and we just haven't seen it yet. I think it is this pitch, you know, it's slightly different. Deep in his crease here, jumps across, gets a fair piece of this. It's going to scream away to the boundary, and that's 4 runs. That's well handled, and wow, have a look at that.
That's what we'll be doing after this innings, Vinny. I think having a nice little Vin hook from the Bry. What's the name of the Bry place again?
Yeah, Bry Lapa.
Bry Lapa.
Bry Lapa. They've got a shop here, by the way, in Prague. We're checking it out. All right, last ball of the over. Oh, he goes upstairs and beats Sinan. But it will be the end of 2. And well, Greece, not a start that sets the world on fire, but they are at the rate. They're 16 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, it's a pretty even contest at the moment. There's some good bowling to come for the Czechs, as we see the table here.
This is the thing with the table. Czechia win, they're 8 points versus 1. And both of the other teams, they've got 3 games tomorrow. So the most that they could do is get 6 points. So it means that Czechia win this, they win the series.
Yep.
Greece win this, series is wide open. And potentially it could come down to when these 2 teams meet again in match 8. So we'll have to see how that one goes. But a lot can happen before then, of course. It's going to be the tank to bowl over number 3. So they hold a Freedy back, as they generally would do in ECS cricket. And this one gets big on Souvlakis first up. He's just having a bit of trouble dealing. And Tomar, it was an "Are you okay?" or maybe something not quite like that.
I'm not sure. But, he's always friendly, the tank, having a bit of a chat to the batsman.
Let's have a look at this one. He gets it down and says, hey, did you have a bit of a problem with that? Was that a bit too fast for you?
You watch him smack him over his head for 6.
He gets something on it. In fact, we'll get him off strike. As Freedy does the fielding.
What's a Freedy doing at point?
I was going to say, a bit unusual. Typically we'll see him at mid-on or long-on. Beautiful afternoon, though. You'd never believe we had a crazy storm earlier in the day. It put us out of action for about a couple of hours, probably. And unfortunately ruined match 3, which was a no result between Greece and Cyprus. Right, goes up and over the top. Sinan slowly becoming himself here as he hits Tomar over wide mid-off, gets the boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Very safe in the power play. Just heading over cover. Didn't get all of it, but definitely got enough of it. And it's 4 more towards the target. Not a big target, 78.
Now he goes again, and he's going to get another 4. It wasn't quite out of the middle, but Sinan is heating up here. The tank goes for back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, I think that's a gap they probably have to plug. He looks strong in that area, but only 2 players back. He did hit one towards mid-wicket earlier in the over. So there's a man back at mid-wicket, and well, they've brought up the 3rd man. This is in the air. Subba's coming around and takes it. Nice catch. Well, it wasn't very intelligent batting. He's hit 2 over there in the same region, and tried again. Got a good piece of it. Got under a little bit, but as they dropped that man back, it's Subba and Davisi. Took him a while to position himself. When he got set, never going to drop it.
Never looked that comfortable for me, just because he wasn't quite sure where it was going to land because the wind's blowing around. But he did end up in the right place. And that's a big moment in the game because Sinan Khan, he has scored 16. He's one player who felt if he batted for any length of time, he could get them home. But here's another very important player in the captain, Aslam Mohammed, coming out at number 4. He's the key wicket for me. I mean, he's the other guy. He can take the game away from you real quick. If you can get him, I think it's game on.
Yeah, look, I agree. And he hit the ball really cleanly in that first game. It's Riddick Tomar, 1 for 9 at the moment. 1 ball left. Just a dab down. Sharma can't cut that off. It's going to go towards a boundary.
Yeah, it does. And so, yeah, frustrating that gets through the infield. I thought the Sharma had a play on that. But Aslam, yeah, he's just a clever batter. He seems to be able to pick up runs without taking too many risks early in his innings. That's a very good example. He gets 4 to get him going, and it's the end of the power play. Greece, 29 for 2. So still well ahead of where they need to be run rate-wise, but those 2 early wickets in the power play just giving Czechia some hope they might be able to penetrate this top order.
Yeah, quite a few runs from that over. They did get the big wicket, though, in that of Sinan Khan. But
how about the splits, though, for Czechia? 59 in the first half, 18 off the second.
That's
so
crazy.
They were really shut down. It looked like they were going to get, quote-unquote, ugly 100, something to bowl at. As it is, it's going to be pretty tough to defend 77. But this guy, he bowled really well earlier on. That's Satyajit Sengupta, who's going to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll throw the ball to Farhad afterwards, who I think will be pumped up. He gets motivated for big games as Farhad.
Yeah, for sure.
Sengupta coming in. It's a good start. Of course, it's the end of the power play, so the field is slightly spread.
Might help in a way. Someone like Souvlakis, who's found it hard to get going. He can be satisfied, I think, even though he's been there longer. I still think Aslam, he's the senior partner in this partnership, so Souvlakis can just afford to be happy to take the single. Yes, Sengupta again. So it's probably a wide. Comes a bit of the wide line on the way through. So keep an eye on that run rate required at the moment. It's around about 7 and over, which shouldn't present too many dramas, but a couple of tight overs that can go up to 9 or 10, and suddenly that total looks a bit bigger than it really is.
So Sengupta. In again. And good ball there. He bowls in the right areas, does Satyajit, and it's very difficult for batsmen to get it away. One's just outside off stump, rising.
Yeah, just a good area. As I'm saying, hey, that wasn't quite as quick as I thought it was. I think that's probably what that was about. Anyway, here's Sengupta again. This one is turned on by Aslam, and he's going to get a boundary. And I found this, actually I played on this field. I hadn't batted out here before. You find it just doesn't quite get to you. And so you end up playing a lot of shots like this. He's in a position to, maybe hit it down the ground, but because it doesn't arrive, you end up kind of cross-batting it. And that's why I think we see a lot of runs going in that area. It's hard to drive through the ball with fluency if you don't feel the ball coming onto the bat. Anyway, Aslam, he finds a way. And once again, he's off to a good start. 2 boundaries off his first 3 balls faced.
Yeah, he's a good performer for this Greek side.
Here's Sengupta again. Now, going to take off for a single. I'm not to believe that Aslam Harman is 52.
50, he's aged today.
He is, it's 52.
Okay.
I just double checked. But he is in great shape. You know, you saw him behind the stumps, doing a very good job. He's also a very handy bowler. He can bowl spin, he can bowl seam up as well. He can bat anywhere in the order you like. That's a nice looking shot that time from Zavlakis, but it'll only bring him a single. And to be honest, if you're scoring off every ball, you don't have too much to worry about at this stage. It also kind of brings you a bit more confidence. So they just need a partnership. And this has the makings of one at the moment.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's very important here that these two stay in for a while. And again, no silly shots.
Last ball of the over. He works it away. Wants one, he won't get one. And so, Sengupta, not a bad over at all. He goes for 8, and after 4 overs, Greece are 37 for 2. Yeah, so the difference between needing 7 and over and say 11 or 12. 11 or 12 and over, you kind of need a boundary in the over to stay on the rate. You don't necessarily need that when you need 6 or 7 and over.
Exactly.
You can just eliminate the dot balls. You'll get the odd wide as well, no doubt. You can run well. And so that's why I think with 8 wickets in hand, Greece, they should probably cruise this, but Czechia, they can take a couple of wickets. Anything's possible. Also, I think the question is, when do you bring back a Freedy? He's your real partnership breaker, I think, if you're trying to shake things up. But right now, I'm really excited because we'll see Farhad for the first time with the ball in over number 5.
Yeah, when he gets going, he's got wheels. Does Farhad? He tends to go out quite wide of the crease. There's no one back at fine leg. There's just a regular square leg, just slightly backward. Farhad comes in.
Zavlakis on strike, drives him up and in the air, falls safely. Bit of a teaser. And yeah, a bit of experimental calling, I think, from Aslam to try and draw a throw. But they just get a single. Yeah, Farhad's a funny one. He seemed to not have his usual zip when we first saw him bowling for Bohemians in the series. Didn't really have a lot of control, but he certainly was bowling better the longer that series went on. So let's see how he goes.
That's a good ball.
Yeah.
I think he's a real rhythm bowler as Farhad, and when he's got his rhythm up, he'll add a few yards to his pace, and when he's on, he's a very, very good bowler.
Yeah, for sure. That was a very good ball. Aslan actually has gone pretty close to nicking one a couple of times now. He's the big wicket. I honestly think if you can get him, for me, it comes back to a 50-50. They won't get him here. This is a beautiful little whip away off the pads. So Aslam Mohammed bangs that one into the side stronger together. This is just really good batsmanship. Look at the way he uses his wrists here. It just generates that pace. And the outfield does the rest, 4 runs.
Well, the skipper, Aaron Ashokan, has very much an offside field, and then he drew a full shot from Zavlakis first up. But Farhad angles the ball into the right-hander, and that sort of shot's always on. And I don't know if he's got his field right. Only 3 on the leg side. As Farhad comes in again.
That'll be a wide, I think. Oh, I think they might have missed that one there. So Czechia get a break. Check it out in the replay. I don't think he moved. It doesn't have any significant movement. I mean, it does end up inside.
That's definitely wide.
Yeah. Anyway, Czechia probably can use the help at the moment. Just looking at this field, no one back at deep point. A long off and a third man on the offside. Instead he goes leg side, hits it pretty hard, but hits it at the fielder. And that's Sudesh down there. Had a birthday last week, Sudesh.
Yeah, he did.
So happy birthday to him. I'm sure he's had plenty to celebrate actually in the last week.
He likes celebrating. Celebrating does the beast.
Yes, he does. It's a pretty good over from Farhad, really.
I just don't see the plan in what he's trying to do, or what the skipper's trying to do with Farhad. This is
Soft hands, yeah, they get one here. So Savlakis, he'll retain the strike, and Greece ahead, but only a nose in front at the moment. They're 44 for 2 after 5. So more cricket coming up. In fact, we're just about to see the first ball of match 26, if you are multi-screening. It's Porto Wanderers taking on Gamblers. Late out with Badenhorst pulled out of the lineup at the last minute. Junaid Bashir replaces him. Gamblers winning the toss and bowling first, so Wanderers probably going to open up with John Zinkas. He's a pilot by trade. Very interesting guy, John Zinkas, playing for Porto. Anthony Chambers, possible opening partner for him as well. Conrad Greenshaw's in there, struggling with a few injuries at the moment. He's a guy typically we'll see leading Portugal internationally, but he's found it hard lately. We didn't see him 2 weeks ago in the ECIs in Hungary. Anyway, look, they have brought back a Afridi here over number 6, searching for this wicket. Oh, well bowled. And that's actually pretty well played by Savlakis to jam down on it and get one. That's a win. Now, this is going to be a good contest, isn't it? As Riaz is going to get to bowl to Aslam Mohammed.
Yeah, I think this will be a very good contest. He's a very good batsman, is Aslam Mohammed, but well, Afridi, he's been bowling well so far in this series, apart from 1 over.
You're a bowler, Danny, so what's his tactics here? Do you think he maybe tries to bang in a short one, or does he just go at the stump straight away?
I don't know if he's got the feel. Well, he might have the feel for a short one. Well, let's have a look. Oh, no, he's going to
give him some more thinking
walk
time.
it. I'd probably go at the stumps.
Yeah.
But then again, one of these next 2 balls is going to be right at the batsman's helmet. Which one's it going to be? This one or the next? Oh, it's a good ball.
Oh, very close to chopping on with the angle of the bat there. It's just going to be a single in the end. Yeah, a bit of an inside edge on that. I thought for a second he chops it back, but I think he chops it back on his back foot. So just a single. Just feel this has low scoring thriller written all over it, but it probably isn't if Aslam bats any length of time. You know, he scores so quickly, and he needs 7 and over. He's Afridi.
Oh,
knocks him over, and that was hot stuff from Riaz. And he actually gets a little bit of a congratulations from the bat. It's good sportsmanship as well from Savlakis, who was just too late for the train here. And that is a perfect Yorker. Over go the stumps. And Riaz does it again. It's 46 for 3.
That's an absolute beauty. And, well, I think he's worked out how to bowl in against these Greeks. Just bowl fast and straight, Yorker length at the stumps. He's picked up a few like that already today. And here's the new batsman coming in. It is Georgios Storgianos. So we saw him, I think, Storgianos, I think he opened up in the first game, Vinny.
Yeah, he did. And couldn't really get going, to be honest, in that innings. Ended up with 11 off 15. He did hit a boundary. He was there for a while. And yeah, a few familiar faces there watching on. You got Venki, you got Kushi. All right, anyway, game on. Good luck, Georgios. Here we go. Oh, no. This is a no ball for height. I'm telling you, 100%. It'll be a free hit coming up. I think it's so fast that no one actually saw it, but I can tell you right now, and Riaz very quick to apologise. Does pretty well to get a bat on it, but yeah, this is way too high. Pretty well played, actually, in the end. And what it does do, it gets the set batter, Aslam Mohammed, on strike for the free hit.
Yep, exactly. So can't get out.
I'm going to tell you what I think he's going to do. I think he's going to try and ramp here. He thinks that's his, because he doesn't matter if he's out, he's going to jump outside the off stump, and he's going to try and ramp. Thinks that's his best chance of a boundary. That's my guess anyway. Here we go. All right, does the opposite, backs away. And this is my worry, that it's going to be hard to time him up and hit him up down the ground. And I also knew that Aslam, he got out trying to play that shot earlier, but can't get out that ball, so it doesn't even matter if you get bowled. Anyway.
I had to think about it and just put it in the back of the
my mind reading skills need to be go into retuning. I was in good form there for a while. Stogianos, mind your shoes. Plays well though. Yeah, excellent batting from Stogianos. That's exactly what he needs to do. Just push one, get to the other end. There's safety there.
Well, they know the threat of Riaz Afridi, and there's only a couple balls left of his spell. Here's, well, one left actually. He's got one ball left to Aslam Mohammed, and this is a big ball. So the context of this game, if Aslam can keep it out, and well, I
a bump ball.
I think it might have been a bump ball. Good
Yeah.
fielding in the end.
Seemed like it. We'll check it on the replay. Oh,
Maybe not.
yeah, I don't know. I was sure it was a bump ball at the time. Nice. Let's have a look. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a bump ball.
Crowd
My eyes
catch.
weren't deceiving me. End of the over, and Greece have brought up the 50 now. It's 50 for 3 after 6 overs. Got a question from Gavin in the chat. Do we know the order of games happening tomorrow in Prague? Well, Gavin, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is here it is. And we'll start with match 6 at the time of 8:45 European time. It's 12:15 in India. Cyprus versus Greece, match 1. Then Czechia will play in the middle matches, matches 7 and 8. And then the last match will be Cyprus versus Greece. If you want to go to EuropeanCricket.com, the website you see right there, you just click on ECI Czechia and look up scores. And you'll have all the fixtures there. So you can check that out. And the game timings tomorrow, slightly different. We have 8:45 first game, but then we're back on regular time. So 11 a.m., 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. local.
So why the early start, Vinny?
I just think there's lots of cricket going around the world, so sometimes we try and make it so we're not starting at the exact same time as another televised game around the world. So
Fair enough.
does get us out of bed 15 minutes earlier, which
I still have to catch a bus from my place at about 5 to
we could have
7.
always made it 15 minutes later. Just saying to the bosses up there, it is Sunday morning. Don't know what our crew from String Productions think about it. They'll be here bright and early. All right, here's Bouyan. As Greece just creeping towards this target. 26 off 22 required now. Stogianos. He's going to sneak through for another run. I like what he's doing here. He's not chewing up balls. The run rate required is not out of hand. It's only really dot balls and a bunch of dot balls that get you in trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I think fielder there looks like Sid Gowd could add a shot at the bowlers there and a bit of hesitation from Stogianos, but he decided to go for the main man, I think.
Yeah, it makes sense, I think. If there's a chance to get Aslam, then I think you do. Plus you had the keeper there. But yeah, in the end, Aslam just a bit too clever, backed up and got through for the run. Yeah, Gavin, let us know where you're watching from. Really nice that you had that question. We're happy to help you out with the fixtures. Plenty of cricket coming up as well. Switzerland on Monday as well. Good ball from Bouyan. Keep an eye on that difference between runs and balls. That makes it 24 of 19, so it's +5 at the moment. I think any time it's more runs than balls required, the fielding team has a chance. Because you're only a couple of dot balls, maybe a wicket or two away from being ahead in the game. This is a pretty good shot. Solid drive from Stogianos. You can certainly see that he can handle the bat. We saw him opening up earlier on.
He doesn't really look like hitting a boundary at the moment, though.
That's true. But again, yeah, slightly different form of the game, I suppose, that a lot of these guys are brought up on. 7 overs down, then it's 55 for 3. Keeping an eye on Portugal as well right now, with the Wanderers losing Zinkas early. Chambers and Greenshields batting 3 at the moment, playing gamblers over there in the ECSN.
It looks like Sudesh Vikramasekarat will be the bowler taking on the batsman here.
Bowlers to come. Let's play that game. Well, they've got heaps of options. Only Afridi's bowled out. So you can bowl any 3 of Vikramasekarat, the Tank, Satya Sengupta, Abul Farhad and Bouyan. So you're not running out of bowling here. You can choose any 3 of those 5 bowlers.
Also a few others as well. There's Sid Gowd.
Sid Gowd hasn't
Aaron
bowled yet.
Shokin.
Yeah, Shokin. Don't think we'll see him the way things are going. There's a dot ball to start. Oh boy, this has written all over it.
Golden ball.
GB.
This one didn't get up much, and definitely on a wide. Don't know what the batsman is complaining about. He did it in a very Greek way, though.
I think he was just annoyed that he missed it. And it will be all right. Went after it anyway. Haslam's a pretty cool customer at the other end. There's a reason he's the captain. He's super experienced. First time we saw him was actually in a 3-over game on a sodden outfield, and they whacked 57. It was our first ever 3-over game for his club yet, Corfu, at the time. And he really announced himself. All right, Beastie in again. That one will be a wide as well. Grabs the line. He doesn't like it, but it's a good call. And so Aslam's just saying, hey, don't worry, that's fine. If you're taking singles, that's fine. You've just got 2 runs for nothing. That's fine. Just trying to keep Sergianos relaxed. Doesn't have to do anything crazy here. His partnership's getting him closer to victory. Goes straighter this time. Sergianos might look at getting 2 here, but I don't think they will because of the fact that Aslam Mohammed will be on strike, and they're pretty happy about that.
Yeah, look, I think Sergianos is definitely doing his job here. Just turning over the strike when he can. And Mohammed's 18 off 14.
Gavin said he's watching from his balcony in Prague 9. He was there early. He was here earlier, but left with the rain. Probably smart.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. This was very close to lights out by Aslam Mohammed. And to be honest, he didn't really need to do that. Doesn't cover his stubs, leave his off stump exposed, and just kind of turns on it. Didn't get up. But, yeah, Gavin, so the Czech team, they'll be playing at 11 o'clock local in their first game tomorrow if you want to come and support the guys. They play 11 and 1. Yeah, he's just kind of lost the plot last couple of balls here, Aslam. But
still need
right now, yeah, plus
9
6
and
now.
over.
Yeah, plus 6, 20 or 14.
They need a boundary here, Greece.
Would be handy. A cheeky 5 wides or something like that. Pretty well bowled though by the Beast. That's a good delivery. And so makes it 19 off 13. Czechs just inching their way back into the contest. Good game.
Very good game.
Last ball, the over. Hits it sideways. Test the fielder, who's up to the test. They're going to go for 2. That's good running on the stumble. And they get there in the end. So pretty handy too, because it also puts the captain on strike. Greece up into the 60s, fighting all the way. Could be in for a tight finish. It's 61 for 3 after 8. Again, does the basics well there, doesn't he? Sergianos, as he hustles back for 2, slides the bat. But yeah, boundary's dried up a little bit. In fact, we haven't had a boundary in the last 21 balls. So you can see that Greece, probably just a shade below the line, pretty much right on the golden ball line at the moment.
Yeah. Saji Buyan will be entrusted.
All right.
So I think he'll bowl Sengupta last. Either that or Fahad. But I'm surprised he's gone for Buyan.
17 off 12. Edge of your seat stuff here. It's a big swing and a miss. Aslam, yeah, he's just kind of gotten his eye out. Does that make a sense? Does that make sense? He seemed fairly assured there. He's just going through a little phase where he seems very leg side conscious. He's not really getting his body in a position to play that shot. He's not really getting his feet outside off stump to open up the leg side. He's a guy that can hit really well through the offside. But yeah, I just think this pitch, the ball not really coming on for him. He's finding it difficult. Now he's going to go up and he's going to go away from the fielder. And it's going to be fumbled over the line. Damitsi seemed to have a play on that to just whack it back into play. But that's the boundary that breaks the drought for Greece. And Aslam flat bats a 4.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, someone could have just handled that rather than try to put it back in.
He was just a bit worried he was going to step out. So, I mean, I didn't mind the thought process, just didn't execute it. 13 off 10 now. Remember, if the Czechs can win here, they win the trophy. And we can say that on day 1. And so Zeeb looks sore, as he is sore. And he's been banged up during this ECS. That's kind of groin strain pain, I think, he's got
like
at the moment.
doesn't it? Yeah, he says he's all right.
13 off 9. Aslam faces up. And he's going to go big over the leg side and all the way. Maximo! And the equation now, it's heavily in favour of the Greeks. With one swing of the bat, Aslam gets it under a run of ball.
Yeah, nice shot there. And just exactly what they needed here, the Greeks. As I said, I wasn't sure whether Buyan was the right bowler to have on at this stage with Fahad and also Sengupta. I have overs left.
7 off 8. Wants to go again. Does he get into the gap? Not quite. They'll only get 1. Now they're going to go for 2. Oh, and that's... Now they could have a run out, and we will have a run out. So actually, strategically, that's okay. Stogianis has kind of played his role here, but they're still batting to come. And I think this is because the ball wasn't really thrown in fast. It was just underarmed in. So Aslam's saying, well, if you're going to do that, I think I can get back. And then basically saying, look, you're on your own. Actually pretty clever from Devendra Singh to grab that and force the run out the bowler's end. But I think strategically, that's a pretty good play from Greece to get the strike back. I think it's worth giving up the wicket. It will be 1 and a wicket, so 72 for 4.
I definitely agree with you there. It's got the right man on strike. And it's been a good over for the Greeks. Almost there.
Amarpreet Singh Mami comes in. Last ball of the over. It's a big swing and a miss. So we have a game on our hands here. Last over of the day coming up. 7 for the Greeks to win and keep the series alive. 6 for a golden ball. And now, who's going to bowl it? And we haven't had an ECI golden ball yet. ECI's new to the network this year. And yeah, wouldn't count it out here the way the last few overs have gone.
Sajib's gone off the field. I think he's done his groin.
Yeah.
But, and Martin Verndl, the big check, is on. And I think you'd have to get us in Gupta. I think that's what he's doing. It's a shame Farhad didn't get a second. I'm not sure why he went to Bhuyan. Maybe because he just knows a bit more about him.
Yeah, maybe. But Bhuyan went for 11. I suppose if you compare their first overs, Bhuyan only went for 5 in his first over, so I could see why they bring him back, to be honest. Anyway, Satya under pressure here. 6 off 6 it is, actually. 6 off 6 because the target's 78. All right, so it's 5 for a golden ball. Let's go. They can win the game with 1 swing of the bat. Amarpreet on strike, and he goes straight down the ground. He wins the game for Greece. Maximo! Game, set, match. Satya comes on and doesn't quite get it right. It's a very good cricket shot. And where's this guy been hiding the whole innings? He comes out and he finishes things quickly. And Greece do keep the series alive. They end up winning with 5 balls to spare. What a great cricket match, though, Danny. A real low-scoring thriller.
Really good cricket match. And, I think really the Czechs lost it with the batting. They tried hard with the bowling. Some good performances, but it was that innings by Aslam Mohammed, the old stager, a 52-year-old, that got them over the line. That's him there, who will no doubt get the man of the match, because he was the most influential person in that innings, and I think he got them over the line.
What a shot. I mean, that's why I said that maybe the run out wasn't the worst thing, because they had the wickets to play with. They got Aslam back on strike. Okay, he didn't do anything with it last ball of the night, but Amarpreet came out, clearly a genuine hitter, and he hits the first ball. He faces for 6, and he sends us home. So this is what's coming up tomorrow, just once again. Series very much alive. But Greece, they'll have to pretty much be perfect. So they're going to have to beat Cyprus twice and beat Czechia in match 8. So match 8 is shaping up to perhaps be the decider, but there's a lot of cricket to play before that. A lot of things could happen. The Czechs could drop their first game to Cyprus, for example. But join us tomorrow, 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. A little bit earlier than we have been bringing the action to you so far. Sinan can't survive a pretty close LB first ball. But Sinan, he was the guy early that was doing some damage. But as far as the bowling went, there was only one guy doing the damage, Afridi. He was breathing fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And he, another really good spell. They don't like him much, to the Greeks. Neither do the Cypriots, to be honest. He's just bowling right at the pegs, fast and getting wickets. But unfortunately for the Czechs, he only gets 2 overs, as that one goes through everyone for 4 byes. But the Greeks, they managed to squirt runs here and there. It wasn't very convincing with the batting from the Greeks either. It didn't give much confidence, but there are enough boundaries early on to get them a pretty good start.
Considering how close it got, there's probably a couple of boundary stops that the Czechs look back at and say, oh, if only would have pulled that one back. You saw the one there that Farhad was chasing. You saw late in the piece, Davitsi tried to slap one back into play, wasn't quite able to. But this was a sky ball that Davitsi did judge perfectly, got in the drop zone and took the catch. But yeah, it was a solid start from Aslam, who was able to deflect a 4 first ball, but he just kind of went off the boil a little bit. Having said that, I think that key partnership between Aslam Mohammed along with Stogianos, it just kind of got them within range, and then Amarpreet would end up putting them over the top. But they brought Afridi back to take a wicket. That's exactly what he did before that. And this one made an absolute mess of the stumps.
That was an absolute beauty from Afridi. So like for the third time, fantastic in-swinging Yorker. Couldn't get it much better, I think.
Even the batter had to say, look, you've got me there. And good sportsmanship. I know that it means a lot to these guys to play for their country, but they're also really happy to be part of the European cricket community. Buyan, he came on, and this one disappeared. For the most part, though, he was pretty tight. Now, this was towards the end. Aslam decided he wanted to strike back. He saw the ball dribbling in, and that was news to Stogionis. He had to go, but, I mean, sometimes the stats don't tell the whole story. He ends up scoring 7 off 9, but he was just a bit of stability, and they didn't need too many anyway. Just needed someone to stick around. In the end, how about that from Amarpreet? Needing 6 off the last over. He only needs 1 ball as he bangs a 6 straight down the ground. And 77, well, doesn't win you too many games at the moment on this cricket ground. It's not quite enough for the Czechs to secure the trophy on day 1. Greece, 78 for 4. They get there with 5 balls to spare. Aslam Muhammad with 30 off 23. He was kind of the conductor in that chase, wasn't he? Sinan got a few early, 16 off 10 for him. Stogianos was involved in the key partnership. And then Amarpreet Singh Memi, he finished things off with a bang. But still no Galanis with the bat. He's a guy who can hold the bat. I think they got to start batting Aslam a bit higher. I know that maybe developmentally they're trying to give a few more people responsibilities. But as far as winning this series, you've got to essentially win 3 games tomorrow. And we'll come back to that in a second. But Riaz Afridi, he was the best of the bowlers for me. 2 for 7 off his 2. We thought he'd be fired up, and he was. And apart from that, plenty of good performers. Ritik Tomar, 1 for 13. Took the other wicket. Sudesh Wickramasinghe also pretty tight. He took none for 15 off his 2 overs, and Buyan, number 16 off his 2 overs. Once again, I want to say a big thank you to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's been our pleasure once again to bring you the cricket from Prague. It's a bit of a shame because tomorrow will be our last day, but it's been a great 2 weeks here, Danny.
It's been fantastic, and some really good cricket. Good to be around chatting to you all day as well.
Yeah, it's been great. And we had a lot of spectators through today as well. We had the women playing on the other ground. So we had the men's national team and the women's national team both playing at the same time in the same place, which I actually think is pretty special as well. Thanks to everyone. Boy, Lapa, I'll tell you what, I'm going to look them up when I'm next in town because that was delicious. I don't think I'll be eating my dinner tonight, but we might go and enjoy a Namibian beer before we leave tonight.
Exactly what hoping you would say that, Vinny.
Just quickly, a final reminder, Portugal, it's in session right now, and that's the program. Match 26 is underway. They're about halfway through the first innings. Porto Wanderers, looks like they've collapsed a little bit against Gamblers, but you can turn over. Corey is there right now, and I'm sure he'd like your company. But from everyone here in Prague, I hope you've enjoyed the first day of ECI action. It has been great. A quick reminder to like this video if you are watching on YouTube, subscribe to our channel, our social media at European Cricket. Some great highlights of the ECS Finals Day yesterday coming up there at the moment. And finally, our website, europeancricket.com. Getting a lot of questions about the fixtures and some of the events coming up. It's all there, europeancricket.com. Well, Danny, I think we've earned it. We've been through the 4th season of the apocalypse. We survived, and I think it's time to enjoy our evening.
I think you're exactly right, Vinny, and looking forward to that Vin hook. And we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be great. We're going to leave you with some highlights today. Big thanks to Spring Productions. They had their hands full today with a few issues, keeping the power on, keeping all the equipment dry. So thank you so much to you guys. You do such a great job every day. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. I'm going to transport myself to Portugal via the drinks tent, but then I'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Internationals here in Czechia. For now, it's hasta mañana. See ya.
there's a little edge, unlucky. Well bowled as Singh played a little bit of a cute shot and just the one run, so deciding not to try and hit that one too far. So we've got one ball left in the over. I think Greenshields once again will be looking at that slog sweep across the line, try and maybe get outside the line of off stump to eliminate the LBW. Yeah, exactly that, but he top edges it, but it's a short boundary. It could still go. It does go, and it just shows that if you swing it to that side, it doesn't have to come exactly out the middle. It still flies, and that'll be a valuable 6. Not exactly where he wanted it to go, but enough wood on it. That's 3 boundaries for Greenshields on the leg side. I don't reckon he's middled one just yet. Doesn't matter. And still trying to fight to get to a good score. So 2 overs remaining. If they can go 10 and 10, they're 85. The Grady 80s, anything can happen. It's going to be single to wide. Tight call. It's not going for Singh the bowler. So Singh bowling the important 9th over here. Oh, that's a big wide. Good keeping. Just to get his hand out almost off the pitch, but hit the pitch, so that's just another wide. Just losing his line a little bit there. Towed away, and that should only be a 1 as well. So a couple of wides and a 1. That makes it effectively a 3 off the first ball. It's good because they've got Greenshields back on strike, and he is the type of player that could still hit a 20 run over out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden you're looking at a competitive total. That's going to be another wide. His time there, but definitely the right call. So Singh just losing his line a bit in this over so far. 3 extras out of his 4 runs conceded. That's high in the end. That'll be 6. I reckon that's one of the better ones that he's hit out the middle. And right now, they're starting to look a little bit better, the Porto Wanderers. They'll be starting to think maybe 90s. And with Greenshields on 35 off 25 now, anything's possible. We've just a little bit outside the off stump, turned it into a half volley and hit it more aerial than far, but still went for 6. Keeper comes up to the stumps now, risky as well. Well, that's a Gundy sort of ball, and that should be 4. It is 4. So now Porto Wanderers are fighting back late. They've left the charge late. Singh was brought on to bowl, bit of a risk. 14 off 3. This over is starting to explode. That was a hit-me ball, wasn't it? That's exactly what he did. And that will be 4 as well. So Singh maybe wasn't the right option in the 9th over, and they're paying the price now because the over all of a sudden goes for 18 already. 2 balls remaining, and 100 isn't out of the question. That was another sort of long hop delivery down the leg side, and he just has to catch up with it. All you have to do with the ball like that is get your bat on it, and there's a good chance you're going to beat 45 and get it away for 4, and that's exactly what happened. Singh bowled a couple of extras outside the off stump and then overcorrected, and now bowling way too straight. This time edged away, and well, that's going to go for 4 as well. Well, sometimes you get a little bit of luck, and that's exactly what's happening here. So another 4. That's 88 for 5 now, and they're starting to think that they're back into this. That one's a little bit lucky. It doesn't matter. You create your own luck. So another boundary, 88 for 5. There's 7 balls remaining in this very first innings. And all of a sudden, 100, 105, which I think is around about the par, is on. Well, that's got to go. Oh, he doesn't get an area, but he's going to get it for 4. So Singh goes for 26. Unfortunately, it was a risky bowling change to bring him on there. And they had Rana Sawa, who they could have gone to, and they could have gone to Jay Prakash, their main bowlers, but they took the risk going to Singh and it hasn't paid off. So all of a sudden, Porto right back into this game. 1 over has swung it complete. That was 50 up for Greenshields, by the way. Not too sure if many people noticed around the ground. So he's 51 off 29. And that 1 over from Singh, it was a risk. And it didn't pay off, that is for sure. 105 now. They'll take that with both hands. I think Singh here, still got to look to hit the boundary. If you get the 1, that's okay. I think Conrad would be running no matter what. Go. Oh, they can't go. Can't go. So that'll be a valuable dot ball as Prakash has been brought back into the attack. So 92 for 5. Yeah, that's okay. As long as he got some bat on it, you fancied that Greenshields would get back on strike, and that's what's happened. So I'm not too sure I run here if I'm Greenshields the next 4 balls. I just face all 4 balls and hope you hit 2 or 3 boundaries out of them. I don't see there's any reason to get a single at all.